MR Wise Guy streams. Let's go. MR Wise Guy streams. Let's go.
All right, yes, we are live. I'm here, and I've been waiting, well, how long? An hour now to crack this thing open, because the moment I do, everything starts being easy, because I get my, I guess my vitamins. Let's call it vitamins. Yeah, let's call it that. I've been half asleep until that one sip. But yeah,
Bodrix. Bodrix has correctly joined the channel.
Cool, that's great. We're gonna be doing some so we're gonna be watching the Tectone thing.
Just anti-Semite 9z'd. Tired of streaming to zero? Let's change that only at nesna.com zonsi4gy.
I'm just gonna leave that off. We're gonna leave that off. Screw you, Kick. You know, I'm about to. There has to be a way. There has to be a way for me to. I don't know. Probably not possible. Well, that guy's he just got banned. But anyways, we're gonna actually let's go. Yes, there we go. I turned off the the chat just for. Actually, you know what? Should I? I never actually figured this out, but I should figure it out. I will figure it out another time. Whatever. Bots, you can come in, say whatever you want. I don't care. I'll just try and cancel it before you actually read everything out. But hey, Wartsenary, I turned it back on because I saw you and I was like, I'm not gonna have bots ruin everyone else's day with the TTS, so it's gonna stay on. I'd rather listen to the bots for a split second and fix that. But yeah, we're gonna watch a Tectone thing. Oh wait, wrong button.
Worsenary. Leave it off a bit. I'm easy. Winky face.
Nah. I like listening to it because then I miss the chats. It's a bad habit. I end up getting so used to seeing the chats. I mean, not even looking at chat, but just looking over here at the video and just listening. So it's a win-win situation here. Makes me be lazy and people get the chat. So whatever. Anyways, we're gonna do the Tectone thing that we obviously see there. Wait, this is not how. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Yeah, so Tectone basically is watching. They started talking. He chat with Destiny for a little bit, but like he starts it out at like 3 hours 36 minutes, but like he doesn't talk to the dude until around an hour in. So let's just get to that part, and we're just gonna start from there.
Notifications, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace, boys. Bye-bye. All right, great. End here and end here. Oh, it's so sad now. Okay. Let me do this, and then let me do this. And then, all right. YouTube, y'all ready?
And I did watch this, so I am watching this again. But, so, this video, if I were to summarize it, is exactly... It just points out why... It just points out... Nah, I won't spoil. I won't spoil. Let's keep going.
Y'all good? We all here? Why can't you do kick? So I could do kick, but I think it's better if we're all in one massive conglomerate here on YouTube. It's a lot easier for me to hone in. When I'm having a conversation, it's a lot easier for me to only have one chat to worry about, okay? So be good?
And obviously, we're going to put
Ready to
some
see an idiot
factorial.
raging and not accepting opposing views. I think this conversation is going to be very cordial and very lovely, and I bet it's going to be great. All right, let's get into it. Yeah.
Wow, what's up, buddy?
Hold on, let me pop up my screen real quick. Cool. What happened to the Piers Morgan thing?
I don't know. I think that I think their bookers just shoot out like huge texts to see who bites on things, and then depending on who bites, they decide whether or not they want to go through the segment. So if I get like an invite, there's like
he's that British guy with the long nose, right? That nobody likes on CNN.
I don't know if anybody likes Piers Morgan. I kind of respect it. I feel like for some reason, yeah, everybody in Britain hates him. A lot of people.
I like Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan's he's pretty cool. He's pretty chill. Actually, no. Piers Morgan himself is pretty chill, but the people that he brings on to do debates it's the opposite of chill. Like, holy crap. Piers Morgan has a legit not debate style, is like a legit like what do you call it? Like business style, business model. Brings on people that yell at each other and gets a lot of clicks and stuff like that.
The U.S. don't like him, but I mean, he's got to grind. He's got to hustle. Okay. It does work.
So first off, would you mind introducing yourself to my chat, because they don't really see new people too often?
Well, that's kind of sad. Jesus.
The last new person that I talked to on stream was probably Erudite and Chud Logic.
Okay.
Oh yeah, the Erudite conversation with this dude and her was actually so good.
Cast of characters. My name is Destiny. I do politics and stuff sometimes on the internet, depending on my mood.
Yeah. So what's hilarious is, I'm not sure if I told you this.
Oh yeah. Well, here's a minor spoiler. This debate, or this debate, I put that in quotes. I won't tell you why, because that will spoil
Where's
a little
Neri?
bit.
Wick told me that Morgan stole his format. Winky face.
Wait, did Wick do this before Piers Morgan? Because if that's true, then maybe that did actually happen. But so the one thing that I'll say that might be a minor spoiler is the fact that wait, let me go back a little bit because to re-jog my memory.
Quite the cast of characters. My name is Destiny. I do politics and stuff.
My monster hasn't kicked in yet,
depending on my mood.
Yeah. So what's hilarious is
I remembered. Basically, just this is basically going to be a conversation of a normal person and a person that is too like it's like person internet brained meets normal human being outside of being internet brained. That's basically what this conversation turns into.
Not sure if I told you this. The first time you and I met was TwitchCon 2022, San Diego. I think that was outside of a hotel. This was way forever ago when I just played gacha games. But do you remember this conversation I had with you about this a couple years ago?
Not yet, but keep telling me and maybe I'll remember.
Where I said, yo, what up, Destiny? Big fan. And you were like, I'm pretty sure I know who you are. And I said, yeah, I'm a part of OTK. And you said, oh, that's why I don't like you. Do you remember that or no?
Oh, fuck, I do remember this. Wait, why? This was in reference to something. I was either feuding with... Did this have something to do with Miskip at the time? Was the Miskip drama happening at the time?
I mean, there's not really a point in time where there's no Miskip drama happening.
True, but there was a big one. And at that time, I think like all of OTK were like enemies about me, or enemies concerning me or something. I don't remember something
Well,
like this. But
I will say this, as a guy who was a part of OTK for 3 years, there wasn't really that much agreeing as like OTK as a whole is going to do this. Like there was never like these. Okay, I'm trying to think. Was there any blacklisting at all? I don't.
No,
think so.
it never got that bad.
Yeah.
I think when I said this, I think I was like half joking. I don't think I've ever seriously feuded with anybody.
Yeah, there was also
And,
like a
yeah.
big rift between like owners of OTK and like talent of OTK. So as a talent guy, I was never really involved in like the big higher ups and what they thought. I was kind of just a dude who played video games, and that was pretty much it. But I will say, there's
Is your background gotcha video games? Is that?
So I started YouTube 6.5, 7 years ago. I played a shit ton of gacha games for like 4.5 years. I was ridiculously addicted. It was so bad. I've spent, I shit you not, like well over like $500,000 on gacha games in like 2 years. And it just became a fucking horrible issue. But the longer I played gacha games, the more I realized that
This guy is a Genshin Impact player, which some people might see that as a slur, but that is not a slur. Genshin Impact is actually a good game. Some people get butthurt because it's just a ripoff of like Breath of the Wild, but I don't care. So it's a good game. There's a reason why Genshin Impact is more popular than Breath of the Wild right now. Breath of the Wild is literally, I mean, it's nothing can replace it basically. But like, who's playing it now? Who's streaming it now? It's not really relevant these days, but it is an icon in the past of a really good game. So whatever.
that you know, it's already bad enough gambling addicts. It's already bad enough. And turn the mic up, my guy. My mic is like loud as fuck. But my side, no, my shit's like peaking, bro. Is my mic bad, guys? Is it bad?
Wait, do you do this with your stream every day too?
Yeah, no, this almost never happens. Like, I feel like my mic is insane.
Oh,
Okay.
you're fine on my end.
Okay, yeah.
Ban that guy. Ban that guy. Ban him.
Yeah,
He's
well,
trolling you. He's fucking trolling you. Ban him.
Yeah,
Ban
okay.
him.
Yeah, ban that guy. But yeah, I realized that I would always try to like talk about things that I believed in this gaming space, and people just didn't really want to hear it. So I kind of leaned more into like reactionary and like commentary. Also, Asmongold just recommended that I try doing like reactions and commentary. He even told me to copy his thumbnails. I originally copied Mizkif and Ludwig's thumbnails, but Asmon's are a lot easier because my editor does them for free, whereas like the Mizkif, Ludwig thumbnails cost about $50. But now I'm more so into commentary and reactions, and I have been so for probably about like 2.5 years by now.
Okay, I want to ask a real last question. Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm embarrassed because it's been a long time. I don't actually know what the fuck a gacha game is. It looks to me like it's like basically
Wow.
loot boxes, and then you get like characters, and there's not. Is there like actual gameplay when it comes to gacha games, or is it just like loot boxing animated characters?
So the majority of them you just masturbate to. There's not really any game.
Okay, Tectone gives us such a terrible take on what a gacha game is, bro. That is not the case. That is not, or maybe that's what he does. So obviously that there's good gameplay, but you're giving like the worst take ever.
Play. It's kind of like pull the new character and then come.
Okay, but where does the gambling come in from?
So the gambling is to get the women that you come to, or the men. But that's very rare.
Is there no gameplay?
It is not rare.
Mercenary.
It is.
I don't know
rare.
them either.
I would say Genshin Impact is probably one of the best gacha games. I know there's like other gacha games that are kind of just, I mean, the ones that I guess maybe the majority of them are like that, but like the one that I've played was pretty damn good. Had a good story. It's still continuing to make a story. It's not just one gender. It is multiple I mean, there's two. I almost misspoke there. There's two. They focus on like each character has different powers and they do different things. It's really fun. It's a cool game. But I know there's other gacha games, like I guess mobile gacha games that are just it's like those, I guess it's just like a one-hit wonder type of thing. Where I mean, maybe that's what he's talking about. If he was talking about Genshin and he was saying the exact same thing, I would heavily disagree with him, but there's probably oh yeah, and gacha is basically just anime. So
Is it truly just buying like characters?
or an anime video game.
So the majority of gacha games are take a pre-existing formula of a video game and then make it live service. So there's a frequent update for new content every 6 weeks, and then just add a massive pay gate to where you have to pay $400 to $500 per character that you want to use. So like for example, the biggest gacha game of all time copied a game called Breath of the Wild. So Genshin Impact is Breath of the Wild, but instead of getting the characters' weapons for free, you have to pay $500 for it.
Oh, so kind of like
You don't need to pay $500 for it. You can get it for free. You just have to wait longer, basically.
a long time ago. I don't know if this is still a thing, but on cell phones, there was the Korean MMO formula.
I will defend Genshin, even though it did come from a place that I don't really care for. But Genshin's it's a good gacha game. It is a good gacha game. It's a good one. All the other ones probably are trash, but Genshin Impact, I will vouch for.
Kind of.
Yes.
And people just iterate on like.
I don't like this Genshin Impact slander this guy is doing. It is actually irritating.
how the paywalls work and everything, but like the gameplay is basically on rails and it's not much of a challenge. It's like buying shit and gambling shit and yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, and like the Tower of Fantasy, which is another like MMO on the phone, which is always fucking terrible. But yeah, that's pretty much everything to know about me. I don't recommend them. I do not recommend them. I barely play them anymore. Besides Uma Musume, have you seen that shit?
I don't. That sounded like a really bad sushi dish. I don't know what that means. I have no idea. Sorry.
True.
Uma Musume, I'm sure your chat knows it. It's anime horse racing.
Okay. Oh, that kind of sounds like the thing. Aren't girls fighting over whether or not they should have Uma Mumas on their purses or something? Does that sound like a thing? Do you have any idea what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's probably a thing, man. That's probably a thing. But
oh, La Boo Boos. What is a La Boo Boo?
that's
All
different.
right, I do not care about this part. Can we get to the political stuff
I do that
now?
on Yeet.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Yeah. I don't have as much money as you said. $200,000, a little bit out of my price range.
So they cries about it on stream. Yeah, it's a hugely coordinated effort. I think I spend probably over $200,000 a month on bots and Nazis to go and spam bad stuff about Hassan
Okay.
Piker.
Good. Okay, so me and you do the same thing. Awesome. I do that on Yeet.
Oh, that's good. Okay.
Where's Neri? This is odd.
Yeah. I'm just gonna skip past it because like we don't care about that right now.
I don't have as much money as you said. $200,000, a little bit out of my price range. By the way, I saw a clip of you saying that I care a lot about money. I don't think I care a lot about money. I just like being factual with how much money streamers have, which is a fucking ridiculous amount. Because XQC definitely has like hundreds of millions of dollars.
For sure.
Yeah, because
well, hundreds of million. He might actually from the stake sponsors for sure. Yeah, probably. Yeah. He's at least worth 100 million. Yeah. Maybe unless he's gambled it all away.
yeah, which I believe like am I crazy? I thought that Stake had like a stake fund where like they give you X amount to gamble, so you will never lose.
Yeah, but it wouldn't surprise me if some people gambled more. I don't know XQC that well, so I couldn't say his personality type. But like for instance, for Trainwreck's, if you were to show me Trainwreck's like bank account and he had $50,000 left, I wouldn't be surprised. But if he also had like $500 million, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I just have no idea. Like it's hard to say for the gambling people sometimes.
Yeah. By the way, something I always wanted to ask you is, with you, I think and I think with every streamer, there's always like what one person's saying, what someone else is saying, and what the actual truth is. So I did just kind of want to hear from you. Why are you banned on Twitch? Because I don't get it. Was it because you called like trans people dumb or something?
I mean, there's
Where's
the macro
Neri?
reason, and then there's the.
We should get a gambling sponsor, eh?
If they pay me 7 figures, then yeah, why not?
given reason. The given reason I think was.
I'm not against gambling, but like I know there's like a whole massive negative stigma against it. Like I think it's stupid. Well, like gambling is just stupid. Like especially if you're not making money. But if you're making money, like you can call it whatever you want as long as it's legal. If it's legal and it's giving me six or 7 figures, why not? Why not?
It's because.
Because then you only got to do it one time, and then you got savings for the rest of your life.
The time when I was feuding with Keffels, and then there's a group. I mean, I don't have to tell you. There's a group of like very ideologically driven, like crazy, a subsect of like trans people online. And I said something along the lines of like these people, like this trans group on Twitter is, I think I call them incestuous or something, or something like that. So like, don't fight with them. It's a waste of time, and they're not even representative of all trans people. These people are crazy, or something like that. I thought I said subhuman initially, but apparently that wasn't what I said in the clip. I think I called them inbred, and then I got permabanned for that. But I think on the macro thing, I think there's just a lot of people at Twitch. Like it's like a San Francisco subculture of people, and I think a lot of them are Hearthstone fans. And I mean, just given everything else that happens on that platform, I'm thinking there's just a lot of people in trust and safety that really didn't like me for probably reasons related to my politics, is my guess. Because it's hard to imagine why I would get permabanned for that comment, given everything else that happens on Twitch. So yeah.
I will say I am not familiar with what your politics are at all. The only person's politics I usually keep up with is just Hassan's, because they're so dystopian to what any normal human being with a functioning brain thinks. It just baffles me every single time he talks. I'm pretty sure you're like left leaning. Well,
I would say I'm quite far left, but it depends on the environment. It depends on what we're talking about, I guess.
Yeah, you're quite far left until the far left starts talking, and then you're like, well, I mean, he doesn't know. Like he switches back and forth. Like the whole, is he far left? Is he not far left? I feel like that whole conversation's kind of stupid, especially with Destiny, because it's just, Like he, obviously Hassan is like his sphere of influence is the far left, but he likes to
Where's
group
Neri?
himself with
Why
them.
would you talk and not know who you are talking to?
Why would you talk and not know who you were talking to?
I will say I am not familiar with what your politics are at all. The only person's politics I usually keep up with is just Hassan's because they're so dystopian to what any normal human being with a functioning brain thinks. It just baffles me every single time he talks. I'm pretty sure you're like left leaning. Well,
I would say I'm quite far left, but it depends on the environment. It depends on what we're talking about, I guess.
yeah, I think you are underneath the impression that I'm like far right.
Where's Neri?
Not.
Surely Tectone knows who Destiny is.
Oh yeah, he does know, but if you watched his conversation with Erudite, he likes to be in good faith and not like use the random nonsense that he hears about people that people say on the internet about another person. So in this conversation, he's going to be in good faith and just ignore all the other information that he's seen out there about this guy and just talk to him himself, which is I appreciate that. Like he obviously said that he thinks he's far like he's on the left. He's very left. So like he does know him because like Destiny is on the left, but then Destiny's like, I need to one up this and be like, no, actually I'm far left. But you're not you're not Destiny. You're not far left. If you were, you would be in Hassan Piker's like list, but you're not. You hate him. You completely despise him actually. And you find his types of politics very extremely cringe, but yet you're going to still call yourself the far left. Okay.
Really?
Okay,
But
great.
so here, okay, here, you help me with this, okay? You can
Sure.
help me sort through this, all right?
Actually, this is a very interesting
Every single
point.
time you talk. I'm pretty sure you're like left leaning. Well,
I would say I'm quite far left, but it depends on the environment. It depends on what we're talking about, I guess.
yeah, I think you are underneath the impression that I'm like far right.
Not really.
Okay,
But
great.
so here, okay, here, you help me with this, okay? You
Sure.
can help me sort through this, all right?
Yep.
Okay, this has been my issue with like politics on the internet as of recently. Okay, real quick, do you mind saying how old you are?
How old do you think?
Not a day over 24.
31.
Okay, 31. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, 31.
Okay, 31. I'm 36. Okay, I feel like in the past growing up, and maybe this is just like a thing that happens as you get older and you just see different things. So maybe I'm just like we remember our childhoods differently. But I feel like growing up, I feel like everything wasn't quite as political. Like today, it feels like everything is political. Like how much you weigh, if you go to the gym, is political.
Yeah, because you weren't paying attention to politics. I feel like when you were growing up, it wasn't as political because you weren't paying attention to politics. Yeah, that makes sense, Destiny. Like, it's not that things got more political, is that your brain actually tuned into politics way more. Politics has always been the way that it has been. It's just now it's more internetized, if that's a word. And you're paying attention to it more. That's like 80% of the difference right now. And then the other 19.5% is basically it's on the internet.
Every single TV show you watch is like, it's people of liberals watch this, conservatives watch that. I feel like every single thing has become
Fox News and CNN has been a thing for a really long time.
so hardcore political. And I think one of the kind of annoying things that I have to deal with is online, there's a group of people who are like, today we call them woke, but like 10 years ago we called them SJWs.
Yes.
And a lot of these people are incredibly fucking annoying. I've spent a good part of my career fighting against a lot of these people. They've tried to cancel me on 50 million different things. They're just very, very fucking annoying people. In the past, it was the social justice warriors. Today, today it's the fucking wokies. But the issue, I think, is that somehow, like, this has bled over into every single part of life, such that people who are traditionally not, I would say, like conservative, somehow get wound up in the entire kind of mega conservative stuff. So I don't know if you saw that clip where XQC was shouting at me because he's like, Asmongold isn't even right leaning. He's like center, he's center left or whatever.
Yes.
I think the weird thing is that traditionally people would have just been like, God, these like social justice warriors are so fucking annoying online. They're so irritating. And it's like, okay, if you want to have that opinion, that's fine. But now that gets like plugged into, God, these people online are so annoying and woke scoldy. And also, I think that putting children in immigrant cages is actually kind of base. And it's like, wait, how did these two opinions get connected? And I think that's my issue is that I don't understand how everything gets like wrapped into this huge political move. It's like, why not just like hate woke annoying people without having to go full send on the rest of your political opinions? That's like that's the frustrating thing that I have, I guess, to deal with. Yeah.
It's kind of funny, isn't it?
Well, it would be if the country wasn't on the verge of collapse, I think. But yeah.
For me, like, politics is usually like a joke. Like, I don't really take it too seriously, to be completely honest. I like to do what other people probably describe as like common sense politics, where I'll talk about political issues where it's like, this is obviously the right answer and no other answer makes sense. But like for shit like Israel, Palestine, I have no idea what the fuck's going on over there. I have no idea to know what's going on over there. I fucking just don't know. And my other problem is I really don't like trusting, getting involved in political issues. Like, for example, you're someone who researches things. I 100% admit I don't research anything.
Sure.
I have no desire to, because I don't know how a human being can get properly informed on issues happening in another country while relying on people to actually give a factual representation of the acts that in the order that they occurred, without being like pushed towards a left agenda or a right agenda. And I worry so much falling down that rabbit hole, I kind of just avoid talking about topics like that altogether. Whereas, like, for example, another topic that I would feel comfortable talking about is like HRT and trans kids. I don't believe in trans kids. I believe in mentally ill parents. I don't think that you should be putting HRT into your children.
Based.
Due to the fact that, I mean, these kids are like fucking 8 years old or 12 years old. Why are you trying to, cancel their?
I mean, like, but memeing aside, like, yes, like we don't let kids, like, we tell kids what to do. Like, why are kids dictating something in the life? Like, we don't let kids drink alcohol because we know alcohol can change them permanently because they're too young to understand that type of stuff. But yet they're old enough to understand gender ideology and things that were like, when did you learn about gender, the whole gender spectrum ideology thing? Like, basically in college, right? But yet they're supposed to just know that as like kids, and then we're supposed to do life-altering change, permanently life-altering changes to their bodies at a young age, as if like that, which is, it's wild. Like, we don't let them do other things, but we'll let them do this.
Where's Neri?
Which is crazy.
Hands off the kids' Dems.
Yes, true. Like, come on now.
I guess puberty, so they can become a girl better. I just think it's, trans kids. I don't believe in trans kids. I believe in mentally ill parents. I don't think that you should be putting HRT into your children, due to the fact that, I mean, these kids are like fucking 8 years old. They're 12 years old. Why are you trying to, cancel their, I guess puberty so they can become a girl better? I just think it's fucking dumb.
Yeah.
I think decisions like that are too serious to be making at such a young age. But yeah, that's what I would consider like common sense politics versus, the informed, what would be called geopolitical politics.
Yeah, sure. Or it depends. Yeah. So I'll say that there's, so there's two things going on. So one, when it comes to like larger political issues, you look like a snapping young lad who goes to the gym. Do you do like full body workouts or whatever?
Yes. Yeah, I do. Every day. I have a girlfriend who's very active in the gym, and so she makes me work out very good.
Okay. Do you do like deadlifts?
Girlfriend?
No, I don't do deadlifts. I don't do squats. But I do like, for example, like I have a spine injury, so I have to be very careful with the lifts that I do. Deadlifts and squats are like, they're brutal for me.
Okay. Well, I was going to say for like deadlifting and squatting, these are two pretty complicated lifts. Like if you were to write it down on paper and tell somebody perfectly how to do the lifts, there's no way they'd be able to do them perfectly without a lot of practice. Like you just have to do it, right? I mean, like technically this is true even for benching, right? You look at, you bench 225, what do you do?
I bench 225 for about 48 reps over 5 sets.
Jesus Christ, you're a monster.
I outbench Hassan, fun fact. Dude made a clip the other day where he was saying, if you don't bench 225 4 or 5 times, then you can't talk about my politics. And it's like, bro, shut the fuck up. Everybody could do 225 with like 6 months of practice in the gym. It's not even hard.
Sure. Okay. So when it comes to doing stuff like that, you just have to like have experience, right? Like no amount of reading or research is going to give you the perfect form, is going to give you the muscles to do it. I think when it comes to a lot of political issues, so geopolitics or economics or whatever, there's not a shortcut for just kind of like having a lot of ground information and then like reading a lot of stuff. There's no way to just be able to pick out one article and discern the truth or the not truth. When it comes to complicated, large scale political issues, that's one thing I would say. But then you said you don't touch those that much, which is fine. The second thing that I kind of wonder about sometimes, so when you talk about like the HRT for kids thing, so I think that there are some issues that can be contentious. I cringe a lot when people talk about like their 4-year-olds or trans or whatever weird stuff like
It's fucking
that.
insane. It's psychotic.
Yeah, for sure.
Notice the difference in like worldview. Tectone says that's like effing insane. Like this is a crazy thing. Why is this even a thing that needs to like this? Like this is wild that it's actually happening. And Destiny's like, yeah, it's just a little cringe. Yeah, it's cringe that they're just doing this. Yeah, it's just a little cringe. You know, I cringe at it. It's not that big of a deal, but it's cringy. Yeah, like notice the difference in worldview here. This is why no one will. This is why people can't. Or it's getting more and more people are seeing the world in different ways. Because like, notice the type of tone he's using for this. Like that's. Either you think it's kind of crazy, which I agree with him. Like this is wild. Why is this even a thing that we even need to be discussing right now? Like it's the answer to this is obvious. We have the whole I already talked about the whole alcohol thing. We don't give kids aren't allowed to choose alcohol because we know that it's gonna like damage them. Like they can't smoke things. It's gonna permanently damage them. But we allow them to put other hormones and drugs into them because they said so, and I guess it'll damage them, but mentally it fixes them, I guess. But it's just wild.
But the thing that I kind of question sometimes is there's
listen to his minimizing language to this
thing. So I think that there are some issues that can be contentious. I cringe a lot when people talk about like their 4-year-olds or trans or whatever weird stuff like that.
It's fucking insane. It's like
yeah, whatever weird stuff like that. Like whatever weird stuff is like that. No, his response is what you're supposed to be responding with. It's crazy. It's effing insane. Why are kids doing this? Why are parents letting their kids do this? It's insane. We don't let kids do anything else that could alter their life in any kind of like negative way possible. Like it's they can't take drugs, but they can take these drugs.
Psychotic.
Yeah, for sure. But the thing that I kind of question sometimes is there's this magnitude effect that's hard to explain to somebody.
1-0 Tectone.
Somebody can
1-0 Tectone? Are you saying 1 win for Tectone? Because like yeah, that is a good take.
Say something and it's not like wrong, but sometimes I wonder the response. So for instance, like if I were to tell you I broke up with my ex because I felt like they left the house dirty. I felt like they lied to me sometimes. They stabbed me 4 times once when I was sleeping, and they said something mean about my mom, right? Like if I presented it that way, like you would be like, wait, hold on. One of those things seemed way worse than the other things, right? It'd be like very weird how I present that. And I didn't say anything wrong, right? Like, oh yeah, but there's 4 reasons why I didn't like this person, when you talk about like the HRT stuff in kids and people have a strong feeling about that, I mean, like,
yeah, it is weird. And then, but when you give the context of like why are they like even saying that in the first place? Why do they add that so nonchalantly into the settings? You ask them, oh wait, so like everything that you said besides the stabbing part sounds normal.
Worse Neri.
Why
1-0, nil UK for 0.
I'm confused. Oh, is it because UK is doing something weird about that type of stuff?
We can walk down that whole route. I don't really care that much about it. But I guess my question is I feel like how do some people have such a strong opinion about that, but they're like indifferent to parents not vaccinating their kids against like the measles, and then their kids die of the measles? That's like a weird dichotomy to me.
Yeah, that is a weird hypothetical, but like that's not what's going on. Like you live in a dystopian. Oh, I love this. This is so good because later in the video, I'm gonna spoil this because this is actually perfect. Later in the video, Destiny's like, all right, brings up like, all right, so how many people are actually dying from the measles because of this whole like anti-vaccine type of movement? And Destiny's like, well, one person did just die since 2004 in the US. And I'm like, bro. Oh yeah, there's this whole, and he talks about, it's funny because like he talks about there's this magnitude problem, but
Where's
you've got
Gary?
one person.
No, we just say nil in sports for 0 for some reason in the UK. I'm not much help here. Winky face.
Oh, 1-0. Oh, okay. I'm so I was I was so confused. I'm like, what's nil? Are you trying to say mil, like million? But nil. Okay. So 0 to 1 or 1 to 0 Tectone. Oh. Okay. For Destiny versus Tectone. All right. I understand now.
Well, I feel like there's different. Would you say? Like, I feel like getting proper
Like,
vaccinations.
like,
Yeah, it is super different. Like, hold up. Let's go back a little bit because this is kind of like the gas. Like, listen to his language. I say this is kind of gaslighty, and he's thinking and he sees it. He's not going to get manipulated by this.
HRT stuff in kids, and people have a strong feeling about that. I mean, like we can walk down that whole route. I don't really care that much about it. But I guess my question is I feel like how do some people have such a strong opinion about that, but they're like indifferent to parents not vaccinating their kids against like the measles, and then their kids die of the measles. That's like
Yeah, they're indifferent from that because it's not happening, Destiny. Just because you don't get vaccinated doesn't mean that you're going to automatically die from the measles. If you inject hormones into kids, you are definitely going to have irreversible effects with those kids. You're talking about something that has a potential of happening that's very low versus someone literally injecting things into kids and having 100% guarantee, 90% guarantee that something negative is going to happen with, I mean, we have the studies, like there's a lot of kids that end up like not growing properly. Their bones get don't properly develop because you're putting these weird hormones into them that's not supposed to be there during puberty. So like this has happened. Those are negative effects that changes their body for the rest of their life in really bad ways, because brittle bones is not good. Like you fall, you could break your bone with a slight hit on the ground. And there you go. You have a fracture for like the most minute thing. Because, little Timmy was like, I played with dolls when he was a little kid. And then they decided we need to give him some estrogen at 14. Like, bro, this is wild. This is wild. But we're going to compare it to, like, these kids, like, these parents, like, that they're not giving their kids vaccines to the measles. And then we had a death. We had someone die from the measles since 2004. And I'm like, oh, so one person. There's obviously a magnitude problem here, but it's not on our side. It's on your side. Why are you comparing something to, like, it's so stupid. But, like, in the future, there's a slippery slope. I think he gives the argument. There's a slippery slope where it's like, oh, he could, it could lead to more measles outbreaks in the U.S. And then I'm like, so you're saying the only way that slippery slope can actually be valid and work in the hypothetical is if everyone starts being anti-vaccine, which isn't going to happen. Not every single person isn't going to be like anti-vaccine. And also, we've always had people that were anti-vaccine. Like, that's always been a thing. This is not a new thing that's happened. There's always been the conspiracy might have changed, but the ultimate decision of not taking vaccines is still like the end result. Like, maybe it was a different reasoning for in the 1990s, probably was a different reasoning like later on, before when vaccines even became a thing. Like it's just so stupid. It's so dumb. Like it is. I say gaslighting, but I'm using the word gaslight instead of the word over exaggeration. Like the over exaggeration that this guy does for why he thinks one thing is much more than the other is just wild.
a weird dichotomy to me.
Well, I feel
Let's go back a little bit.
I mean, like we can walk down that whole route. I don't really care that much about it. But I guess my question is I feel like how do some people have such a strong opinion about that, but they're like indifferent to parents not vaccinating their kids against like the measles, and then their kids die of the measles? That's like a weird dichotomy to me.
Oh yeah, and then that statement's it's very disingenuous because there's only there's been 3 people so far since 2004 or whatever that has actually died of the measles? Like, parents, they don't want to take the kids and then they die from the measles. Like, yes, that's not what actually happens. No, that's not what actually happens. The vast majority, like, there's obviously more than just 3 people that are anti-vaxxed in the entire United States. Like, this comparison is just very, to me, it feels very gaslighty and manipulative, because, like, this is not happening. You live in a weird, deluded world right now.
I feel like there's different, wouldn't you say? Like, I feel like getting proper vaccinations.
Yes, true.
Like, in terms of, like, I've never seen somebody who is, like, super hell-bent against HRT for kids because of protection of the children and all that, which, I mean, I think that could be a legitimate position. But then when it comes to, like, people in Texas not giving their kids measles vaccines and their kids just die from the measles, I'm like, holy shit, that just seems unhinged. But, like,
See? Like, look at this. He's literally talking about 3 people that died in the United States, and I think one of them was in Texas. But, like, he's saying, oh, but these kids are dying from the measles. Like, what are you talking about? This is not happening in reality.
Same group of people that would have really strong opinions about the HRT stuff. On the vaccine stuff, they would go, well, I think parents have a right to figure out their kids' medical decisions and the government should intervene with that. And I was like, I mean, okay, I mean, you can have that position, but then why not take the same position like the HRT stuff?
I feel like when it comes to preserving a child's life with a vaccine, I understand that. Hold up, sorry, my brain is fucking jumbled right now. Holy fuck, you speak so fast.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to keep up. I got brain fog right now. I don't have enough B12. Yeah, I feel like a parent should be.
He needs to be drinking this Monster. This thing has, wait, how much B12 does this thing have? Let's see. We got 490% synthetic B12, by the way. Because, like, I don't recommend energy drinks. I know that the type of B12, wait, actually, most B12 is synthetic because it comes from, I think, doesn't B12 come from a bacteria or something? I think, maybe, I don't know.
I mean, it's probably within their right to.
Oh,
say
and meat. It comes from meat as well.
that. You know,
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to keep up. I got brain fog right now. I don't have enough B12. Yeah, I feel like a parent should be. I mean, it's probably within their right to say that, you know, for this, when a child's born, they want to make sure that a child doesn't get fucking the measles. But I don't think a parent has the right to say, "Oh, my son is a girl because they play with Barbies."
True.
In reality, they're just fucking gooners, right? And they're just like looking at the naked Barbie, but they're just like, "Oh no, I'm telling you."
And plus, oh my God, this is another gaslighting thing. The anti-vax people aren't saying, I want my kids to have the measles, so therefore I'm not going to get the vaccine. No, that's not what they're saying. No one's saying that. This is just a weird, wacky thing that he likes to believe. What the anti-vaxxers are actually saying is, I think vaccines are going to give my kids a negative health effect. And everyone knows what that negative health effect is. I don't need to say it. It's a conspiracy theory. Like, they're saying that something bad is going to happen to their kids if they give them this vaccine. That's what they're saying. And that's the reasoning why this whole thing is, like, so big in the first place. But Destiny likes to frame it as like, oh, these parents are so stupid and deluded. They're the only reason they don't want vaccines because they want measles to outbreak again in the United States. And that's basically what he's alluding to. Or that's what it sounds like he's or someone could get that interpretation for what he's talking about. And part of him, I think, is banking on that because he wants to push his worldview toward everyone else and convince them of the way he thinks, which it's obviously not working with me because I can see right through him easily, but still.
It's a woman trapped in my child's body.
And that's why I like to use the word gaslighting, because all these little things that he says, it's just... I know people in the comments, they get so mad when I use the word gaslighting. Oh, you're not even use the word properly. Like, yeah, I don't care. Kick rocks, man.
No, it is. They're bad, but I don't think a parent has the right to say, "Oh."
The hate comments, not my beloved comments.
My son is a girl because they play with Barbies. When in reality, they're just fucking gooners. Right, and they're just like looking at the naked Barbie, but they're just like, oh no, I'm telling you, it's a woman trapped in my child's body. I know it is. They're begging to get out. We got to get them on HRT quick, especially when it comes to the whole power dynamic of what your mother wants you to be versus what you are as a son, and you just telling your mom anything that you will tell your mom if they want you to be a daughter. You'll be like, oh yeah, no, I am a girl mom 100% because you want like their appreciation and their I guess their approval, and so kids will just do what they want for their parents.
That is exactly what
so I mean, like I
kids
said,
do.
I can understand why people be opposed to the trans stuff, but I don't understand how people can be okay with not vaccinating their kids. Like, if we're talking about like protecting,
because you're talking about two different people, Destiny. Did that like thought ever cross your mind?
children and making decisions for them that they're not capable of making yet to keep them healthy and safe. Watching kids die of measles now in the United States because parents decide not to vaccinate them.
No one's watching kids die of measles. Like, this over-exaggeration. One person since 2004. People aren't watching kids die from the... Like, this is... I'm just going to keep saying that. Like, it's just crazy. It's crazy. Like, we'll get to the statistic. They actually look it up. And then you start seeing, like, this is literally... Every time he keeps bringing up this point, it's gaslighting. It's very, very gaslighting.
I think parents should vaccinate their kids.
Protecting children and making decisions for them that they're not capable of making yet to keep them healthy and safe. Watching kids die of measles now in the United States because parents decide not to vaccinate them.
I think parents should vaccinate.
Where's Neri? Does he vaccinate his kid, or does his EX ouch, winky face?
Destiny obviously does vaccinate his kids. He actually believes what he says. Tectone also vaccinates his kids, so Destiny's literally talking to nobody right now.
Kids. I think they absolutely should be vaccinating their kids.
Like, Tectone agrees.
To keep them healthy and safe. Watching kids die of measles.
And I kind of agree too. Like, the conspiracy theories on the whole vaccines causing a specific type of illness doesn't actually, like, it really isn't any like, the data on that is very, very small and very, very sketchy. Like, there's like speculation, and then there's like what's the other word? I forget what the other word is. Like, yeah, I forget what
Where's
how
Neri?
to say it.
I had 4 COVID ones Southwell.
Well, I mean, the COVID vaccine, I'm talking about all the other vaccines. Like, that's the issue. Like, if one vaccine does, like, terrible, like, have bad side effects, like the whole COVID vaccine thing, the new technology that they were using for that thing, I personally didn't want to take it because there was actually a legit side effect of like blood clots in one of the things, and it did, and I'm like, COVID is basically the flu now. I don't need to risk a blood clot. There's no need for me to do that. But then people with a conspiracy type brain that don't really think things through all the way will end up seeing that one thing and then saying, see, I told you vaccines were bad. Because, like, look at this COVID one. It causes blood clots, like a side effect, even though it's a very small, like, it's very unlikely for you to get it, but I'm not risking it. I'm not interested in risking that.
In the United States, because parents decide not to vaccinate them.
I think parents should
Where's
vaccinate
Neri?
their kids.
Indeed, I had my measles, mumps, and rubella when I was a kid. You're young, so COVID wouldn't have done much to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like, there's just no need. Like, why do I need to give myself a side effect to something that, like, the death rate of that thing was, like, less than 1%. Actually, it was less than 0.1%. It's insane. But, like, people, like, the whole fear-mongering with the whole COVID vaccine stuff was the reason why this whole anti-vax stuff is, like, getting so prominent in the first place now. Because of the over-exaggeration that they did with the whole COVID stuff, and everyone saw it. They saw the over-exaggerations and the craziness, the crazy-making that they were doing. So, yeah, it's like Destiny's literally doing what they've been doing, but then it found out that actually it wasn't as bad as people were saying it was. And then people are more skeptical because you lied to them once and you over-exaggerated to that whole thing to them once. Now they're very skeptical about every other thing. Like, it's just human nature, basically. But I guess Destiny rejects that.
I think they absolutely should be vaccinating their kids, personally.
Yeah, but I understand that. But we run into the magnitude issue, right? So, like, when it comes to the vaccination
Where's
stuff,
Neri?
like, I think that they...
Yes, saying once you got the jab you wouldn't get it, then you got it. Bad science.
Yes, saying once you get jab, you wouldn't get it. Then you got it. bad signs. Yeah, yeah.
They should vaccinate their kids personally. But when it comes to the HRT stuff, I think you're like, that should be illegal, right?
I think, well, I mean, yeah, I think it's a big difference, don't you think?
Yeah, exactly. It is a big
Well,
difference.
I mean, I feel like there's at least...
yeah, yeah. Like he. Oh wait, let's listen to that one more time.
Yeah, to keep them healthy and safe. Watching kids die of measles now in the United States because parents decide not to vaccinate them.
I
Obviously, because
think
people in the
parents
government
should
are lying,
vaccinate
I
their
think
kids. I think they absolutely should be vaccinating their kids, personally.
Yeah, but yeah, I understand that. But
Yeah.
we run into the magnitude issue, right? So like when it comes to the vaccination stuff, you're like, I think that they should vaccinate their kids personally. But when it comes to the HRT stuff, I think you're like, that should be illegal, right?
I think, well, I mean, yeah, I think it's a big difference, don't you think?
Yes. Yep.
Well,
it is.
I mean, I feel like there's at least some evidence for trans people being a real thing, regardless of how you feel they should be treated or whatever. But I don't think there's any evidence for like not vaccinating people against the measles. Like I feel like the measles one is a much easier. Give me.
Yeah, once again.
Well, once again, there's a bunch of conspiracies on it. So, like, yes, it makes sense. Just because you don't think those conspiracies are true doesn't mean that other people actually do think that's like. Just because you think it's like there's no evidence, you say there's no evidence. Oh, there's no evidence at all. But yet people are taking the measles things much more seriously than the other things. And the reason they're taking it more seriously than the whole actually, let's go back. Like I'm jumbling my thoughts a little bit.
I feel like there's at least some evidence for trans people being a real thing, regardless of how you feel they should be treated or whatever. But I don't think there's any evidence for like not vaccinating people against the measles. Like I feel like the measles one is a much.
No, there's a lot of evidence, and you just that's the thing though. He uses evidence in a really weird way. There's a bunch of conspiracies, like yes, and there's been conspiracies, and then the whole COVID thing exaggerated this conspiracies, and a lot of people are just they're not the smartest people, you know? They're not smart. There's a lot of people that are just not smart. So they're going to believe things and then get confirmation bias, because confirmation bias is a very strong type of bias, and just believe things that they believe the pre-existing notion of what they already thought. Like this is not something that's so difficult to understand about human beings. But I guess, yeah, like I said before, Destiny just rejects that part, I guess, or just doesn't understand it, or doesn't want to say it because it's too good faith, I guess. Because I think his community is just. It's whenever he's in debate mode, it's impossible for them to be good faith.
Much easier. Give me.
Yeah, once again, I do think that every child should be vaccinated, 100%. Mm-hmm. But I feel like when you're making a life-altering decision that much, I don't think. Like,
yes.
I feel like the odds of
not getting a vaccine is not a life-altering decision. Putting hormones into a kid's body is a life-altering decision. Like, bro, like I said before, like, not getting a vaccine isn't going to automatically get you. Isn't like a 90% chance that you're going to get that thing that you were supposed to get protected against. Also, we also got antibodies from like breast milk, so like it's not like we need a vaccine to like survive. So like, bro, it's just so wild. Like he's comparing something that isn't going to end up like deleting you if you don't get to something that will probably end up deleting you if you do get it. Like, well, there's only one thing here that's a life-altering type of change to your body, and it's not the absence of a vaccine in your system.
I'm a kid, I need to be trans right now or I'm gonna kill
the measles. Like I feel like the measles one is a much easier. Give me.
Yeah, once again, I do think that every child should be vaccinated, 100%. Mm-hmm. But I feel like when you're making a life-altering decision that much, I don't think like I feel like the odds of I'm a kid, I need to be trans right now or I'm gonna kill myself is like, okay, well that's probably an underlying issue, right? That's probably
it could be. But I mean, like, do we think that anybody is trans, like the older people or whatever?
Do I think that older people are trans? Well, yeah, I mean, I obviously believe it is a byproduct of a mental illness, gender dysphoria, right?
True.
Sure. So, like, if there's no better way to treat it than through transitioning, I mean, obviously, the earlier you can identify, the better. If there was a different way to treat it, I mean, we talk about a different way to treat it. But I guess I feel like if somebody were to kill their kid because they tried to trans their kid and the fucking hormones ended up killing the kid, I feel like there'd be a ton of outrage about that online. But when kids are dying from the measles, I feel like a lot of the people on the right who get super incensed over the HRT stuff just don't care that much. And that's just crazy to me. Because I feel like, at least ostensibly on one side, you can say like, well, maybe, you know, the HRT stuff, maybe there are trans people who are adults and transitional early can help. But on the measles side, like, it's just like crazy information about vaccines killing people.
So how many people are dying of measles right now?
In the United States,
Thank you. That's the question. That is the question.
many, but
Yeah.
I think that I thought that the transition.
Wait, what did he say
on the measles
first?
side, like it's just like crazy information about vaccines killing people.
So how many people are dying of measles right now?
In the United States, not many, but
Yeah.
I think that I thought it was the. I mean, someone.
Not many means one.
It was like the first death was like 2004 or whatever, and then there are.
Whoa, the first death since 2004. Wait, listen to that again. This is the thing that he was crazy making and saying that this is the worst thing in the world, and we need to compare this to like kids parents literally giving their hormones to kids in like in the thousands, or maybe definitely tens of thousands throughout the entire United States. We're comparing tens of thousands of kids getting hormones, irreversible hormones in the United States. We're comparing it to
Maybe there are trans people who are adults and transitional early can help, but on the measles side, like it's just like crazy information about vaccines killing people.
So how many people are dying of measles right now?
In the United States, not many, but
Yeah.
I think that I thought it was the. I mean, someone who was like the first death was like 2004 or whatever, and then there are the outbreaks are
whoa.
becoming increasingly large.
Okay, and how many?
Also, how
What's
many
the?
kids are transitioning? There's like in terms of like surgeries and stuff, it's a pretty low number too,
Sure,
right?
I have to.
It's not pretty low. What do you mean? Tens of thousands compared to one since 2004? Wow. Okay. If that's not cope, then I don't know what is.
Imagine it's on like the rising scale though. What's the suicide rate and depression rate in trans people?
Depends on whether or not I bully them much. I'm just kidding. I don't know. I don't know the actual.
Where's
answers.
Neri?
Okay.
Surprise, I wonder how I do the free sub.
Uh-oh. What? I can actually tell when you're in a different location too, by the way.
I know it's supposed to be higher, but like so many people cite different numbers and different people call different
I
people.
actually don't know, but if you could figure it out, that would be really great because you'll test out my alert system.
Trans, like people will say like, will people detransition at like a 98% rate? But when they say detransition, they're talking about people who just have felt like they were trans or non-binary. So it's hard to find the exact numbers.
I think
guess,
the reason why the right cares so much about the transitioning of kids is due to the fact that it's kind of blown up out of nowhere. Like I think the whole trans movement became very big in like 2019. At least that's when I became aware of it.
Yep.
2019, 2020, and now it's kind of like a whole thing taking the world by storm right now. And I think there's a lot of people upset with it because I feel like people are okay with people transitioning when people. I can't speak for everybody. I can only speak for myself. I think everybody should have the right to do whatever the fuck they want to do once they become 18. But when they see that mindset from creators like Lily Tino, you know Lily Tino?
it sounds like a Italian version of Lily Pichu. I have no idea. What,
Yeah, look into Lily Tino sometime. I think you get a kick out of that. They're like a pro trans TikToker who like teaches children why they should convert and like take HRT. And they're huge. Like they're fucking
Damn.
enormous. And so I think people get very uptight about that. Well, once again, I can actually understand what you mean, why people might want to take the more measles thing more seriously. But if measles were to become a bigger thing, I think people would. But I think it's because the whole trans thing right now is so huge on social media that's why
Yes.
we're focusing on it right now. But I feel
True.
like if it's like tens of thousands of kids were dying of measles, I'm sure people would say, hey, man, we should probably stop doing this. Or start.
Exactly. Yes. Look at his face. He knows that's a fact. Hey, there we go. There we go. We got a follow from Wartsenary. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Vaccinating our kids.
Sure. Although I mean, at that point, like measles, I think was an eradicated disease in the United States. I think there's been 3 deaths so far, and then apparently there's over.
There's been 3 deaths so far. Okay.
You like Toda Callow 8. Why does your voice sound evil?
Because I am evil. Haha.
You like Toda
Around
Callow 8.
1,400 cases.
Let me guess you are a Zionist?
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think I just got caught.
Could have been confirmed. I don't know if it'll get bigger or not, but I guess the thing that I don't
We
like
are not talking Israel-Palestine right now, so you can bait me all you want. I'll just trigger the frick out of you.
about the measles stuff is that seems like a no-brainer. Like you should just probably be vaccinated against the measles.
I also absolutely agree. It should be a no-brainer.
Where's Neri?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Did someone
And
call?
then sometimes I worry.
Winky
Like the
face.
trans stuff is, I think a lot of it got kind of cringe, but I mean, like you also see a lot of it is kind of.
I think so. Oh, I just realized what you meant by that. Oh, that's good. That is good. That is a good one. Yes. Inside joke, by the way, for the other person. He probably has no idea what that even means. I mean, yeah, actually, I think someone did just call. They called both of us, actually. Let's just say that.
Course corrected too, right? The UK had their huge report, and then the medical guidelines have kind of changed, and more research has come out, to where maybe it's not good to give kids puberty blockers, before age 14 and stuff. And I feel like the science corrects over time, and I think parents, this is like a very sensitive conversation you have to have between parents and children and doctors and figuring it out. And then there's also social media stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. I understand that. I guess when people's like entire political identities get wrapped up in it, that's when it starts to get weird. Kind of like the example I gave earlier about the hating wokes, and now we're like pro.
It gets weird. What is that even supposed to mean?
Alligator Alcatraz. I feel like some of the woke people push the trend stuff on hardcore online a lot.
See, look at this jump. Look at this jump. We're gonna go from kids that are probably dying. Like there was like 3 deaths since 2004. I think there's only been 3 deaths so far. But now we're gonna go talk about Alligator Alcatraz, a literal prison that has people that did crimes, and now they're being put in prisons. But like, shouldn't we feel bad for those people that are being put in prisons? Like, come on, man, you got to feel bad for that. Like, if you're gonna make fun, if you guys aren't gonna care about the increase in measles, and it's just 3 people, then you guys should also care about, like, feel bad for the people that are like being thrown into the prison place that he just said. Like, and I'm just sitting here being like, why is this? Like, obviously one of these is way more of a I don't know. I mean, I do know. Like, I feel like this comparison is just stupid. Like, one is way more of a negative thing than the other.
And then somehow people become supportive of, like Trump's foreign.
Wait, let's go back a little bit.
And then there's also social media stuff. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on. I understand that. I guess when people's like entire political identities get wrapped up in it, that's when it starts to get weird. Kind of like the example I gave earlier about the hating wokes, and now we're like pro alligator Alcatraz. I feel like some of the woke people push the trend stuff on hardcore online a lot, and then somehow people become supportive of like Trump's foreign policy.
Is alligator Alcatraz, is that real?
Yeah, I think it's like 20 miles to the west of me. It's just like
bro, that's fucking so cool. What the fuck?
Well, what do we mean by that? Why?
Based, Tectone, based. It is so cool. We're literally putting alligators around the prison. How is that not cool? Why is this a scary thing? I guess we should feel bad for the criminals that get like thrown into jail. Like, oh no, now they're surrounded by alligators. Oh, boo-hoo. Like, what? What are you saying, Destiny?
The idea of that is crazy, bro. Like, there's like thousands of alligators. Is it to what, hold illegals or something?
I think it's just temporary holding for people who are being detained and then maybe deported or something.
Yeah, man, I would not want to end up on that shit, bro. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's also probably not good, right? Yeah, it's not a good thing.
I mean, no, it's probably not, but it sounds fucking cool as shit. It's very marketable. Like, the merch for that has to go fucking insane.
How is it a not good thing to surround a prison with alligators? How is that remotely a bad thing? I guess it's bad for the criminals, but like,
Destiny couldn't say illegals.
I mean, yeah, he couldn't, because he would be lying, because it's not just for it's for illegal people, which I guess you could say that are criminals. Criminals they did illegal stuff. But like, bro, this is just wild.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think they were trying to sell merch for it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also probably not good, right? Yeah, it's not a good thing.
I mean, no, it's probably not, but it sounds fucking cool as shit. It's very marketable. Like, the merch for that has to go fucking insane.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think they were trying to sell merch for it. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, imagine like a bunch of fucking alligators with like an ice hat on. Sounds nuts.
I don't know if they've managed to get them to wear hats yet down there.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where do you want to go from here, from this conversation?
Oh, sure. Okay, so I'm glad to know that you don't think I'm far right. That's good. I don't really think I'm like, honestly, I wouldn't really describe myself as like a political streamer at all.
Sure. Well, but then my issue has to do with like Asmongold as well. Even if you guys on paper maybe wouldn't be far right, in terms of like in practice or application, you become like indistinguishable from it, right?
Okay, so give me an example of someone who is far right.
So like I would argue that Donald Trump is a far right political figure, and that the lawmakers in Congress that support him are far right political figures. But I would argue that because they've plugged in socially so well to certain like trigger things like woke stuff or trans stuff, that they end up drafting a whole bunch of people kind of unintentionally. Like Asmongold, I would say hardcore. I'd say you a little bit end up getting drafted to basically supporting like the Conservative Party in the United States.
Didn't Asmund vote for Kamala Harris?
I seriously doubt it.
No, Asmongold didn't vote at all.
I thought, wasn't that a thing that he said on stream? Am I crazy?
I don't know, but I mean, even if he did, it's been nonstop support for Trump for the past like year. But I seriously doubt he voted for
obviously, I don't want to speak for Asmund at all. I obviously don't want to do that. But I will say, I feel like, political commentators right now should be praying or like thanking God himself that Trump is our president because he just supplies so much content, man. You know what I mean? Like political commentators' numbers are up, baby. Like with Joe Biden, what the fuck was anybody talking about? Bro was asleep half the goddamn time.
True.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're.
Oh, he didn't vote. Okay, I also didn't vote. Okay, so nobody voted.
Sure.
Gotcha.
If I wanted to watch a comedian, I would watch a comedian, right?
For sure.
But for the president of the United States, I think it's kind of important that the United States like functions well as a country. I think that it's probably good that we have a country that is doing the things it's supposed to do to enable all of us to live the lives we want to live. I think there's like funny people to watch. We should probably turn on Comedy Central and not the White House press briefing. Right?
So,
I think that's probably not a good thing.
So then you think Kamala Harris would have been a better president?
Yeah, easily, in like every single possible sense of the word.
But Hassan Piker has gone on record saying that they would have done the exact same thing 1-to-1.
Yeah, but Hassan Piker is a fucking retard. Do you want to agree with him?
I just feel like I don't want to rage bait too hard. I'm getting in meme mode too much. Yeah, I don't really know anything about Kamala Harris, to be completely honest. I was just like, yeah, Trump would be funny if he was the president, and that's pretty much it. That's legit my whole
That is a lot of people's perspective, but Destiny hates that.
thing. I don't really care. I mean, I would like him to release the Epstein files because I want to know if my president's a pedophile or not. That seems pretty important to me. But yeah, other than that, I just think Donald Trump's a funny guy. He did some shit in WWE back in 2002. So that
Where's Neri?
he got
Based.
Vince McMahon bald. It was sick.
Do you think is there like any line at some point where you're like, oh shit, like, it's like a little bit more serious and this is like not good for the country, or is that a thing that you don't feel like as much of an investment in? Or?
I just don't. I guess I just don't believe that the president has as much power over the country that people say. Like I always figured that the president was kind of.
Yes, true. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Like, if you want something to change in your political environment, you go local. You don't go to the president of the United States. Like, the most thing that you'll get from the president of the United States is maybe a bill passed. But then it's not even from the president. It's from also Congress needs to pass it. It needs to pass the House. It needs to be constitutional. So, like, the Supreme Court could stop it easily. Like, it's... Like the gaslighting and being like, oh, the president is just destroying the country, and I'm like, he's taking it way too seriously. Like this is not it.
Just like a figurehead to just enact what Congress wants.
Like I said before, it is a political brain rotted person. I'll try to be nicer. Actually, no, I'll say it the mean way. An internet political brain rotted person talking to an actual normal human being that doesn't pay attention to politics as much as this guy. Let's just say that.
Be a scapegoat in case the country goes to shit, so we have somebody to blame. I just don't really believe that the president actually has absolute control over the country.
Let me go back a little bit.
I guess I just don't believe that the president has as much power over the country that people say. Like I always figured that the president was kind of just like a figurehead to just enact what Congress wants and be a scapegoat in case the country goes to shit, so we have somebody to blame. I just don't really believe that the president actually has absolute control over the country.
Do you think? Well, so what about like the tariffs?
What do I
kind
think?
Of unilaterally. I mean, like he controls all of that on his own right now, right?
Does he? This is how uninformed I am.
Sure.
So he has complete control over the tariffs.
Yeah. So like, so one of the issues. So when you hear the soy jacks online like me,
the tariff thing is not that big of a deal. Like they said that eggs were supposed to go. Wait, actually, hold up. Let's see something. What is the price of eggs in the United States? Yeah, they said it was supposed to be going to like what? $15. Eggs are going to be $15 because of the tariffs, and it's currently around $4. It's around $5. It's around $5, which is not even that bad. San Francisco, see high prices as $8 to $10 per dozen. Well, I mean, if you live in these states, then if you live in Chicago, New York, San Francisco, if you live in those places, I mean, everything there is expensive, not just the price of eggs. So obviously tariffs aren't the reason why they're so high in these places. Unless we have like a specific tariff import to these specific places, or I mean, I'm not even like, it's obviously that didn't happen. So, or Destiny would be the first person to talk about it if that actually did happen. I lost my video. Oh,
cry, oh, Trump is an authoritarian, right? I think one of the there's this law called it's like the Tariff Emergency Powers Act or some bullshit. It's like IEE. Oh, the International Emergency Economic Powers Act. Okay, so the idea is basically that in times of great crisis, the president is able to unilaterally do some like tariff policy, right? Like imagine Mexico starts invading us tomorrow. You know, the president say, 5,000% tariffs on Mexico. Fuck them. We're not going to import shit while they're trying to kill our country. But the problem is Donald Trump has come out and basically declared everything a national emergency, which is how he's able to do all the tariffs literally on his own. And that's why there's a whole bunch of people now that are complaining that, cost of goods on a whole bunch of random things are starting to increase randomly because people are having to cover the cost of the tariffs. But he's doing completely.
What's
on
an
his own,
example
100% on his own.
What's an example of something going up in price due to tariffs?
thank you. Ask for examples. Thank you. Do what Destiny says to every other person. Ask for examples. Like you're just spitting out claims without any examples.
So there is a. Do you buy like graphics cards to do gaming or whatever?
I haven't bought a graphics card myself in several years.
So now we're gonna talk about a very niche market that no one like doesn't like. I like how he needs to ask him like, wait, do you actually use this thing? Here's an example. Silicon, phones, graphics cards. Those are very expensive now because of the tariffs. Because I mean, they are very expensive. Graphics cards has always been expensive. They've been getting expensive even before Trump was even in office. They've always been getting more and more expensive. But I guess now he's going to reference a video from a guy named Gamers Nexus that actually did a really good documentary on this, because Gamers Nexus, their whole stick is that they're customer first, or they're PC enthusiasts. So when a PC hardware component becomes very expensive.
Graphic cards. Oh wait, this is about tariffs.
Yeah, graphics card. Yeah, exactly. Yes. Graphics cards. Like, this is a good example of tariffs really doing some damage, I guess. But like to the most niche market ever. Like, who's buying graphics cards? In mass, basically. Like, aren't they being, like, basically bought out by big corporations because they're trying to do, like, AI stuff now? So, if anyone's hurting from this, it's, like, big corporations. But I think Destiny's, like, for the big corporations or whatever. So maybe that's why he's so mad about that.
So I would be uninformed on graphics cards. I don't believe the price of eggs has gone in any drastic direction.
Well, I mean, eggs we domestically manufacture the animal egg. Oh God, what am I trying to think of? What's the name of the guy? He's
so tariffs aren't that big of a deal then? Okay. Because we just, like, that's great. Graphics cards went up because of tariffs. That's good for you, Destiny. But the price of eggs is what every human being actually, like, more human beings are buying eggs than buying other things. But I guess tariffs aren't that big of a deal.
Jesus, every time he does like a video,
I know exactly who you're talking about. Yeah, the NVIDIA guy. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
He destroys everything that we love and cherish. Gamers Nexus, yeah. If anybody's bored, obviously you don't have to watch it.
I like Gamers Nexus. Gamers Nexus is a really good, like, watch them. Like, if you want to watch that documentary, it's actually a pretty good watch.
But like Gamers Nexus did a really good like deep dive into like how tariffs are impacting kind of the computer shipping industry. It's like a 3-hour video, so you don't have to watch it. But I think it's called "The Death of Affordable Computing," and he goes through and he talks to a whole bunch of different manufacturing companies for cases and stuff, and talks about like this is the cost it's going to cost to ship things in now. Like this is the difference in price. Like this is the stuff that we're going to have to charge. It's not just cases, yeah. It's like everything, but it's really it's a really good video. But like literally every single thing that you import in this country will become more expensive because we import basically, if we don't import the thing itself, we import the materials to make the things.
So my viewpoint on tariffs, for the very limited knowledge that I have on it, because I know people were saying that the price of eggs is going to become $18 a carton. And
yes, that's what they were talking about. Yes, tariffs bad because eggs go up. Eggs didn't go up, so I guess tariffs not bad no more. Oh, but like we're going to talk about graphics
What tariff
cards.
did he put on Taiwan?
It was the reciprocal tariffs that he put in the beginning of the year. I think he might have took them off, but I'm not sure.
Where it's at, it's still $3.12. Is that my understanding of tariffs is that We need more American jobs, and we're too reliant on other countries to make these products for us. So putting tariffs short term on our country could cause somewhat of an economic stress, but long term it'll open up the ability for more Americans to have more jobs to make our country more sustainable by itself rather than relying on other people to do the job for us, is my understanding.
Yes, that's exactly what happens. Yes, that was literally the whole reasoning behind it. And now Destiny's gonna be like, wow, you just talked about a conservative talking point. How'd you do that? You just did a conservative talking point. And then Tectone's gonna be like, okay. So, well, okay. But that's exactly what Trump has been saying. Okay. Then I guess that's what's been going on. Are you going to say anything more than just point out the fact that a lot of conservatives have been saying the same thing? Like, I guess good for you, Destiny. Get a cookie.
Sure. Okay, we can talk about this. Okay, I have no problem. I love talking about all these topics. Okay.
Sure.
But remember the joke I made in the beginning about how hating woke people somehow became tied to like people's positions on immigration? So I feel like you're somebody who's traditionally not that political, but you're able to fully articulate like the Trump position on tariffs. That's very interesting.
I try my best. I've
Sure.
somewhat.
I'm not accusing you of like bad faith, but I'm just saying like it's crazy to me that like all of these things have become like super connected. That's like really scary to me. I'm not saying you're like lying or hiding anything.
Yeah, like I don't think I've ever watched the news.
Yes, it's very scary that people have a different alternate. There's more people that have a different alternate worldview than you, Destiny. Yeah, it's very scary because like you're living in a world where you see scary things all around you, and then the majority of people are saying actually it's not that big of a deal, and I guess that's a very gaslighty. It feels very gaslighty in his perspective, I guess. Yeah, because he feels a certain way and no one else feels that way. So, but he knows that he's correct, or he has an ego thing where he thinks he's so correct that he's not even going to think for a second that he may be wrong in his worldview. I don't think he even thinks that.
It was in a very long time. Once again, I watch Asman. I've actually learned a lot about politics by bitching about Hassan to people, and they're like, yeah, blah, 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 blah. And then obviously I hang out with like Donut Operator and co, so they'll talk about it every now and then. And I'm like, okay, so this is kind of what I understand. And just, I've been doing this thing, this is so gay to admit publicly. Do you know what stoicism is?
I know what people say stoicism is, yeah. You take like cold showers in the morning or something? Or?
No. So stoicism taught me that approach everything with skepticism. So whenever I hear something, even if it's from somebody that like I don't really know, I'll always take a mental note. Like whether I know them deeply or I barely know them, I'll always take a mental note of what they've told me, and then I'll research what it is they told me to make sure I'm not getting misled. Because I feel like I had this internet issue with a while ago, and I spouted some misinformation. I felt really bad about it, so I'm just trying to Google everything I say a little bit more. But anyways, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So, okay, do you do all your own, like, thumbnails and editing for your YouTube channel?
None.
Okay. You pay somebody to do that, right?
Yeah, so I have one team of editors that gets 100% of the revenue for my channel, and then I have another editor who gets 20% of what I make off my main channel, and they run everything.
Okay. Do you do, when you pay these people to do this work, you feel like you're getting ripped off?
No. I'm very happy to give them whatever they want.
Yeah, and then I'm guessing they don't feel like they're getting ripped off, right?
No, I think they feel like they're making a lot of money really easy.
I want to become one of his editors. True.
Oh, so I guess one of the things that I have an issue with, this is a very macro level thing, but it's going to impact this kind of like tariff conversation, is right.
Oh, I'm just rereading your chat. What tariffs did he put on Taiwan? It was the tariffs that he put on everyone for semiconductors and everything, and graphics cards are semiconductors, so that's just what happened. But TMCA, or whatever the graphics card manufacturer is like they plan to build a bunch of new fabs in the United States, basically avoiding the tariffs. But Trump's like, you know what? If you're going to try to avoid the tariffs by building in the United States and making our country like better, then go for it. Like that's basically what happened.
Right now, there's this very widespread thought on the right that has to do with like everything in life being a zero-sum game. So like if immigrants are winning, it means we're losing. If other countries are winning, it means we're losing. If these people are getting jobs, it means we're losing jobs. People have this weird notion now of trade or of development in general, where you can't create wealth. It always has to be transferred from one party to another. So like when you pay your editors, like in terms of physics, there's only
Well, yeah. I mean,
so much matter in the universe, and matter is conserved and all that bullshit, right? But in terms of like human well-being and economics and everything, like you're giving something to them, they're giving something to you, and both sides are benefiting from that. Both sides are walking away from that happier.
Okay.
When I look at things like tariffs and we're talking about like making everything in America,
Great again.
I feel like one thing that's never brought up is like
True.
why isn't there some stuff that we'd rather just import and like focus on making better stuff? Like in the United States, we have like the highest levels of manufactured goods and services of any other country on the planet. Why would we ever want to go back to just making like nuts and bolts or like
I think that's
steel?
a very fair point that there are some products that we should be utilizing from other countries. I think that's absolutely fair, 100%. I just think the United States is most likely to become over-reliant on other countries, to where the point is we're importing our United States
Where's Neri?
flags from China.
I wasn't sure, as Taiwan is a bit of a U.S. subsidiary overall.
Yeah.
Sure. But I mean, also think about like how
That there are some products that we should be utilizing from other countries. I think that's absolutely fair, 100%. I just think the United States is most likely to become over-reliant on other countries, to where the point is we're importing our United States flags from China.
Yep.
sure.
Yep. And that's kind of sad. Like, we're so weak in manufacturing that we can't even make our own flags. Like, that's literally how it looks like. Or that is the perspective of a lot of people. That's definitely the perspective of Trump. Like why?
Where's Neri?
We just can't.
You know I can't see a subscribe button on Twitch.
Oh, I mean, well, wait. What did I put? Did I do something wrong on Twitch? Did I say subscribe on Twitch? Or follow or whatever? You know, following. But yeah, you can't subscribe on Twitch. That is... Oh, actually, no, you can, but that requires money, I think. I don't even think I have
Where's
that
Neri?
set up.
I followed.
Yeah, I saw it. You gave me the ping.
But I mean, also think about like how cucked that is. That like China has to make our flags for
I feel
us.
like it's insane. I feel like it's just fucking
But, like,
crazy.
isn't it kind of cucked on their end that like we're producing so much in terms of high productivity work that like they have to make flags for us in order to survive as a country? Like I feel like I would rather be the country who
They have to make flags for us to survive as a country. That's the way he sees it. I'm like sitting here being like, really? Is that how you see it, Destiny? Like, it's so cucked for China to make flags for the United States that because like they need money from us so that we can pay them to get flags for our country. That's wild to me. Like that's not.
who's forcing other people to make our shit in order for them to survive. Then for
We're
us,
not forcing them to make anything. They can stop making our flags if they want to. They're not surviving. The only reason China exists, I mean, the reasoning for why China exists isn't because they're making our flags. Like, if they stopped making our flags, then we would just stop having flags. China would still exist perfectly the way that they are. Aren't they, like, growing in, like, power, basically? Like, why are you making it seem like they're this weak, like, they're so weak that the only way they can survive is to make our flags? Like, that's wild. Like, that's such a, what do you call that? It's, the only word I can use is gaslighting. Because it's like talking about a reality that doesn't exist. What makes more sense is that we're so like slow on manufacturing that we can't even like make our own flags. Like, we need to rely on other countries to make our own flags. That's how it looks, obviously.
to sacrifice, like AI research or electric vehicles or space rockets to China just so that we can make our own flags,
I do think
Wow. So, like, if we start making our own flags, guys, we're going to stop making AI. Yeah, true, based. Yeah, literally. Yes, that's retarded. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Like, what type of comparison is this?
it is dope that we're like, in your words, cucking China. I think it's just a little bit sad for the state of our country where we just can't have Americans making American flags. I will admit,
True.
I live in Texas. There is a little bit of pride that I get when I buy a product where it's like, and it says made in America, because it's so rare in today's day and age. There's really not that much left.
That is true, but like people are very quick to be like, oh, this is like made in China. Like all these things are made in China. And maybe like the actual physical things that we touch and interact with, to some extent that's true. But like whose culture dominates the world, right? It's American movies, it's American TV shows, it's American music. Like this is the stuff that's exported to the rest of the world. Like would we rather be exporting nuts and bolts or would we rather be exporting like the world's culture?
You do realize you can do both, right? I guess I think it's impossible for Destiny to like think that both things could happen simultaneously. Like, what, do we not have enough population to do both? Like, it doesn't require a ton of manpower to make nuts and bolts. Like, we can automate that stuff so freaking fast. Like, it's so stupid. His worldview is so stupid. It can easily be debunked, like, instantaneously.
Because I feel like you can't do both, you know? Like how much...
What do you mean you can't do both? What do you mean? We have so much space to make more, like... Oh, man. Like, have you seen how much space we have in the Midwest? There's so much land in the United States that hasn't even been touched yet to be put to use to making like a factory, a nuts and bolts factory. And we don't even need that much people to do it because it's going to be automated. Like, I can't even see how we could do both. Have AI like we have now and also create another factory for nuts and bolts. That's insane. That's impossible to do. It's so hard to think about. Mr. Galaxy Brain here. Like, aren't you supposed to be smart to, like, understand that?
But, like, how much German culture, like, they do a lot of manufacturing, how much German culture is exported to, but, like, whose culture dominates the world, right? It's American movies, it's American TV shows, it's American music. Like, this is the stuff that's exported to the rest of the world. Like, would we rather be exporting nuts and bolts, or would we rather be exporting, like, the world's culture? Because I feel like you can't do both, you know? Like how much...
You can obviously do both.
Like how much German culture... Like, they do a lot of manufacturing. How much German culture is exported to the United States? Or how much Chinese culture do we have exported to the United States?
Well,
like, I feel like you kind of have to pick and choose, like, what are the things you specialize in? And in the United States, we're, like, at the top of, like, value-added goods and services. Like, we're doing AI, not coal mining and steel manufacturing. I feel like that's a good place to be.
Yeah, I feel like since 1945, we haven't really had too much German culture exported to the United States.
Yeah.
But to be completely honest, I can once again I want to make this very fair. I absolutely understand your point of view. I think I totally get that. Yeah.
Okay.
I think it's reasonable. I think it's reasonable.
I only say that because like the scary thing is that there's only so much labor that we have in the country. There's only so much you can do. So I'm sure you've heard the term productivity before, right?
Sure.
A lot of people use productivity to, it almost just sounds like they're saying like, how productive is a worker? Like, how much is this guy working versus slacking off? In economics terms, productivity is measured for how much value can an employee create with 1 hour of labor, right? So somebody working at a fast food restaurant is quote unquote less productive. That sounds mean, but less productive than like a software engineer. Just because at the fast food restaurant, for 1 hour of labor, that person is probably creating something that's not worth as much as the 1 hour of labor of somebody working in like a more specialized like engineering field. In the United States, like we do only have so many workers, right? Like our unemployment is pretty low right now. It's below 5%, which is ideally where it should be.
Unemployment is below 5%?
Yes, yeah.
In the United States?
Yeah.
Hold up. I'm just gonna, that sounds insane to me. Is that true? Unemployment rate in the United States. Oh my god damn, it is 4.2%, that's crazy. I did not know it was that low. It really seemed like it'd be much higher by how much people bitch about not being able to get a job.
Yeah. So if our unemployment is really low and our workforce is one of the most productive in the world, right? Because we're educated, we do like high level stuff. If we're talking about bringing back all the baseline manufacturing, like I would rather have,
Worse, Neri.
you know, as much as
You can't eat a computer program.
True.
the crypto bros and everything. I'd rather have like the tech people working on AI than the tech people, you know, going into the coal mines to do like the really low level like widget manufacturing, you know? Like why not import widgets from another country the same way that you have other people do thumbnails?
So you
right?
think
like,
you think that we should have other countries do our grunt work?
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that sounds mean, but like that is how other countries view the United States, right? Like we talk so much about how much we feel like we're getting ripped off by China, but like the rest of the world is like the U.S. consumer is so fucking powerful that like anything we make, they have the ability to buy it. Their standards of living are outpacing almost all of us.
All right, give me a second. I need to go do a thing. Or it decides to wait. Yeah, I'm still. There we go. There we go. I'm back. Nice.
And like nobody is thinking like, God, I wish that we could do more baseline manufacturing and allow the United States to continue dominating the world. You know, like the export heavy economies are like the UK, which is kind of fucked right now, Iran, North Korea. Like these are your export heavy economies, and China, whose middle class is nowhere near as high of the standards of living that we have. So yeah, I don't know. Sometimes there's like these truisms that are given, like, oh, you know, if we trade with other countries and we have a trade deficit, it's really bad. And it's like, well, we also just have a lot of money and a lot of consumer power that we can buy a lot of shit, and that's not a bad thing. Like we're the envy of the world when it comes to our economy. And I think people look over that sometimes.
Yes, Destiny. Worldviews, like seeing things in different perspectives, would make something that looks bad, seemingly bad, automatically make it like seemingly good. Like it's like Destiny's not wrong for saying this. It's just that less people agree with Destiny's worldview of what that actually means, and that's the only thing that really matters. Like it's good that you have such a like good take on that, but then the thing that really bothers me that Destiny does is just that he doesn't he literally like he'll use this argument now, but then if Trump were to say something that would sound like that would be like patriotic, he would give like the opposite take and be like, oh well, why would you even say it like that, or something like that. Like he would automatically just disagree just to disagree. It's not a bad take that Destiny's giving. It's just that he always flip-flops some like what he's saying to different people.
Worse nary. I would ask him about the firefighter. That's why I dislike him so.
Nah, Destiny's never gonna like admit that that was like a bad thing to say. So it's kind of a moot thing. Destiny will he tries to pretend that it doesn't exist. Like whenever someone brings it up, he's very squirmy with that. He tries to get off that topic very, very quickly. So he obviously doesn't want to like keep talking about it, but he's never gonna be like, oh, that's like a bad thing for him to say. I kind of like didn't want to, or kind of like give. Like he doubled down on it, and
that's why I'm surprised at Tectone.
Well, actually, the reason why Tectone. Wait, let me copy current URL. We're gonna throw it right here.
That sometimes.
And then we're gonna go back here, and there was a chatter that literally said, "Well, why are you talking to Destiny? Like, you shouldn't be talking to him because it's like guilt by association." And Tectone was basically, "Well, this is why I'm doing this." Like, the more people that say that he doesn't want to talk to him, the more likely Tectone's going to talk to him.
I guess Erudite still works for Destiny. Pretend all she likes to.
I would put Erudite and Tectone kind of like in the same category of like good faithness. So, because like Erudite did talk to Tectone, and I guess Erudite kind of convinced Tectone to talk to Destiny. So now they're having this conversation. But yeah.
I think a lot of people's view on politics is very black and white, but I think everything's like a particular.
Yes. Destiny makes it such a black and white thing when it really isn't black and white at all.
Particular shade of gray. So I want to say, I think I understand your philosophy of having other countries do our grunt work. That way we can actually do the shit that actually fucking matters here in America. However, I can also understand someone's perspective if they think that we're becoming too over-reliant on other countries' resources and want to take this shit into American hands ourselves.
Exactly.
And try to become more sustainable independently.
So
for sure. I think sometimes people get trapped in this mindset, and I think you've already moved past this. But like one of the big issues with being a small business owner is you want to do everything yourself, right? I don't know when you started YouTube if you did all your own thumbnails and you did all your own editing, but the very first moments of like an entrepreneur's life of starting to hand off like tasks to other people is a very difficult moment. A lot of small business owners don't ever get over it, and I think sometimes people look at a small business owner who does everything and they're like, oh my god, like this guy is like really cool. He's very knowledgeable. He knows all aspects of his field. Like this guy's like rocking. But like for successful business owners, they look at that guy and they go like, oof, like this guy is not able to give responsibilities to other people. He's not able to there's a word like we're not distribute, not delineate. He's not able to delegate stuff effectively, and he's never going to grow as a businessman. And I feel like in the United States we've
Yeah, but like those bigger businessmen are looking at that smaller businessman as like, oh, it's negative because he doesn't want to grow into a bigger businessman, which is supposed to just be good automatically. We just assume if you're a bigger businessman, it's automatically a good thing, when maybe this guy just wants to do everything himself. He's making enough money. He doesn't need to grow and have so much extra responsibility and like deal with all the negative issues of with having people that he can't even trust to do the thing that he wants them to do. Like, you do realize there's negatives and positives when it comes to this. So like, Destiny is like saying it's obviously better to be a better businessman, but it's not. That's not just an automatically true thing. Like, so he's giving a good analogy, but his analogy isn't really working the way that he wants it to work when I'm listening to him say it. Let's just say that.
Away a lot of the baseline manufacturing stuff, and it's enabled us to do like the really cool shit. You know, like Elon Musk came to the United States to make rockets and electric.
Yeah, the really cool shit. Like, for the little businessman that wants to do everything himself, the really cool shit is him doing everything himself. Like, is that like not something you could like think about? Is that like something that's impossible to understand? Like, come on now.
Vehicles. He didn't go to Germany. He didn't go to China. He didn't go to any export-heavy economy. He went to the United States, right? Despite our trade deficits and despite how much other countries are making the steel or whatever, like he came here to do it. I think there's a reason why. I think it's important.
So, Destiny's making a good analogy. It's just that the way it hits is completely different than what he's trying to make it out to be.
No, I mean, I don't want to lie to you. I absolutely have made fun of other content creators who are like above 1 million subscribers who are still making their thumbnails and editing themselves when they could pay somebody else like 20% of what they make, give them a job while also making their quality of life skyrocket by saving them 8 hours a day when all they do is complain about how they have no time left. It's like, well, unfortunately, that's your problem. You are a product of your own disaster. Like,
yes, I agree. Make fun of the people that are basically complaining they have no time in the day, which means they're not doing the cool stuff if they feel like they have no time in the day. So like, true. You can make fun of those people, but the little business, there is a bunch of little business people that like doing what they're doing, so they'll do everything. And if they like doing everything and they think that's the coolest thing in the world, then let them cook. Don't automatically assume that, oh, they're doing everything, so it must be a bad thing. Like, well, why is that the assumption? I mean, I understand why Destiny thinks it's the assumption, because he's trying to make an argument for why it's better for the US to do, like, it's better for the US to delegate other things to other countries. But like, what if the US likes doing everything the way that the US likes doing it? Just because you see the benefit doesn't mean that the rest of the United States sees that benefit the way that you see it. Like, probably to Trump, it doesn't seem like that at all. But he's trying to spout his worldview to other people, and he wants other people to think the way that he thinks, which just isn't going to happen.
Completely on you. So yeah, I think I get that too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to ask, wait, are we done with this, or are we still going on this?
No, that's a general thing. Yeah, go for it. What's up?
So one of the things that I wanted to know was, okay, so I use the terminology "that shit's fucking gay" quite often.
Okay, sure.
It was what was it? There was I think you were reacting to one of my videos, and there was this channel called DGG Clips. So do you think calling something gay is like bad?
I mean, like because
I believe you're bisexual.
Yeah, part-time gay.
Part-time. Which side do you prefer?
Probably the girl side.
What part? Okay, so once again, there's
the vagina.
Okay, you like the vagina. I've never tried anal, so like I don't know how that feels. Right.
Okay.
So like I've never put.
See, this comes off as like a weird conversation, but like he's genuinely being real with Destiny right now. Like he's trying to understand this, but it is coming off kind of weird.
Penis and like an ass. I haven't done that. I don't really understand how that even. I don't even understand how that works. It's
like imagine taking a poop, but it's like backwards, I guess. I've never done anal with a guy or any of that either. So.
Okay, you never had anal with a female?
No, like fucked a girl in the ass. No.
Yeah. Okay. Then we're on the same page here. Yeah. So I am wondering. So one thing that I believe that I am just curious on is you believe in open relationships?
I believe in open. I mean, I don't know if I'd say I believe in them, but I mean, people are free to do what they want, I guess. But we're more specifically, what do you mean? Like,
okay. So I'll just be real. Okay. So all right. Yeah. So one of the reasons why I really want to talk to you today is because there is so many people telling me, do not talk to Destiny. Sure. I think that's hilarious because when somebody tells me to not do something,
Where's Neri? Well, there's things I didn't need to know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. That is true. I understand that. Yep. There are things that you just don't need to know. That is true. But you know what? We're watching Tectone and we're watching Destiny, and you just know conversation's gonna go places. It's gonna go places.
It's like, oh, well, we'll see. And one of the things that people, I'm sure you know your nicknames.
No.
People,
which ones?
okay, people call you Cuxtony, and I wanted to know.
What?
Yes.
Me?
Yes.
No way.
And I'm just wondering, what is that about? I don't know what that's about. What is that about?
So there is a you're familiar with like the red pill, right?
Yes, I am familiar with the red pill.
Yeah. So the for my relationships for the past, I guess like 5 or 6 or 7 years, just because I stream and do so much stuff online, I gravitate towards like open relationships because I don't have enough time for a real relationship. I shouldn't say that. That's
Okay.
mean. Let me back that up.
Okay.
Open relationships aren't fake relationships. I don't mean that. But because I work so much on a busy
Open relationships are fake relationships based.
stuff, I just tend to be more open. And so if my partner wants to go off and do what they want to do, then they can do that. If I
And
do
so
what I want to do,
just to
I wanna
make
do
sure, so if
Yeah.
by what you mean, a partner do what they want to do, that means that you are okay with like your partner having sex with another person?
that. Yeah, if they want to go bang somebody, do whatever, that's fine. As long as I can do the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Mercenary.
All right.
I've heard him called Sex Pastini, Epsteiny.
Yeah, there's a lot of nicknames. There's a lot of nicknames.
Okay, I'll talk about that in a second.
Sure.
That's
There-
what-
I mean, there are people who would say that if you're a guy and your partner bangs somebody else, that's cuckoldry, hence cockstiny.
Yes. So why do you think you're okay with open relationships? I'm super against them.
I mean, I would stress, you have to be careful when you say, like, are you okay with them or you're against them? This is just like my lifestyle thing. For me,
Okay.
like, a ton of my time is just dumped into work or work-related stuff. Like, that's probably where, like, 90% of my time in the day.
That's bro. Destiny's excuse of why he does open relationships is because he doesn't have enough time to do an exclusive relationship. Like that's literally his excuse. He doesn't have enough time to deal with one person. So you like he's just it's a cope. It's a kind of like a cope.
goes to, and then it's like shower, eat, sleep. I just don't have time for like a real actual relationship. Like if you
Do you
dated
want
me
one?
as like a strictly, maybe in the future, but I'm married to my work right now. If you
Okay.
dated me right now and it was like a true monogamous relationship, like just one-on-one, you're probably gonna feel very unfulfilled. Like it's gonna feel very disappointing, especially because like in politics, like if something is going on, you might be streaming a lot that day, or there might be a lot of news to catch up on that day, or I might be traveling for a debate shit or whatever. I just don't have time like to put into like a real one-on-one monogamous relationship thing. Yeah.
I feel like I don't know. I guess I feel it's kind of from my perspective. I understand what you're saying. I've had 2 relationships where one I felt like I couldn't be present due to my work. However, I did not even like this person, so I don't even know why I was with them. So I kind of just chose to bury myself in my work because I didn't want to even be near them regardless. And so we ended up divorcing later. And then I had another relationship where I dated an OnlyFans girl where I thought I was okay with it because I was like, oh, I mean, all these other people are spending money to see this, but then I get the real thing. But then I realized I feel like that's so fucking cucked. And now I know I will never date another OnlyFans girl because I feel like in this life, in this world, there are very few things that are truly sacred. I'm very happy with the fact that I'm a 31-year-old man and I've only had sex with different women. I've had sex with. Would you count oral as sex?
If you want to, sure.
Okay, I've only had vaginal sex with 3 women, and then I've only had oral sex with about 7 women. And I feel like I'm not a guy who does like frivolous relationships. I'm not a guy who's going to sleep around. I'm not going to be a guy who's like, oh, I met you at TwitchCon. Let's have sex right now.
Yeah, you're 31 and it's only been 3 people. Like, come on now. Like that's obviously true.
I believe that in this world,
I don't say that.
my wife, I also would not have sex or do anything sexual unless I'm dating that person. I just wouldn't do that. I don't think it's because religious. I just think it's just kind of. I just think random sex is sad. I do.
It is.
Like I believe that it's very sacred to have with your partner. So the reason why open relationships confuse me so much is that I believe what is the difference then between just a friend with benefits and your partner if the act of sex can be shared with multiple people?
So I don't know why I've just never been able to bridge this gap. So I hear what you're saying, and I hear a lot of people
Yes.
say that. But like in my mind, sex is very easy to just have with a random person. Like as long as your
Because it's easy, therefore it's good.
genitals plug into each other, like you can fuck them. That just is a very easy, not difficult thing to do. For me, there are certain people in my life that I have like a lot of chemistry with, that, you know, I can walk over to the beach with a laptop and a blanket and like watch a movie and, you know, like go out to dinner and chat with somebody for like 3 or 4 hours. These are like much harder moments for me to capture, to find somebody who like captures my attention for a long period of time, that I have like a special happy feeling around, that I feel like I have a lot of like romantic chemistry with. These things mean way more to me than just, can I fuck the person? So I guess like, not to be derisive towards people that view sex as sacred, but when I hear somebody say like, I can't imagine, you know, just having sex with anybody and you know, not treating that specially, in my mind, I guess if I was being negative, I would flip that and I would say, I can't imagine thinking somebody's super special just because you fuck them. Because in my mind, that's the easy part. Like having sex with somebody's easy, but I feel like the actual like romantic chemistry and enjoying somebody on that level is...
No, he's misunderstanding what Tectone is saying. Tectone isn't saying like you only do that with you only go into a relationship just to do that. No, that's not what Tectone is saying. Tectone is saying that you're in a relationship, so that is the exclusive thing that you only do within relationships. That's not the thing that drives the relationship, which Destiny's kind of alluding to.
It's much more difficult to do. So I guess that's the thing that I value a bit more. But I mean, like everybody's different, I guess, when it comes to that. Yeah.
Do you find people like who's like an interesting person to you? Where you're like, oh, this person's interesting. Like, are you in a relationship right now?
I get my personal life is very
Oh,
separate
sorry.
right now, yeah.
Yep,
no,
sorry.
You're good.
Yep.
Yeah, you're good. I used to be
Yep.
very open about everything, but all that's very separate now.
I think that's really fucking smart. I think that's really fucking smart. I have the same rule where it doesn't matter, even if you catch me fucking somebody, even if I'm slightly alluding to them, even if you see my dick in their mouth, I don't know who that person is. I don't want anybody to get involved in my relationship whatsoever. I've had that experience once. It's fucking miserable. So I think it's honestly a smart idea that you're doing that. Yeah, but I just feel like, okay, so you think having someone to talk to that's like interesting is more...
I don't know how to explain it, but like there's, I mean, I don't know. Do you feel like there are certain people you have like romantic chemistry with? Does that make sense or no?
Yeah, no, of course, I absolutely believe in that, 100%.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about. I mean, like, obviously, the other stuff is important too. Like, I hope that they're intelligent and we can have like an intelligent conversation and be like interested and captivated with each other. But there are some people you just have like very, very high romantic chemistry with.
By romance,
yeah,
you mean sexual energy, or do you mean like love?
Not necessarily sexual. No, like sexual. I don't know. Sexy is easy. Like, I feel like like a lot of women are hot, and you can fuck them. But having like a romantic attraction and then a romantic, I guess, like experience with somebody, that just feels, I'm not just talking about sex there, I guess. Is there something in your mind that exists separate to sex that you would view as romantic, or do you tie those two things pretty close together? There's not romance.
There's like, yeah, no, I think like cuddling, like kissing, going on dates, all that shit. You know, watching each other's like favorite movies together. But the thing is that what I'm trying to put is like thing that you only do with this person. Right? I'm not gonna cuddle one of my friends. I'm not gonna fuck one of my friends. I'm not gonna do any of that shit. Right? So like that's why I think that those acts are so sacred to me, where I don't want to do them with anything else. Because like, and just to challenge you, what is the difference between a partner for you and a friend? If you're willing to fuck your friends.
I would say it's probably the really high romantic chemistry thing.
Fuck, I'm trying. I'm trying really hard to understand that. This will probably just be something that you and I disagree on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, also, we don't have to disagree on it. Like people just have different feelings about it. It's fine.
Sure.
But like if I think of like 10 friends of mine that are girls, and I think of like romantic interactions, so like cuddling or watching a favorite movie and like having that type of interaction, right? And then I think of like just fucking. Like I can fuck almost all my women friends because they're reasonably attractive. It's like, yeah, sure. But in terms of like sharing like really special romantic moments with, probably not. Maybe there's only one or less out of 10 people, right? That's going to be a much more obscure thing.
I think Destiny just desensitized himself with sexual interactions with women. He desensitized himself because he's done so many, so like it doesn't really matter anymore. It's just another Monday, basically. I think that's the reason why he talks about it so casually, and he hasn't, because it's only been like single digits. Destiny's probably going towards getting close to the triple digits in partners. So that's why he's able to casually talk about it so easily, and he's having so much hard time understanding, or like this is just an assumption on Destiny's part, but like he's always kind of been like that. And he's been super open about it in the past, so like it's easy. This is a safe assumption to make. But yeah, I think that's probably the reason why he doesn't understand.
I guess it's a much more difficult thing to come across.
Where's Neri? I'm not religious, but it's just scummy.
Yeah, I mean it's only scummy if you lie about it. If you tell the truth and the other partner's okay with it, then I wouldn't say it's scummy. It's just it's the emotional baggage that you get with that type of stuff is just insane. I would never be able to do it. It's too much, but I guess it's not too much for Destiny.
Okay. Yeah, I just can't do that. I cannot do that. I don't know why, man. That idea is weird to me.
Yeah, that's fine. But also, I think that that's fairly normal. Like, I think most of humans gravitate towards monogamous relationships. Like, I think that if I wasn't streaming so much, if I did something else for work, or it was like a more normal kind of like 9 to 5-ish, like maybe I would have more time to just sink into one person, and then maybe I would gravitate more towards monogamous stuff. But
okay, all right, that's interesting. I'm at least glad I know how you think about that, because I've never really had the opportunity. I don't know anybody else who does that.
And this is the difference between someone that acts in bad faith versus someone that acts in good faith. He's actually trying to understand why Destiny thinks the way that he thinks. And Destiny does not care why Tectone thinks the way that he thinks. He just thinks Tectone is just doing stupid stuff and is believing dumb things. And you need to stop believing dumb things, Tectone, and believe what I'm saying. Like, you see this analogy that I just made with Alligator Alcatraz and the whole talking about from jumping from a topic that we for the whole Texas stuff. Wait, I think they go into it actually.
So I guess that at least I can understand why. You
and this is what, this is why I appreciate him way more, and this is why I appreciate Erudite so much more, because it's just good faith. They try to understand the other person.
The way you think now, that's interesting.
Even if they disagree.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyways. Yeah. Oh, let's talk about. Wait, can I get 2 minutes to pass?
yeah, go for it.
I'll be quick. One second.
I
wanna talk, just to prepare, I want to talk about making jokes.
Sure.
Yeah. One second. Go back.
All right, now he's gonna go into wait, actually no, just listen to this. This is gonna be funny.
I see you fuckers in Tectone's chat. Somebody said I was lying earlier about the unemployment rate. You motherfucker. Look up the U3 versus the U6 unemployment rate. The idea that there's discouraged workers that are being tracked in main unemployment is something that people account for. All of these numbers track each other. They have diverged wildly in the past couple of years. Anybody that brings up the fact that the U3 doesn't accurately track unemployment is fucking lying, okay? Fuck you. One second.
Based. Actually, I have no idea what Destiny's even talking about. To be honest, I mean, I know what he's talking about, but I feel like it's such a non-issue that good for you, Destiny. You got your word in when Tectone left. I'm gonna skip.
This too. Oh, we're back at the same time. Holy synchronization. That was cool.
Oh my god.
That was like perfect sync. Okay. So I think one of the biggest points of contention that we had was obviously for the Guadalupe River, when the youth Christian girls camp got swept through by the river. I think like 100 people died. I'm pretty sure, something like that. NMP made a joke. NMP and Donut got into an issue. Then I supported Donut's side, and then I think you reinforced NMP's side. So I think it'd be good to just talk about differing point of views for that specific issue on why you think, and once again, why you think making jokes about that side is fine, and then how I think about this scenario, why making jokes in that, because there's a very specific scenario that I'm referring to on why I don't think it was cool to do that at that time for specifically NMP.
For specifically NMP. Oof. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Here's what I would say broadly speaking. Okay. I think that broadly speaking, edgy jokes and who you're allowed to make fun of. I'm going to quote the anti-SJWs from 2016. If you want to find out who you can't make fun of, find out who you're not allowed to laugh at. I feel like jokes are just an exercise. This is going to get really cringe. I'm sorry. We're political theory. But I think that humor is oftentimes an exercise of the political power, and it demonstrates the power structures around you for who has the power in this scenario. Meaning that if I were to be in a group of bros and I had like the funniest fucking jokes ever related to like, I guess, like botched trans surgeries or making fun of some fucking 15-year-old TikTok non-binary kids who are lopping their tits off or some shit, that like there's a bunch of humor that you can mine there. I'm sure you guys have, well, and I'm just sure there's a lot of people in general that have like made fun of a lot of people on that side of the internet related to trans stuff.
I've made so many jokes about absolutely everything, from the Holocaust to 9/11. I'm sure I've made jokes about everything.
And I think if people want to make jokes like that, that's fine. I mean, like you can joke about anything if it's just jokes. But I think that the trap that people fall into is they think, wow, I make some very edgy jokes. I'm a very edgy person. And there's this concept that I became aware of when I looked at Hassan, and I call this like safe edgy. And safe edgy is when you're like making edgy jokes, but you're doing it amongst a group of people where it's not very edgy. Like all of you kind of agree, like I would say, obviously my political biases, but when comedians are, making fun of Biden and stuff, and everybody's kind of laughing along. When the Kill Tony guy, when he made that joke about how Puerto Rico is an island of floating trash and all the Dems got triggered and all the Republicans at the Madison Square Garden were laughing, that's like a safe edgy joke because you're in a safe spot to do it. But when Kill Tony...
That's not actually what happened. A lot of Trump people didn't like the fact that he did that. Like I I think I knew someone that went to that Madison Square Garden thing right before the election and everything, and they they told me about it. And they were like, yeah, that was they didn't know what that guy was talking about. Like he thought that guy was like a plant. he did not like that person. He thought it was a plant, like just to make the place look bad or whatever. So that's not true. So, but let's just pretend that it is. All right, Destiny.
Did they did a thing where they made fun of Trump. I don't remember if it was at one of their shows, the extended joke shows or whatever. And
like Destiny made it seem like that Trump supporters was okay with the whole Puerto Rican thing and were gloating and laughing about it when that obviously wasn't true. Like
some of the fans started to get like really irritated. Now that was edgy humor, but it was actually edgy because the audience wasn't even necessarily vibing with it. So I guess the issue that I have is that sometimes people will pretend that they have these principles. It's like, oh, like you can't make fun of drowning kids in Texas or whatever, right? I'm not really even making fun of the drowning kids. I'm making fun of the.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. And actually, we're gonna copy this current URL. We're gonna throw it into here. Boom. Enter.
Making fun of the.
And then we're going to go here and we're going to wait. We're gonna actually look into where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Come on. Oh, I know they. There it is. There it is.
So once again, I want to make.
So this literally reads, I heard God deleted those kids because they were using @NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. You were making fun of them of literally God deleting those kids. Yes, you said that in the freaking joke. So saying that, oh, I wasn't even necessarily making fun of the fact that they died, but you literally used the word like killed. So you could say something and then lie about it, but
edgy humor, but it was actually edgy because the audience wasn't even necessarily vibing with it. So I guess the issue that I have is that sometimes people will pretend that they have these principles. It's like, oh, like you can't make fun of drowning kids in Texas or whatever, right? I'm not really even making fun of the drowning kids. I'm making fun of the policies in the Texas and all the dumb shit that goes along with that. And I was like,
yeah, because God deleting kids is definitely a policy that you're making fun of. Yeah, true.
okay, that's fine. If you want to have that policy, we can't make fun of,
There we go. We got a lie. A nice good old lie there. Nice. Good one.
dying kids or whatever the fuck, then that's fine. Have that policy. But you can't make fun of. I think the other day Asmongold was laughing at some ship that overturned, like 66 immigrants were on their way somewhere and they all died or whatever in some ship, and he was saying the pictures were funny. If you want to laugh at that, okay, well, fine. If we can laugh at dead kids, though, we can laugh at dead kids.
Wait, let me see. Let me actually look that. Let me look that up. Let me look that up right now. Asmongold laughing at immigrants dying. Immigrant ship falling over.
The Italian Navy on Wednesday took dramatic photographs of a migrant boat capsizing off the Libyan coast, spilling its human cargo into the sea. The photographs show the overcrowded vessel tipping over. The Navy said over 500 people were rescued and 7 bodies were recovered. Reports indicate the trawler overturned when people rushed to one side when they spotted the rescue ship. Another photograph shows a rescue helicopter hovering over those desperate to get out.
Okay, so where were those going? All right. I'm terrible at. Asmongold. Let's see. Does he actually... Does he actually like make fun of this? Oh wait, this is 4 years ago. Come on now. Let's see. I'm not finding anything. Wait, this was 9 years ago? Hold up. So wait, when did... Wait a second. This was 9 years ago, and... Is there a video of Asmongold making fun of... Actually, wait. Let me copy that and then delete it. Question mark. Or did Asmongold make fun of the migrant boat capsize of Libya? Investigating news topics. Known for gaming, blah blah blah. Let's search news, migrant boats, Libya. Given today's date of 2016. All right, so while that's doing that, I'm going to go back to the video itself.
If we can't laugh at dead kids, we can't laugh at any dead kids. We can't pretend that we're edgy sometimes, but not be edgy when it's an issue that impacts us. Because then you're not being edgy, you're just being safe edgy, and you're pretending that you're being edgy. That's the thing that, like...
Oh, wow, look at that.
No, there is no evidence that Asmongold, or his associated YouTube channel, Asmongold TV, made fun of any recent migrant boat capsizing incidents off the coast of Libya.
Oh, wait, then... Made fun of migrant boat... Migrants, in the past. Recent news for tragic events. August. Oh, let me see. Let's delete that. Let's throw this in here.
Recent news reports detail tragic events, such as 2 boats capsizing near Italy's Lampedusa island on August 13, 2025, originating from Libya, resulting in at least 26 to 27 deaths, and an earlier incident in late July 2025 where a boat capsized off Libya's coast, killing at least 15 Egyptian migrants. 6 sources. However, searches across web sources, Asmongold's X-posts, and related content show no reactions, comments, or videos from him addressing
Where's
these
Neri?
incidents, let alone
Sounds like
mocking them.
Tiny is at it again. No reply. Then it didn't happen, bro. Winky face.
Is that it again?
Where's Neri? Replay growling.
Replay growling?
Trigger. If we can't laugh at, make fun of I think the other day, Asmongold was laughing at some ship that overturned like 66 immigrants were on their way somewhere and they all died or whatever on some ship. And he was saying the pictures were funny. If you want to laugh at that, okay, well, fine. If we can laugh at dead kids, though, we can laugh at dead kids. If we can't laugh at...
No. So I can't find the well, I mean, Grok is doing it right now, but my assumption is that like migrants aren't just kids, they're grown adults going from one place to another. And the assumption that I'm having is that these migrants were probably illegal migrants, illegally crossing to like sailing to another location and then if that ends up like capsizing.
I put reply not replay. No proof of what he says there.
Yeah, literally. No, well, I wanted to do this one before I even say there was no proof. Because, like, I want to say, is there anything at all that Destiny could be referring to? And it doesn't seem like there is. Like, the only thing they, like, that kind of, like, blew up Asmongold was the Palestinian comment, but his only error is that he was over-encompassing of what he was talking about. He wasn't, like, incorrect. Like, Asmon wasn't incorrect with his statement on the situation on the ground. It's just that he over-included people that shouldn't have been included with Hamas when he was kind of giving his take.
No, there is no evidence that Asmongold, or his associated YouTube channel, Asmongold TV, has ever made fun of any migrant boat capsize incidents in the past. Searches across web sources, Asmongold's X posts, and related content, including reactions to potentially relevant events like the June 2023 Titan submersible implosion, which was often contrasted with a simultaneous migrant boat tragedy off Greece where hundreds died, show no comments, videos, or posts from him addressing these incidents in a mocking or light-hearted way. His content on immigration-related topics tends to focus on policy critiques, such as advocating for deporting criminal migrants or discussing economic impacts of unskilled labor, but not on joking about tragedies like boat capsizes. 4 sources. For example, during the 2023 Greece shipwreck, involving approximately 750 migrants, with approximately 500 to 600 presumed dead, discussions in his subreddit highlighted media coverage disparities compared to the Titan sub, but Asmongold himself did not comment or react in any recoverable content, let alone mock the victims. His reactions to the Titan sub focused on criticizing its poor design and risks, with some light humor about the engineering choices, but no linkage to or jokes about migrant deaths.
Wow, okay. So, Destiny was lying. Who would have thought?
dead kids.
Destiny lying, literally lying, just so he can prove his point across. Wow, good one.
I think the other day, Asmongold was laughing at some ship that overturned like 66 immigrants were on their way somewhere and they all died or whatever on some ship. And he was saying the pictures were funny. If you want to laugh at that, okay, well, fine. If we can laugh at dead kids, though, we can laugh at dead kids. If we can't laugh at dead kids, we can't laugh at any dead kids. We can't pretend that we're edgy sometimes, but not be edgy when it's an issue that impacts us. Because then you're not being edgy. You're just being safe edgy, and you're pretending that you're being edgy. That's the thing that like triggers me. Like it's either all okay, or we have to draw some hard boundaries and say that none of this is okay. You know, depending on the subject matter.
I do want to say I 100% I understand your point of view. So I think the reason why the Guadalupe River.
I love how he says, "I 100% understand your point, but I disagree." He just didn't add the disagree part.
We're so
like I understand Destiny's point. It's just that I disagree.
Less than positively received is due to the fact that it was actively happening while the search for the children's was still occurring, and the people who got offended by it, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it pissed me off as well, were, for example, Donut and Brandon and Eli and myself, because while we were out there looking for these kids, we see someone who's within driving distance to come help us on the effort, and instead of driving to come help, they're saying, LOL, there's no reason.
Worse, Neri. Did Asmongold talk about this defaming?
Asmon doesn't really care what Destiny says. Like like Asmon doesn't actually pay attention to what Destiny says. He's not that. Like, Destiny takes this stuff way too seriously. Asmon doesn't. So it's maybe he did, but I don't know if there's a... I don't think there's a video of Asmon even, like, talking about this at all.
Eyes taking over. Nobody cares about kids dying. So I think it was like a very sensitive time. I don't want to joke police at all, but I think there was a lot of very high tension moments between people who were very emotionally invested. And I think telling jokes is fine, but like as you said, telling edgy jokes isn't so edgy when you know everybody's going to agree with you, but at the same time, there are some jokes that just are not fucking funny, so expect people to crash the fuck out on you if your delivery is shit.
Sure,
True.
and that's fine. So something happened a few times. I don't know how long this will carry over, but I like he said it
Where's
was a
Neri?
joke, but I was actually
I shouldn't have interrupted, but Tectone just dropped the hammer there.
He did.
kind of happy, and
He
I feel like
did.
it made my point a little bit. There was a time when I don't remember what it was exactly, but Asmongold looked at something, and he was about to say some shit, and I remember he said, "Okay, I can't make this joke because if I do this, Destiny's gonna roast me on this." And he said that as like a joke, but the fact that he thought about that, that's actually, I like that because I'm sure 100%, I guarantee it, that as much as I might not like Donut Operator for reasons, I bet that when he read my tweet, I bet that that wasn't just like a clout farming moment. He wanted to, fuck Destiny, blah, blah. I bet it did actually bother him a bit, right? These are your communities. You've got fucking, he has a kid, imagine your kid going off to camp and fucking drowning at a flood where it's supposed to be like a fun event and people online making fun of it. That's got to be like a horrible fucking feeling. And I'm sure it did feel fucking horrible. But I guess like the thing that I ask as a human being, we should be able to do this, is if you have that feeling and my jokes are making you feel that bad, it can't possibly be that we are making jokes about people dying in the California wildfires when that's going on. It can't be that we're joking about, oh, I guess Newsom fucked up and now all you people are dying, and oh, look at these losers in California. Maybe they shouldn't have had all the whatever around their house and all that shit. Because those jokes were flying when West Hollywood and all that shit was on fire.
So
Yeah, but guess what? They're not. I mean, he's gonna make the distinction here. Like those two are not the same. No one was saying they deserved like God came in and deleted those people in the wildfires because of their state government. No, they said, Newsom, you're garbage. Why are you doing this? They're not even like jokes. He's trying to frame it as like, oh, there was a bunch of jokes. No, there's a bunch of people mad at the governor for letting this happen.
I do think there is a
California,
difference.
it's okay.
I do think there is a difference because for the jokes about the Guadalupe River disaster, it was LOL, dead kids, they deserve to die. Why'd you put people who can't swim near a river? Versus the California wildfires, which were, well, the government or the senator, whoever the fuck's in charge of that nation, fucked up dramatically because instead of having able-bodied citizens who could come and help aid the forest, they were more worried about inclusivity and being progressive and hiring women and transgender people so that way that the people who are saving you look like you. And I think people were criticizing the way the wildfires were being handled rather than LOL, everybody's dying. I don't think anybody was doing
Exactly. Yes, true. And like literally, Destiny literally said that.
that.
So there's like 20 issues that I have with that statement.
Yeah, go for it.
Let's say that.
Yeah.
Let's even assume that all that was true, although almost none of that was true.
It is true. It is true.
But let's assume that all of that was true, right? There's a way that somebody can criticize you to where you can tell it's coming from a good place, versus there's a way that somebody can criticize you where you can tell that they're just like having a goof, where it doesn't feel like these two things feel very different, right?
Do you think you were having a goof? Because I think you would admit that you were going a little bit wild.
Well, do you think in reading my tweets, do you think that I was happy that children were dying? That I'm like, good, dead kids.
Yes. Yes, actually. No, actually, no. Not that it's good. It's that you didn't care. You cared so little that you were like, God deleted those kids. Yes. So, like, unironically, yeah. It kind of seemed like you were kind of making, like, you were like, yeah, look at this, guys.
No, what it read to me was...
Where's Neri?
See, like, the fact that you're
Yes.
laughing right now makes me think that I'm not saying that
Yes.
good dead kids, right?
Okay.
But like, so for instance, so now we just diving a bit into, not getting too far, okay? Diving into the factuality of things, right? Nothing about the California wildfires was because of DEI or female firefighters or like people were literally posting commercials from like a TV show saying that like, oh look, they hired all female firefighters or whatever, and these weren't even.
Oh, so yeah, so people were saying that. People were talking about that. People were saying, oh, they can't, like they're not even, they don't have like a good set of firefighters to even like put out these fires. There was nothing about the homes being destroyed. Like, who was making fun of the homes being destroyed? Well, I guess some of the commies saying like, oh, look at all these rich people like having their houses burned down. But like, and Destiny wouldn't like want to talk about that because the commies are kind of like on the far left, and he doesn't want to like bash the far left right now. So
real things, okay? But like when you're done with this, if you get bored tomorrow, you can literally bring up like care, county, citizens, testimony, ARPA funds. And when they're considering, because one of the issues I guess they have, I don't live out in these places in Texas, but one of the issues they have is that like there's not good cell phone reception in a lot of these places because it's hilly, it's like mountains, there's a lot of things. One of the things that they were considering was putting up like a siren warning system for flash floods. So you don't need a phone, you just hear the sirens blaring. It's like, oh shit, there's a flash flood. Like we need to get the higher ground, you know? The citizens are going up over and over again as person to person. They're fighting against these funds. They have the money in the bank account from the American Rescue Plan, and the citizens don't want to spend the money because they think that if they do, Biden is going to come and take their homes, right? Because of stuff that they hear from Alex Jones, because of stuff they hear from Ben Shapiro, from Donald Trump, from the rest of these lawmakers. And like, it's funny and it's goofs and it's gaffes online. And it's like, okay.
And some people think Trump is like this fascist because of people like Destiny, people that like think like Destiny. Like, it's just crazy, man. It's just crazy. Like okay, that's great. You can name a bunch of people that you think are bad. I can also do the exact same thing and say that the other side is
He's
crazy.
so full of no water and failure to clear forest isn't the same as a flash flood at 4.30 am.
4.30 a.m. I mean, yes, that is exactly like this is such a terrible like
all of this
terrible
is a joke,
comparison.
you know, if we're gonna
like he's coping so hard just to make his like God deleted these kids joke like just better. He's trying so hard to go around that, to compare it, make it seem like, see, look, other people do it too. Remember the wildfires? They were making them dying. And then you look up the tweets and they're like, this guy was bashing Newsom. He didn't say anything about people dying. Well, I mean, but you could see it as them making fun of people dying, right? So stupid. It's
RFK
so stupid.
talking about not getting vaccinated for the measles, and we're gonna have people like DeSantis lying
Oh,
about...
there's the measles again. Yeah, the 3 people since
Where's Neri?
2004.
I might have to wander off to calm down.
Maybe.
Biden
I'll try and meme a little bit more.
your home if you accept funds, and then you get a flash flood, and you don't have any sirens, you don't have any warning system, and now kids are dying, and it's like, now you have to care a lot. And it's like, damn, if we cared, maybe we should have done something in advance when it was...
Man, if only we had those sirens. Like, maybe people wouldn't have died from that flash flood. Man, only if we had those sirens. Yeah, because they're definitely going to wake up people in 4 a.m, and they're definitely going to be moving super quickly to get out of the way. True. Like, bro, this is just...
was preventable.
It's preventable, guys.
So the reason why
you know what else is preventable? Cleaning up the freaking like leaves and stuff for the wildfires. But I guess we can't talk about prevention there. Like, okay, or increasing your like water infrastructure because you're known to have wildfires in that location. But now we all of a sudden care about being preventive when like, where was this conversation during the wildfires of like California? Like, bro, like where was that conversation, Destiny? Like, what are you talking about?
I was laughing earlier was because the way that I found out about you was via that black guy who goes amazing.
Jesse Lee Peterson or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, are you and him friends?
I wouldn't say that, no. I mean, we're like friendly, but I wouldn't say friends.
Okay, that's sad because I really liked that content. That was a lot of fun. And then obviously I enjoyed when you covered the Mizkif drama where you would play Factorio, and then you did a little bit of clip farming.
Hey, Factorio.
But the reason why I was laughing is because I keep on hearing from like, there was a clip from Erudite where it was like, look, Destiny, you are someone who's pushing everybody away, and this is why nobody wants to talk to you, and that like you're burning bridges and all this shit. And what I saw was somebody who was very angry, and they saw someone tell a joke, and then that pissed
Where's
you
Neri?
off, and then
He's so disingenuous. I really can't stand him even more now, Duggar.
Yeah, he is very disingenuous. It's garbage. Like, that's why I don't take Destiny's. He's funny sometimes. Destiny's funny sometimes. I have to keep saying this. He is funny sometimes because there's a lot of people that dislike Destiny. So I need to be a little bit contrarian, fight that point a little bit, because I still watch him because he is entertaining and he is correct on certain issues, like the Israel-Palestine stuff. I think he does a good job. Destiny does a good job on that.
Senator were like, no, this is a fucking joke, and now I'm going to say the worst things in human history, and you're going to fucking laugh or you're a pussy because we need to own the conservatives like people own the libs and the left.
Yes, true. That's literally Destiny's like kind of point. That's basically Destiny's point.
So I just saw someone who was very angry and frustrated over a situation crashing the fuck out.
Yep.
Sure. I mean, you can say, I mean, that's one way you can view it, but I think the other, the more prescient example, or the
It's the correct way of viewing it, by the way.
Worse nary.
better
I'm
explanation.
going to punch a couch at this rate. Winky face.
Oh no.
Discuss that, like, if conservatives want to have this domain, and I've watched Brandon Herrera and all these guys on their show talk, you might have even been on this one where they were talking about like, oh, edgy humor is important and we make fun of school shootings and haha or whatever. It's like, okay, well, fine, if we're gonna have edgy humor, then let's have edgy humor. But if I say edgy jokes and they're bothering you, okay, and people want to get mad at me for that, that's fine, get mad at me, that's great. But I hope that that feeling carries through to the next time, right? Like when you're disciplining a kid and, you know, they're not sharing their toys or whatever, or the kid hits somebody and you like smack the kid on the bottom, you're like, hey, it doesn't feel good, right? Don't do that to somebody, you know? I hope that there's at least a few people who, when I make certain jokes about, you know, kids drowning in whatever, some fucking flood, that the next time there's like a school shooting in some liberal area or some kids are dying on a, you know, some boat that overturns because they were trying to immigrate to some country, that people think for a second, it's like, okay, fuck. You know, I didn't like this. I guess when people made fun of my shit, maybe I should kind of like chill on this.
I guess let's...
Yeah, okay, then let's find the tweets. Yeah, let's find the tweets of people making fun of the wildfires.
I think there's a big difference in what people consider a joke. And I think this is the problem where what people consider a joke in 2025 is, I'm going to say the worst thing in human history right now. Why aren't you laughing? It's because, well, it just wasn't funny.
But that wasn't even the worst thing. There's a million worse things. I could think of 10 worse things right now.
What's the worst thing? What's the worst thing you can say right now?
Yeah, they're all bad, Destiny. Just because you can find something that's worse doesn't mean that the thing that you said before isn't something that you shouldn't say. It doesn't matter if you can find something worse than what you said. You still shouldn't have say that. Like, why is this the argument? Like this is a stupid argument, a very disingenuous argument. He understands this. Like, where did your brain go? Like, how do you not see this? You're about to make this the most stupidest argument ever.
I mean, there were like 100 million worse jokes. One was that we needed to recover the bodies as soon as possible and test them for fentanyl, because I don't understand why the little girls couldn't swim. Maybe they drug overdose like they did with George Floyd. I think making a YouTube video where you try to like swim in a pool and then showing that you don't drown and then saying that this is why we need to test them for fentanyl, I think that would have been a joke I could have made. I could have made a joke that we need to retrieve the bodies from the water as fast as possible to find out if any of the little girls were pregnant, since I know that Republicans like to be incestuous so much and we want to make sure that we're counting the bodies correct, since Texas is a no abortion state, so we make sure that we're doing like the actual death tolls correctly. That would have been a really fucking edgy joke. I could like there's like a million like edgier, meaner jokes that I could have made.
Sure.
I think the NordVPN joke was pretty funny, and then the quote tweet of the other thing, I thought it was pretty funny. I think it was pretty funny humor, and but I was saying like there's meaner things I could say, but also like again, there's a million jokes that fly about immigrants. Like you were laughing earlier about like the alligator.
That's tush for me.
That's touch for me. Yeah.
Worse nary. Too much.
That's too much. Yep. But like I said before, Destiny's just very desensitized.
Stuff, right? These are people's like moms, dads, brothers, and sisters that are going here, and even you think it's kind of funny. It's like epic alligator hats.
Well, to me, I'm not laughing at the alligator algorithms. I'm merely laughing at the concept. I'm a pretty laughy guy. I'm not gonna lie. The other thing is that
sure,
these
but you
jokes.
remember that, but like if you had a family member in alligator,
yeah, you're laughing.
Worse nary. Plus, I have to go eat. Thanks.
All right. Okay. Thanks for stopping by, Ortsnary. I might be here for a little bit longer, but freaking one last point though before you go.
Well, to me, I'm not laughing at the alligator algorithms. I'm merely laughing at the concept. I'm a pretty laugh.
Like,
Worse nary. See you in a bit. Cheers.
All right. So basically, like we're like one is laughing at kids at the death of kids, and then the other one is laughing at the irony that led to the death of kids, and then the other person is laughing at the fact that your state like was on fire because of your policies. So like those two things are very like different, I would say.
Guy, I'm not gonna lie. The other thing is that
Sure,
these
but you can interpret that. But like, if you had a family member in Alligator Alcatraz, you're probably not going to interpret it that way, right? You're like, what? Damn.
Yeah, alligator Alcatraz, because I can't say that, is literally a prison. Of course, like, who's going to? Of course, you're gonna make fun of that. Like, bro, it's like making fun. It's like, who doesn't make fun of prisons, of criminals? Why is it such a? Why do we need to be so sympathetic to criminals, and where they're like getting stuck in? Like, this argument is just so stupid.
Damn, this guy's making fun of the fact that my uncle who's lived here for 20 years.
I will
just
admit,
got shipped off to some, yeah.
To give full disclosure, I do have a family member who is constantly in prison. Surprisingly, it's not my dad. And
I notice how Dustin doesn't want to talk about and say that this Alligator Alcatraz place is a prison where criminals go to. The only thing he thinks about when he says Alligator Alcatraz is like, oh, it's where illegal immigrants go, and though that's like bad. He wouldn't even say illegal immigrants. He'd just say immigrants. They're just shipping off immigrants to this prison, and they're just immigrants. When obviously that's not what's going on. What's going on is that illegal immigrants and other criminals are going to a prison, and now we need to be super sympathetic of people that did illegal acts going to prison. It's like that's the manipulation that Destiny's doing here.
To be honest, I don't give a fuck about them because they're a criminal. So I just don't talk to
exactly.
them because they're a piece of shit.
Yep.
I actually don't think I would feel bad for someone who was incarcerated or in Alligator Alcatraz if they were put there for an action that because they like broke the law or they were a criminal or some shit.
Yeah, but when we say break the law, if the law is just that they like came here illegally like 20 years ago,
then you broke the law. Oh, someone deleted someone 20 years ago. They finally found that. They finally found that information. There you go. We're supposed to feel bad because so much time has passed since they did the illegal thing. Like, what? Is that really the argument here? We're supposed to feel bad now because more time has passed? Well, we can't prosecute them. They got away with it for 20 years. Like, that's so stupid.
Like, I think it feels different, right? No? Does it all feel the same to you? Like, if
No,
I say
no,
that, like, somebody's in jail
say
because they got caught smoking marijuana, that feels a lot different than like,
of course, yeah. There's
fire to a
there's always
store,
levels. There's always levels. Absolutely.
Yeah.
I understand. I think the United States is trying to make a. I think they're kind of being forced in a position where they're having to get more extreme to really deal with the illegal immigration issue. Because we have people who are actively going against the nation and preventing ICE from doing their job and throwing bricks at police officers. So now they say, okay, well, because you guys are fucking around, enjoy hanging out with alligators.
True. Based.
I mean, we can say that, but I mean, I could just easily flip it around and say maybe the president should learn to work more with governors and states, and we should actually have like a coherent immigration policy that enables us to take a big look at the system and fix things instead of just wasting all this money just trying to ship a few people out and not having a real solution at all. I mean, like you could flip this around the same way, right?
Sure. I do think if everything worked.
Yeah, you can flip it around, but it just sounds like you're coping, Destiny.
Perfectly, it would be a lot easier to deal with the issues that we have, but they just don't, and I don't think they ever will.
I mean, I would go back to the one thing. So you're saying if things worked out perfectly, we'd be able to deal with these issues better. But I would argue that like one of the big reasons why we can't deal with issues right now is because a lot of people voted for Trump because he's funny.
Sure, but I also think like
problem,
when was the last good president that we actually had?
I mean, you're gonna laugh, but I think Biden did a really good job as president. And,
fuck, you know I was gonna laugh. Shit, man.
True,
Great
Dave.
job of sleeping, man. Sleepy Joe.
You say Sleepy Joe, but we could walk down every single issue, and he outperformed Trump like it's not even close.
Wow.
But,
I mean, you're trying to evaluate.
You ever seen one of those?
If we're trying to evaluate like who the funnier president is, then I mean, it's going to be Trump. But like, are we voting for a clown or are we voting for a president? Right?
To be fair, the Biden blast memes were hilarious. Biden did have some meme potential, especially when like he, people think that Biden was the last vote for Donald Trump. But you should make one of those anime compilations where it's like battle IQ, Biden versus Trump, speed, Trump, power, Biden. IQ, Trump. That'd be good shit, man. I think the political anime power scaling community could really like cross over. But yeah, also circling back, Would like to shout out Donut Operator, one of the best people I know on this planet. Great fucking guy. As well as his whole unsubscriber. I really like those guys. They are very good people because they are people who do what they say rather than just talk about it all the fucking time, which I think is very rare in the content creation space. But I think those jokes that you said, like even me, when you said the whole, we need to test those people for fent. I mean, you got to chuckle at me. I'm not gonna fucking lie. But I think it's because it's just the timing. You know, it's the timing.
Yeah, but that's what makes it edgy. It's not.
Right,
Also,
well,
it doesn't make sense to make those jokes after the fact. Like, imagine I'm making jokes now, like, oh, remember those dead kids in Texas?
I guess it just doesn't make. I guess it just doesn't make sense to make jokes like then why do people still make 9/11 jokes if it doesn't make any sense to do it after the fact? Why do people still do 9/11 jokes? Why do people still do October 7th jokes? Why do people still do Nazi jokes? Like that happened so far in the past, but it doesn't make sense to do it after the fact. Like, what are you talking about? Are you like retarded? Like, what are you saying?
for fent. I mean, you got to chuckle at me. I'm not gonna fucking lie. But I think it's because it's just the timing. You know, it's the timing.
Yeah, but that's what makes it edgy. It's not.
Right,
Also,
well,
it doesn't make sense to make those jokes after the fact. Like, imagine I'm making jokes now, like, oh, remember those dead kids in Texas? I guess they should invest more in swimming pools
Right,
in
but
public
then-
schools, huh? Like, it would make sense. That would be even more unhinged to say it now, no?
But even with that line of logic, you're saying you're telling edgy jokes because then there's a chance that people won't be positively receptive towards it. But then you sound like you're still surprised that people weren't positively receptive towards it.
I'm not surprised at all.
Okay.
I understand it's going to be edgy. Of course it is.
Okay.
But I'm not out here pearl clutching over my edgy jokes. That's the difference. I think edgy jokes are funny. I think all edgy jokes can be funny. Now, I might disagree with the underlying ideology, but like, I mean, like if a joke is funny, a joke is funny, even if I disagree with where it's coming from. Like Nazis tell funny jokes sometimes. I'm not going to sit here and say it's impossible, but
Yeah.
I'm not going to selectively pearl clutch, right? Like I made a joke about, I think your dad or whatever, and then you brought up something related to my son. And like I told my child, like when you said it, I was like, listen, bro, I went into his family, he goes into my family. Like, that's fair. It's fucking fair. I'm not going to sit here and cry over it, right? I think it's fair. So
what
if
do
people
you
want to
think?
do the edgy joke thing, then
Yeah.
fine, do the edgy joke thing. But it's like it's either all the edgy jokes or it's none of the edgy jokes. That's I guess what I want people to consider. Because again, if there was like an immigrant boat from fucking Nicaragua that overtipped in the Gulf of America now, and everybody died, and I tweeted out, you know, it's like, oh wow, I guess black people really can't swim. LOL. Like all the conservatives we
Yo, I mean, that would make me laugh. That would make me. Oh, that would make me laugh. That would make me laugh. I mean, it did make me laugh.
laughing about that joke. I would have a. That's I guess what I want people to consider. Because if there was like an immigrant boat from fucking Nicaragua that overtipped in the Gulf of America now, and everybody died, and I tweeted out, you know, it's like, oh wow, I guess black people really can't swim. LOL. Like all the conservatives.
Yeah, exactly. That's literally like that's funny. That is funny. That's an edgy joke. That is a terrible edgy joke because it comes from an underlying like stereotype of people can't swim. What's the stereotype of like women of little girls and NordVPN and God deleting people? Like where's the underlining pin? It just sounds like someone that was pissed off. Like where's the joke? Like it's just it's so wild to me, the comparison.
The joke. I would have a
Like
mega-
he's trying so hard to make his like his joke that he made at for the whole Texas thing, the Texas flooding thing, like look so, he's trying to justify it so hard, so badly, but it just isn't working. It just isn't working.
lols all over my fucking Twitter feed on it. Like nobody would be like, well, bro, come on, that's not cool. Like there were kids on that boat, they died. Like everybody should be laughing at it.
So
I
you-
just don't like the selective.
You think there's like
edginess,
you think there's like a right versus left thing?
No, it's not a right versus left thing. I think a lot of people do it where they're quote unquote edgy, but it's only selectively. And I think I think people in general need to be more aware of it. You know.
I just feel like maybe just like waiting like a day or two before we make fun of dead kids. It's just like
True.
It's like the bare minimum. You know what I mean? Just like wait like a day. Let's let their bodies dry from the flood before we say LOL. Fuck those kids.
Yeah, it's not a left versus right thing, but we're all super sympathetic about the whole California wildfires, but we don't want to be sympathetic during the flood or the freezing cold blizzard that happened in Texas. Yeah, it's not a left and right thing, but I just choose to be more sympathetic to the more liberal side of things. Yeah, okay, good one, Destiny. Good one.
They're pieces of shit. They should have learned how to swim.
I mean, I don't think it would have made much of a difference, but if people listen, I'm just saying, if people want to be edgy, then be edgy. But if people don't like it when people are edgy towards them, then don't be edgy. You know, but remember that feeling when it comes time to being edgy towards other people. Just internalize it. Be like, okay, fuck, maybe these aren't okay jokes to say. You know.
Sure. What do you think about my dad, by the way?
Well, I haven't even read into it that much. I just know the memes.
You know what's crazy?
And
Nobody really has. That's what's very interesting. It is crazy to see how people think that the sins of a father are the sins of the son, which I think is a little bit silly. Do you think that crimes are generationally passed down?
I mean, if you're a conservative, you want to get rid of all the DACA kids. It seems like people think that. Just kidding. Not to make it political.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. Of course not. No.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess like for me, like just to wrap this up, unless you had any more you wanted to say, I do just think for that specific scenario, and obviously I don't think we're ever going to see eye to eye on this, and that's okay. I think this is just one of those things where it's like the people involved obviously got pissed off because they're the people involved, and I mean, I'm not gonna lie, dude, it was bad, like having to be there and like not knowing if the bodies were
the
gonna
California
be, like, fresh or not.
fire stuff was also bad, right? Like those people didn't deserve to die any more than the kids in Texas, regardless of what governor errors might exist.
Yeah, but no one was saying that people in the wildfires of California deserve to die. You're the only one that's saying that God deleted these kids for the stuff. So thank you for being disingenuous again.
Sure,
Right?
but I don't think anybody told a joke, and feel free to prove me wrong. I don't think anybody said, "LOL, those people deserve to die." I think the jokes were, "Hey, you guys aren't handling these fires appropriately, and people are dying because of them."
Exactly. Yep. That was what was going on. So what do you go? So prove him wrong,
Okay, but
Destiny.
like, I don't think my joke was LOL, those kids deserve to die either.
Yes, it was. You literally said. Wait, do I need to like? Wait. Okay. All right. Copy current time. Copy current time, and then we're gonna throw it into here. Boom.
Deserve to die either. No.
Did you not?
Wait, hold up.
Sure, but I don't think anybody told a joke, and feel free to prove me wrong. I don't think anybody said, "LOL, those people deserve to die." I think the jokes were, "Hey, you guys aren't handling these fires appropriately, and people are dying because of them."
Okay, but like, I don't think my joke was LOL, those kids deserve to die either. No.
Did you not say, "Why would you put"? I really. Can you pull up one of your jokes?
Yeah, like he feels so gaslit right now. He feels so gaslit. Like you literally said that these kids, like God deleted these kids. You literally said that, bro.
I feel like they were pretty rough, man. I feel like they were pretty rough.
Yeah, they were. I think wasn't it something about like maybe people shouldn't have used like NordVPN to hide their porn usage or something like that.
Look at him. Look at him. He's completely ignoring the first part of his statement. Look at him. Look at him.
Because Texas had just done like some stupid fucking.
This is a manipulative little thing that he's doing right here. What? Bro, we know what he tweeted. It's like, oh, wasn't it something about the NordVPN part? Yeah, that right? Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to look it up.
porn ban or whatever.
Here, let me.
I think Donut Operator.
See, Tucktoad knows he's gaslighting. Holy
Meaning
crap!
about the fire stuff. I don't know if you guys.
Donut Operator was shitting on the people who were in charge of handling the fires, but he wasn't making fun of the people who were suffering. He was very frustrated at that because he wanted it to be handled better.
Well, sure, but I mean, but if you want to take that framing, I'm frustrated that Texas.
What do you mean take that framing? That's literally what he said, though.
Wasting their time and money on stupid laws like banning pornography, rather than like upgrading maybe siren infrastructure.
I will say, as a gooner, I'm also very upset that I have to put my ID card in to jerk off to.
All right, we're gonna look this up. I think he looks it up. So this is what he says. I heard God deleted these kids because they were using at NordVPN Pro. Like, see the manipulative part. We forget about the God deleting these kids. We forget about that. He's literally making fun of God deleting these kids. That's what he said. And then we're going to compare it to what Donut Operator said. And Where's Donut Operator? Come on, come on. Is it here? Come on, come on. Can I seriously not find it? He does bring up the tweet. I do remember seeing it. Is it just such a brief moment, though? Oh my god. Whatever.
It does have the significance to outbreak. Wait, are people not taking measles seriously? Wait, are people not taking it seriously?
No, people are anti because...
Say, why would you put... Can you pull up one of your jokes? I feel like they...
If you're conservative, you want to get rid of all the DACA kids. It seems like people think that. Just kidding. Not to make it political.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. Of course not. No.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess like for me, like just to wrap this up, unless you had any more you wanted to say, I do just think for that specific scenario, and obviously I don't think we're ever going to see eye to eye on this. I think that's okay. I think this is just one of those things where it's like the people involved obviously got pissed off because they're the people involved. And I mean, I'm not gonna lie, dude. It was bad, like having to be there and like not knowing if the body
to die.
told. Hey,
I don't think my joke was
really. Can you
deserve to die either? No.
Did you not?
Okay, but like I don't think my joke was LOL. Those kids deserve to die either. No.
Did you not say why would you put? I really. Can you pull up one of your jokes? I feel like they were pretty rough, man. I feel like they were pretty rough.
Yeah, they were.
What was the date of that? Do you remember the date of that shit? Chat.
I mean, I'm sure if you search like at the OmniLiberal and then NordVPN, both my tweets will probably come up on Twitter.
Okay, at OmniLiberal NordVPN. Okay.
Kerzov. Destiny's son is a groper.
So once again, I want to make
Wait,
this
what?
a timing issue because just like the absurd, and I understand this is an edgy joke. I understand,
Sure.
right? Because the timing of this is so absurd to say something so insane. Like I feel like this shit is fucking insane.
I mean, it only works. It only works. Like, why would I make this joke later on, right?
Okay, I heard God killed those kids because they were using NordVPN promo code Destiny to get around the Texas porn ban. I feel like that's so insane to say before.
And we're comparing that to Donut Operator during the wildfire, saying this governor is like terrible or whatever. That's the comparison.
Or their bodies are even like dry, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe we just wait a little bit, and you know, I mean, I don't know if you're like, oh, there's this horrible thing happening. I need to make a joke about it right now. Well, because I can't tell the joke in a week. It's like, well,
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly. Like, what? I can't tell the joke within a week. Like, bro, that's such a cope.
I mean, I guess, but like Asmongold was literally live reacting to migrant boats flipping over and everybody dying. I think I sent you.
But Asmongold, like, bro.
is that a thing? I hate to talk about Asmon. Is that an actual clip? I see
Somebody
yours.
watched it from yesterday. I think we looked at him yesterday. I linked a thing where this is Donut Operator like blaming Gavin Newsom and then talking about like DEI and retweeting comics. I'm pretty sure this is while the fires were ongoing, I think. Or like,
whoa, Donut, he was blaming Gavin Newsom for the wildfires. Whoa. So where is he making fun of the people that died in the wildfires? Where's that information? What's worse, blaming Gavin Newsom for the wildfires or making fun of the people dying in the wildfires? Which one's worse? I don't know, but I think the blaming of the wildfires, making fun of people dying in wildfires, is probably worse. I would definitely say that.
immediately after, I don't know. I don't think people would see this and think that this is super epic and hilarious just because it's focused on news time, especially when it's all based on lies too.
Once again, I obviously can't speak for the donut
Sure.
operator,
Yeah,
but I will
this is-
say
sure,
that
but
like
also, wait,
I
real
don't
quick,
see
real quick.
I don't see him saying anything about like, you know, oh man, these kids got struck by God. It was kind of just like, hey man, run your fucking
Exactly.
city,
Like what?
Yeah, but also, well, but I mean, like, they also would make those jokes because, like, it doesn't make sense to make those types of jokes against left-leaning people either, right? They blame DEI and woke stuff, right? Because the people on the left apparently love
No
DEI
one's talking about if it makes sense or not. Jokes aren't supposed to make sense all the time. Like, what are you talking about?
and woke. But people on the right will say shit like God saved Trump from the assassin by what? By guiding his bullet into the head of the firefighter? I don't know. That's like...
No, they said that God saved Trump by the bullet missing him, not whether it went to another person or not. Like this is the weird. He's trying to twist the way that people are thinking, just so he can like get his point across.
That's what I'm going to joke about. I can't joke about like DEI with the right because they don't do DEI, right? Like you make the jokes that are more relevant to that group of people, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I feel like people who I don't know, like just the whole liberals versus conservatives. Conservatives do this, liberals do this. It's kind of hard to say what each side does in totality.
Well, so this is okay. Well, it's not okay. So this is the issue. This is the real issue that I have. Okay, is that at the end of the day, people are getting mad about tweets or jokes. Like when I was on Piers Morgan, I said, like, how many kids did my tweet kill? Right, none. But when it,
Yeah, this is what we're all focused on. How many kids did your tweet kill? Yeah. Okay, yeah. That's literally what we're talking about right now.
comes to, there was a big hurricane in 2020.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, you are.
What? What?
You just get me laughing, bro. I'm not gonna lie. You
Good,
say
I try. That's what I try to do. But
you do
listen,
say- you
in
do say some
I think
crazy
it was
shit.
2023, huge hurricane, okay, that went up Florida, Georgia, South and North Carolina. Big hurricane. Reporters were
See, I can make those jokes because my tweets didn't do anything in the real life. It's such a cope.
asking, you know, like governors, you know, like, hey, like, how is the FEMA stuff going? And, you know, they're like, oh, Biden called us last night, right? Like, Democrats don't fuck around with FEMA and aid. Like, it's immediately delivered. Like, there's no questions asked. Biden opened his pocketbooks. Whatever they needed from the federal government, you know, they had it there. And there were, like, ex-special forces people who were literally in fucking, like, the Carolinas that were protecting neighborhoods from FEMA because they didn't want them to come and help them because they're worried that they would loan them $300 and steal their homes. And then
Okay, yeah. So if you're worried about like the government taking your home, if you were to get this
Java
thing,
70. God ain't done shit. Not a goddamn thing.
Oh yeah, we got some atheists here. Sure, whatever. I don't really care about that debate. People can think what they want to think. If people are religious, let them be religious. If people aren't religious, and I'm not going to argue about it.
when the California wildfires are blazing, Trump is talking about how he's not going to give California FEMA funds unless they change how they move their water around, you know? And at the end of the day...
Well, yes, because literally the evidence that their infrastructure for like fighting fires has been shown on display. So yes, it is a big deal. If they can't fix and beef up their water infrastructure because they literally ran out of water during a fire, during the California fires. Like, if they run out of water, you know what that means, right? It means they need to beef up their infrastructure for getting water to these fire hydrants. So, yes, this is a big deal.
Nobody's getting mad at this stuff, but people get really mad at my jokes. And it's like, bro, one of these is like real world policy that is impacting whether or not people live or fucking die in these events. And then the other one
And obviously people don't see it that way. You're the only person that sees it that way. So like, you're like, oh, what? Like, if you frame something the way that you want to frame it and then wonder why people aren't seeing it exactly the way that you frame it, it's not that they're just blind to it and you're the only person that could see it. It's more like you're just deluded yourself into thinking that that's such a big deal when it really isn't.
There's just people getting mad at my joke. It's like, well, do we actually give a fuck at all? Because in that case, like the dead kids is just a performative thing that people can pretend to care about. But at the end of the day, when it comes to important shit, like voting for people who are going to actually fix this stuff, like it's all a joke. And that's the thing I guess that I have an issue with.
I feel like people are getting upset at everything equally. Maybe it's your algorithm.
What do you mean?
Like I feel like people get upset at people. Hold up. Fuck, my brain is fucking all over the place. You talk too fucking much, man, before I can chime in. It's just too much to fucking take in. I'm trying to keep up with like 300 words. I feel like people aren't only getting angry at your jokes. I feel like they're getting at anybody who was like upset about that or taking light that situation while it was occurring. Am I crazy?
Yes. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
maybe.
you're not crazy. That is literally what people are doing. Yeah, but like Destiny's trying to make it seem like it's Tectone is good at thinking, and Destiny's like trying to gaslight Tectone into thinking that what he's actually doing is like this terrible thing, when Tectone literally knows that it's just this. It's not that deep. And Destiny's trying to make it super deep when it really isn't.
Yeah, but like, why not do something preventative then?
I feel like people aren't only getting angry at your jokes. I feel like they're getting at anybody who was like upset about that or taking light that situation while it was occurring. Am I crazy?
Yeah, maybe, but like, why not do something preventative then? Like, there are things that we can do preventative that conservatives fight about, and they don't want to do it. And then when the thing happens, then they expect us to care, and it's like, bruh. Like, I'm sure you've had a friend, we've all had a friend who's been too hung up on a girl, or, you know, and they go to the group chat and they're like, oh, guys, I think I'm going to try again with my ex. And everybody's like rolling their eyes. And I was like, bruh, you've been hung up on this chick for like 4 years. Why are you so fucking retarded? And then he goes back. And
I
he's like,
had a
"Guys, it's gonna
friend
work this time."
Dude, I had a friend trying
And
to kill himself over a girl that he couldn't like get over, which was pathetic.
Yeah, sure.
It was pathetic.
Well, but the worst thing is when they do that, but then they go back to them, and then like 6 months
Yeah.
later they crash out, and it's like, bro, like everybody's gonna roll their eyes, like, come on, bro. But like, imagine the guy comes back, he's like, I need you guys to take this super seriously, and I was like, well, bro, why are you going back to it? Like, we all told you this is fucking retarded, you know? And I think the issue is a lot of these issues are preventable, right? Like, everybody knows that Texas's power grid had weird shit going on with it because of their inability to buy power or link up with other states, but like they didn't do anything. And then
Zerlox.
the snow
Best viewers on streambo.com. Remove the space. Zero.
Get out of here, dumb bot.
storm happens and fucking 200 people die. And it's like, okay, well, you know, when there's ARPA funds that are like filling the coffers of all of these counties of Kerr County, and residents are going up to these, going up on these city council meetings, and they're like, we don't want to accept any of this money because Biden is going to force us to do DEI. And it's like, damn, that's crazy. And nobody seems to care about that or talk about that. But then when people start dying as a result of these systems failing, they're like, well, you can't make any jokes about it because that's the real bad thing. It's like, I wish you guys cared half as much about the actual policy.
I think it's very hard to get to an agreement on what jokes are allowed and what aren't. I think earlier you were saying that the point of telling edgy jokes is that they are edgy and they are going to bother some people. But I think it's just for very specific scenarios and nuance. It's when a tragedy is currently occurring, the people who are currently trying to prevent that tragedy probably aren't going to receive that joke too well.
But they're not preventing the tragedy. They're just responding afterwards
Yeah,
to a tragedy
people-
that everybody told them was
Sure.
coming.
Well,
and they took no steps to take preventive measures against. And then
So people trying to rescue people is not them trying to prevent something in the moment right now.
Sure. I just feel that preventing the how do I say it specifically?
Like Destiny's basically playing a very semantic game of like what he means by preventing, when obviously in the moment, if you're out on the ground trying to prevent even more deaths of happening, because now you're in the middle of the situation, if they were to do nothing, they are still technically preventing death. But I guess Destiny just doesn't want to admit to that type of like framing. So I guess Tectone is just wrong.
Because obviously 17 of the girls were found, right? So at least
Okay.
preventing the total collapse in that disaster scenario. I just feel like there's a certain like sensitivity that obviously you don't have to abide to. You have no obligation. Once again, I'm saying you have no obligation to abide.
Sure.
to
But
that
imagine if
sensitivity.
this same sensitivity would have existed when all the Kerr County residents were saying we don't want to accept money from Biden because we don't want DEI, vaccines, and wokeness to destroy our county. And now you don't have your siren warning system. Like Ted Cruz was literally on Piers like 5 minutes before I was talking about how important it was to get that siren system up. I can link a YouTube video if you want. You can listen to these residents talking about how they don't want to accept the money because FEMA's going to use it to steal all their property and they're going to force DEI and woke on them. Like none of this is true. None of this happened. There's no way that for this to even happen. And they had the money sitting in their bank account and they didn't put the sirens up, right? And so like my tweets, as far as I'm aware, didn't kill anybody, but like supporting these types of policies arguably did kill these people. And it's like, how are we caring more about my jokes than the actual?
Actually, no, argue. So look, he's comparing something that didn't do anything to something that arguably could do something. So obviously the thing that, so he's being disingenuous when he says that.
Actual policy itself. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, so I feel like we're talking about different things here.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Yep, we are.
I really feel like we're just kind of doing both. One, I absolutely agree that once again, I'm not informed. If that were to be a thing that occurred, where they say, "Hey, we don't want these sirens to tell us when floods are coming," because I believe there was a flash flood where I believe it was 32 feet of water over the course of 3:47 to 4:17 a.m. that swept through a Christian youth camp. If people were actively fighting and deterring people from actually getting preventative warning systems, well, that really fucking sucks. But I think there's also a line where it's like, hey man, we warned you, and now all these kids died, so now LOL XD, they're dead.
Sure, I understand what you're saying, but this is the same thing. Remember the example I gave at the very beginning where I said it's hard to talk about the magnitude thing, where I broke up with my ex because she, left a lot of shit around the house. She snored at night. She stabbed me 6 times, and she was mean to my mom, right? Where if I were to rattle that off, you'd be like, wait, one of these things seems really bad. I don't know why you just brought them up casually with the other 3 things, right? Like I feel.
Well, the reason why they brought it up really casually within those 3 things, because in the middle of the night, sometimes like they're dealing like let's just, because like this, obviously he's making a hypothetical, so let's add to the hypothetical of an actual real life situation that could actually happen. Hypothetical is the person stabbed them because they had an EpiPen, and they had to stab them because we have an infestation of wasps, and the girlfriend heard that they were getting asphyxiated in the middle of sleep, which means he probably got stung in the middle of the night because they have an infestation of wasps. They probably should like fix that, but like that does happen from time to time, especially if you have an old house. That just does happen. They find a way to dig into the walls, and then they breach at some point because no one decided to like pay attention, which it is really easy to kind of like not hear it, because like the only time you know when they breach is when you see a wasp in your house, basically. And they're in, like always in the most remote location. So like now they know that this is a thing. They're trying to get rid of it, and they're in the middle of doing it. So like, yes, they stabbed him 3 times because probably got stung 3 times in the middle of the night because they used an EpiPen. So yeah, there you go. There's the context that makes it normal. So let's listen to what he said again, and now we'll see how crazy it sounds.
Magnitude thing, where I broke up with my ex because she, left a lot of shit around the house. She snored at night. She stabbed me 6 times, and she was mean to my mom, right? Where if I were to rattle that off, you'd be like, wait, one of these things seems really bad. I don't know.
No, well, it's not really bad anymore now that I gave that added context, but let's just keep going.
Why you just brought them up casually with the other 3 things, right? Like I feel like if I was surveying the total political landscape, and I'm like, okay, well, here you have $5 million sitting in a bank account that these citizens don't want to touch, even though it's already their money, because they're worried about the woke mob stealing their city or something. Because
No, they're not worried about the woke mob stealing it. Like, well, you already told them. You already said what they were afraid of. They were afraid that if they took this money, the government could just take their house. That's what they were worried about. Even if you think that's just like false, that is what they're worried about. People. And that is a big deal. If that were true, they're not going to risk losing their house. Like, they're fine with that little bit of money. They won't take the little bit of money to lose their house. Like, no one's going to do that. Like, you need to put yourself into their shoes on why, in their thought process of, like, rejecting something that you obviously think should be, like, a good thing. But his point is that, oh, but they're lying. Okay, then why are you telling us that they're deceived? Why don't you go tell them that they're being deceived right now? Like, okay, that's great. You told us that they're being deceived. That doesn't change the fact that they still feel the same way that they feel. You probably should go tell them that.
Biden is evil. And then you've got people like me making the total political landscape. And I'm like, okay, well, here you have $5 million sitting in a bank account that these citizens don't want to touch, even though it's already their money, because they're worried about the woke mob stealing their city or something, because Biden is evil. And then you've got people like me making stupid jokes on Twitter, and that's where most of the anger is. It's like, okay, well, something is broken here.
I actually don't think most of the anger is targeted towards you. I think it was just like a couple of guys. you know, and then.
Well, no, I'm just saying that none of the people that were mad at me cared that the amount of misinformation that's being spread is like preventing people from doing things that will save their lives. Like it's I guess it's kind of separate. You can argue that like this is like a joke thing versus the policy thing, but like I just don't understand. I mean, I do understand it. It's because people don't pay attention to the policy part of things. But again, this goes back to the like you're getting mad at me. Well, not you're getting mad at me, right? But you're saying that like it's kind of cold to be joking about dead kids. But then, like, remember earlier, I'm like, well, it's kind of crazy to be voting for a president because he's funny, right? And, like, if the standard for who's going to be president is the funniest guy, well, then fuck it. My standard for dealing with catastrophes, I guess, is going to be to make the worst joke. Because that's where we're at politically now, right? Like, if we want to take policy and lives and saving people seriously, then we should take it seriously, like, through and through. But it can't be like, well, we can't allow the bad jokes, but we can allow the bad policy. Like, one of these things is crazy. Bad policy is horrible, and bad jokes are, like, kind of bad, you know?
I feel like the comparison is a little bit silly. But,
it is.
This reminds me of something that I believe one of your homies said, which is
just one quick thing, then you make your point. If you got rid of all of my bad jokes, 0 people would have been saved. If you change the bad policy, then potentially half or more of the people would have heard the sirens and would have started moving immediately. Right?
I want to make it very clear. Like, I absolutely do think if there was a way to change the policies in order to prevent that disaster from occurring, I think that'd be great. I didn't hear anything about anybody saying, "Oh, we shouldn't have this policy, this, that, and the other because of DEI." I didn't hear about anything about that.
Sure.
But once again,
if you get bored later, I shot you 2 links. You can either watch them later or off stream or whatever, but you can go through it later if you want. Yeah,
sure.
Okay, sorry,
but yeah, I guess I live in a reality where I feel like I wish both had happened. But it's obviously like wishful thinking. I do wish that there was policies that could have prevented the travesty that occurred. And then I also think that maybe some people just handled the situation with a little bit more empathy. For, you know, I mean, I know the jokes wouldn't have been as funny, Destiny, but maybe like waiting a week. Once again, you don't have to do anything I fucking ask. But yeah, that's why people were so upset. But I guess a thing that I'm wondering for you is, I know in the political space, showing emotion is like weakness. Right.
I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. I think showing emotion is great. I think people should be emotional and they should care about you.
In the political sphere. Like if you,
that's a cope.
you get very angry, that means you lose. If you start crying, that means you lose.
I mean, some people think that, well, if you're crying, you're almost always losing, unless you're a white woman. Sorry.
No,
I mean, like, it depends on, I mean, generally, if you become unhinged, people say, like, oh, he's mad, he loses or something, sure.
Yeah.
Actually, unless you're a woman, let's not exclude only white women here. Lots of women do the same thing. Come on now.
And I see a lot of people in chat saying, I haven't addressed chat the entire time. But there's just a couple of people saying, only joke when I say so. I don't think anybody here thinks that's what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying for a specific situation, when there's people on the scene attempting to help a tragedy that just occurred less than 24 hours, 48 hours ago, you should expect people to be upset if you're shitting on an active disaster scenario. I don't know why anybody would not expect that, because it's just annoying. It is just fucking annoying. It's really that simple. But yeah.
Sure, but then you also have to. I mean, you have to have a little bit of empathy for the other side. That I don't know if you've ever seen like an enabler, like a horribly enabling friend, where somebody's making bad decisions and then somebody's enabling the fuck out of it, and then now that person is, having the repercussions of their bad decision, and the person goes to like help them, and you're like, oh, good luck, dude, like, and it's like, well, where's the empathy for me? It's like, I mean, bro, we all saw this coming. Everybody knew this was gonna happen, and now it's happening, and now you want us to be empathetic for you while you're fucking up. Like in every other circumstance,
it's actually very different
because
like
responsibility.
If I were to, like, for example, I had a little sister who everybody knew this disaster that she was setting herself up for, warned them multiple times, and then the disaster happened. I didn't go, ha, told ya, you deserved it, retard. I said, oh,
exactly.
I'm so sorry. Do you want to get ice cream?
No, you kind of did though, right? Because didn't you say earlier that if you had like family members in prison, you didn't give a fuck about them, that they deserved it? Isn't it the same thing?
because they did that not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times. This family member specifically has been in jail more than they've been out of jail since 15.
Wow. Wow. Okay, so that's the standard there, Destiny. Contend with that.
Okay, so if they do it enough, then you don't care? Well, I mean, like, but that's fair,
yeah, absolutely.
Sure, I guess.
Yeah, if they do it enough, I'm like, okay, dude. I don't know how many times Texas has said, man, fuck these libs and these DI.
Exactly.
Exactly. I don't want any of their fucking money. Yeah. I don't know how many times they've done that, personally. But I guess at a certain time, if that were to have
They
happened,
have done it over and over and over.
yeah,
and
once
over
again,
and over again.
see,
the
that's
issue, right?
where like the difference of our knowledge. You say that you're a very informed person. I don't know how many times they've done that. I would struggle to think of a.
All right, then give an example. Are you going to give an example to Destiny? You going to give an example besides the one that just happened?
More than one time that you just told me that they've done that. If that is a repeat occurrence, then absolutely, maybe we should put our fucking egos aside and really work on the policies that make this country safer. That way tragedies like this don't occur.
Sure.
But yeah, I mean, just obviously, you know, you know what I mean?
I mean, like arguably it's happening right now again with the vaccine thing, right? Where you're having these people in Texas, there's not many now, there's single digits, but like dying of measles. And it's like kids in the United States shouldn't be dying of measles. This is a crazy thing. That's a crazy crash out if your kid is dying from measles in the United States. And it's like, we don't care, I guess, when it's 2, but what if it's like 10 or 100? And it's like, just so you know, I'm giving you preview, okay? I'm giving you a heads up. If like 100 kids next year in Texas die from measles, I'm gonna be making jokes about it. There's gonna be like connect the dot coloring book jokes I'm gonna be making about kids dying, because it's like, bro, this is the most preventable fucking thing in the world. And if people don't care enough to do something about it right now, well, I'm not gonna care not to make jokes about it when the bad shit happens, you know?
But I'm Googling how many people are dying from measles.
I think it's 3 so far in the United States. I think
It's 3. It's 3. Okay, yeah. Why not make fun of it now? It's only 3, right?
I think 2 were in Texas. So, but I'm saying right now it's not huge right now, but like the numbers are growing, and it's like it's super preventable. It's just a super.
The numbers are growing. Went from 1 to 2. That's like that's a 100% increase, man. That's a 100% increase. 1 to 2 people. Whoa, man. Damn. That's such a big deal. It's growing. It's growing, all right.
Super preventable, easy thing to not have happen. You know, like Jesus.
Well,
Yeah,
it's
but I
super
feel like with, like,
preventable.
only 3 people dying, you know, from like a thing that affects everybody. It's probably like not too big of an issue to worry about, don't you think?
Yes.
For now, but then it's going to become like, how do things become an issue, right?
For sure. Well, like
you know that like
the
a person who weighs if a
3
person
out
weighs
of
400
billions of people,
pounds-
though, it's like pretty hard to focus on.
It's
True.
not. It's very easy because people aren't getting vaccinated, right? There's over 1,400, 500 cases now, right? And then this just grows and grows and grows and grows and grows.
Absolutely,
right?
will. Absolutely.
Like, not to be mean, but like 200 dead kids in Texas is also like a drop in the bucket compared to 340 million people in the United States. Who cares?
Well, I
right?
think it's.
But you
I
would
think
say
that, I think the
because it's-
staggering number is because it was.
No, the difference is that you're comparing something that has 1 or 2 deaths to literally something that just happened with 200 people. 200 people in the span of how many hours? Versus 1 to 3 deaths in the span of literally decades. Bruh, what are you saying? The ratio of death to time ratio is insane, and you're decided to care about, focus on the one that has the tiniest minuscule ratio ever. Like, bro, like that's the thing that's like kind of gaslighty here, comparing the two as if they're like equivalent when they're obviously not.
A natural disaster versus a contagious disease.
What is measles if not natural? If anything, measles is more natural than
No, I'm
having
saying-
a
I'm saying-
campsite in the middle of a fucking riverbed.
See, he's pretending, he's literally like ignoring his point.
No, I'm saying a natural disaster. I'm not claiming that measles isn't natural. I'm saying a natural disaster, like a hurricane,
Yes.
an earthquake, you know, like a flood. You know, it's a natural disaster.
Yep.
Sure.
Versus
I mean,
a
I heard a
contagious
lot.
disease.
Now, maybe this is before the time of, I don't know, everyone in
Hey,
China.
you know what's not natural? Injecting yourself with things that wasn't like born out of like. Measles is natural. You know what's not natural? Freaking vaccines. But I'm just trolling. I'm trolling.
Maybe you knew, but like a lot of people were making fun of black people in New Orleans that died from Katrina. But I mean, but that's a separate time and a separate thing. But
Katrina, that was a while ago.
yeah,
Well, that was like what? Was that like in 5th grade back then? That was a long ass time. I think I was in Hurricane Katrina when that shit happened. That was in Virginia, no? Or was that like more than that?
wait, what?
Was it Hurricane Katrina? Was that in the United States or am I crazy?
Yeah, it was in the U.S.
Yeah, was that in the Virginia area or no?
It might have made it all the way up there, but the huge damage was in Louisiana.
Louisiana.
That was the New Orleans. That was when Kanye West was on TV and he was like, George Bush hates black people or something.
Yeah, I think I was 7 when that happened. Let me actually Google that. Did Hurricane Katrina hit Virginia? I remember hearing about this shit forever ago. Hurricane Katrina.
It might have made it because some of the really big hurricanes will get quite a ways through the U.S., but they're significantly weaker by the time they get up there. But.
Oh yeah, it did. It did hit Virginia. Over 2 million households in Virginia lost power due to that. Okay, so I'm not fucking crazy. 20 deaths in Virginia. True, it's like 3 to measles. But yeah, what I'm just saying is that like, we were talking about the measles and.
Yeah, you're saying one was a natural disaster, yeah.
Yeah, because I don't think COVID classifies as a natural disaster.
True. Yes.
It's like a contagious disease. But yeah, no, I absolutely think that everybody should be vaccinating their kids to prevent, contagious diseases. Yeah, but I think the reason why people aren't taking this seriously right now is because, while it does have the significance to outbreak. Wait, are people not taking measles seriously? Are people not taking it seriously?
No, people are anti because ever since people lost their mind on the COVID vaccines, which also led to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people that conservatives don't care about, but ever since the COVID vaccines, now people are like turning against all vaccines. RFK just
so why was there such negative publicity on the COVID vaccines? We're just gonna pretend like they're just all the reasonings for that behind that is just ill-found, and they're all just like listening to dumb stuff, like. What happened? What were the side effects that people were just like downplaying a bunch? I wonder why that could be the case. Let's just write them off as they're all just crazy, I guess. Like the gaslighting tone and type of arguments that he makes is just wild.
Canceled like 30 different vaccine research things in the United States, which is also really sad. But now people also aren't taking like.
Yeah, it is really sad. Only if you guys are more upfront with the COVID vaccine and stop like overplaying it, making it sound like it was the best thing in the world and stuff like that.
Vaccines in a lot of places now. So measles was eradicated from the United States, and now we have like over 1,500 cases in the U.S. Like it was gone, and now it's back.
And how did it come back?
Because people didn't vaccinate their kids. So if some person brings it into the country or whatever, and now people are starting to get infected, like it'll start to become.
Oh, so it didn't come from not vaccination. It came from because we brought someone from overseas that had measles and brought it back into our country. Yeah, that's how it came back here. Like what? Like listen to that Cope answer.
In a lot of places now. So measles was eradicated from the United States, and now we have like over 1,500 cases in the U.S. Like it was gone.
So how did that get here? Oh, someone brought it over here? Oh, it seems like the problem is people are bringing it over here, not that we're not taking vaccines. We wouldn't need a vaccine if people weren't bringing it over here. You know that, right? If people weren't... What's the outcome difference between having a wall and not having a wall if no one's coming? The wall might as well not exist because no one's coming. If we do have an issue with people coming, then we probably should have a wall. So that's the argument for vaccines. But I want to be contrarian right now.
Now it's back.
And how did it come back?
Because people didn't vaccinate their kids. So if some person brings it into the country or whatever, and now people are starting to get infected, like it'll start to become.
No, the reason why it came back is because people brought it into the country.
Endemic, I guess, or it'll start to spread more, and it'll be like a disease that'll be widespread in the United States at some point if people continue to not get vaccinated.
Okay, and then just for my final question.
It's almost like Trump wants this massive like wall and like fixing immigration. I see the smartness in the madness.
Why are you telling me this? I'm trying to figure out how the fuck we got here, because I obviously believe that people should vaccinate their kids.
True. Based.
Because I have no idea why you're telling me this.
No, I know. Well, I know exactly. I'm trying to figure out how to phrase it nicely.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't care about people who get mad about bad jokes when they're doing really bad actions. That's the thing that's bothering me.
Oh,
is
yeah,
the
and I
magnitude of
understand
the
that.
response that conservatives as a whole, and because earlier you said that, like, well, Trump is a funny guy, so fuck it. It's like, well, sure, but then like if you think that Trump is a funny guy, we're gonna vote for him. I'm not going to give a fuck about making some jokes about dead kids if like the policies that Trump is enacting are leading to the deaths of like hundreds of thousands of people. That's not even touching like USAID and foreign bodies or whatever, right? But just in the United States alone from like vaccine related stuff, let alone any other health related stuff, let alone any other DACA stuff or whatever else. I'm just saying like it can't be this many policies that are leading to death. And then it's like, but the jokes are so bad. Like, I don't take that very seriously. That's
Sure. Yeah. No. And once again, I never came into this conversation thinking that I was going to change your mind about hey Destiny, be more sensitive, because I don't think that you're a guy who has. I don't think that you're an emotional guy. I think I've seen your content for over probably like 5 years on and off, and I don't think I've even ever seen you change your voice ever, besides whenever you crash out. But I've never heard you sound sad. I've never sound you sound in distress at all. I feel like you have a neutral mode and then you have an angry mode.
Sure.
But yeah, I just think in the same vein where it's like, absolutely, I don't give a fuck about what happens in the president. But I understand that people are going to crash the fuck out over me when I do that. Just like when I wore a MAGA hat as a joke, I understand that people are going to crash the fuck out on me, and I accept that. Just like in the same way that I think that, you know, while I don't think you have any obligation to stop joking about dead kids if you think it's funny, I just feel like accepting the fact that you are going to piss people off is just kind of just like the norm.
True.
Except, wait, repeat that last thing again.
Well, like, if you make jokes about dead kids, people are probably going to be mad.
Oh, fine, sure.
Yeah.
But if Donald Trump and conservatives' appointing policies are leading to dead kids, I mean, then they don't really have any place to complain. And that's what I'll keep saying.
Hey, man, trust me. Once again, this was. I already knew that there was no way that I was going to come in here and say, you know, I'm going to make Destiny feel bad for these. I already knew that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, why would Destiny feel bad about making jokes about dead kids? It's like, what? Why would Destiny feel bad about that?
It's all good. Wait, why do you stream so fucking early?
I stream
You're
early.
on vampire time. What the fuck? You stream from like 9 a.m. to fucking noon? What the fuck?
Yeah, I stream at 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. every day, unless I have a tummy ache. But
I like his stream. That's basically what I do. I end up streaming for like until like what? Like early evening. Maybe probably until now.
the reason why I
but,
stream
yeah.
early is because I like waking up with the sun. It's nice. It makes me feel like I have control over my life, and I feel like people who stay up at night are generally less productive. But I do shit nonstop. So like the moment that I end streaming, I'm gonna go to the gym immediately and just start lifting. But yeah, it's just good for productivity, and also the sun feels good.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah.
I think it's a good reason.
So another question I had here is that I'm trying to figure out how to formulate this.
Mm-hmm.
You were banned on Twitch.
Mm-hmm.
What do you currently think about the state of Twitch and their double standards with the, I guess, the way they enforce the things that Hassan says, as well as his little orbiter crew?
I mean, like I said before, I think there's a culture on a lot of internet places of kind of like this very, very, very socialist ideology. And as long as you back it, you can basically say or do whatever you want and you'll be okay. I think it's kind of unhinged.
If you were unbanned on Twitch, would you stream on this platform again?
Yeah, I probably would.
I've been told that you getting banned on Twitch, would you say it's the worst thing that's ever happened to you?
No, I'm like a cockroach. I always survive somehow. I've been streaming for like 16 years. I'm still doing okay, so.
Yeah. What else do you want to talk about?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have anything.
Oh, here's a question I want to
anything?
ask. So I often get told that you struggle to make friends.
No, I don't think so. I think having friends in the streamer world is really weird. Over the past year, especially, I made more real life friends.
Yeah.
Streamer stuff is just insanely. It's crazy because I had a foot in the real world before I got into streaming stuff, and then I got into streaming stuff. I realized how weird the streaming stuff is. But I guess I forgot how crazy the streaming world is compared to my real life world now. Yeah. So most of my friends are not real life friends. I don't trust streamers at all. Streamers
what the
horrible,
hell?
fucking crazy people. Jesus.
What, like, if you were to give me like top 5 like horrible streamers?
Top 5, I wouldn't be able to do it, but there's just so much social pressure to like shit on different people depending on, and it's very upsetting to me. It pisses the fuck off for me. For one example, for instance, do you know what Turkey Tom is?
Yeah, I know Turkey Tom. Yeah.
So because of his connections, I got an invite. So me and a friend of mine met up with him and Donut Operator and a ton of other people. I think Brendan Herrera, Wendigo, I think we're all there to go shooting in Austin, San Antonio. I don't know, someplace near someplace over there in Texas. And we went. I thought we had a really good time. It was really interesting watching Donut and his son interact. because I saw a lot of the relationship between me and my son with the way those two interacted. It was funny because Donut, like I would consider Donut, if you have like a YouTube dad, I feel like he does a cool thing, right? He shoots guns, he seems like a cool guy, but his son was like, oh yeah, I don't know, he's kind of lame or whatever. I thought it was really funny watching the interaction. I had a lot of fun with the guys. We had a lot of fun at dinner. There were like jokes. I remember the last night where I think it was Wendigoon was saying shit like, oh, like I thought you were gonna be like a crazy lefty. I was like, no, I'm a pretty normal dude. And it was annoying that after the that Trump failed assassination attempt where, you know, God delivered the bullets into the firefighter instead of Trump's head, I made jokes about it on Twitter, and all of a sudden, people do this so much. Ludwig tried to do this to me too about the cheese puff shit. Donut Operator starts tweeting. He's like, yeah, when Destiny hung out with us, it was super lame, and his girl wanted to fuck us the whole time, and it was so fucking lame. I'm like, why would you rewrite a real life interaction with me? Like, you can just say you don't like me.
What do you mean? Yes, he would rewrite the. If he's lying, if he's going to lie about you to other people because you made a disgusting joke about a firefighter getting deleted at a potential presidential assassination, like, that's just what happens, man. Why are you so mad at that? Like, you literally, like, do you not understand how unhinged you sound here right now? He literally met your unhingedness with his unhingedness, but you just don't like when he's unhinged towards you. Like, bro, what do you... How is this so hard to understand? Aren't you supposed to be, like, super smart or something?
Yeah, that's fine. I don't know why you have to lie about interactions in real life. But that that type of shit just irritates the fuck out of me. No. It doesn't, like, no, it was just weird comments. You're trying to make some kind of like weird cuck joke or whatever.
Yeah, and you were just trying to make some weird like joke about someone dying at a Trump rally. Like, yeah, it's just weird, guys.
It's just kind of disappointing that so many people, I guess, like take shit so seriously online or are so cucked to their.
Oh yeah, take it so seriously that the fact that you made fun of like literally a person dying, a firefighter dying at a presidential rally. Yes, they took that way too seriously, guys. Come on now. Why would he take a joke that you made about a firefighter dying at the president's rally because of a failed assassination? Like, why would they take that seriously? Like, that's just so weird to Destiny, isn't it? It's just so weird, I guess. Like, he couldn't even fathom why people would take that so seriously. That's just okay. Good one, Destiny.
Audiences that like I can say openly I disagree with Donut Operator and probably all those guys on their political opinions, but I had fun hanging out with them, right? I can have a lot of different friends with different political opinions, but because they're so cucked to their audiences, they have to say that I was literally fucking Hitler in real life too, and it's like, Jesus, I don't know.
No, they're not. They said that you're basically Hitler in real life because you literally just made a terrible joke that basically is kind of like Hitler-ish, you know? Like, you're making fun of someone that died. Hitler tried to exterminate an entire like race of people. Like, I see the parallels. I can understand that.
I don't think I would describe any of those guys as cucked to their audience, to be honest. I would not say that.
They are absolutely cucked to their audience.
Yeah.
1 trillion.
Destiny has to believe that because
why else would he rewrite a real life interaction? You should.
Well, why else? Oh, maybe it had something to do with your jokes about an assassination attempt? Who knows? Yo, Destiny's being so retarded right now.
Ask him personally next time you see him. What was it like when you guys hung out? You can ask him. There's videos of us shooting and everything. It was. Yeah.
I mean, here's the thing. As a guy who's in an open relationship, you're denying the entire possibility that maybe your girl just did want to fuck them.
That is true. That is also true. Yo, that's so true. I didn't realize that was the angle he was trying to make the entire time.
No, we were all hanging out. Like, I was there.
You literally praised the fact that you were in an open relationship at the time. Don't you? Like, is that like not a possibility?
She was there. I could get a statement from her if you wanted. I mean, like, what the fuck?
Is it the same girl that you're with right now or no? Oh, never mind. Fuck, can't ask that.
Anyway, worst narrative.
Yeah,
no, but like,
what have I walked back into?
Tactile making a really good point against Destiny, and Destiny acting very, very obtuse and kind of retarded, just so he can like pretend he has no idea what's going on in this situation. Like, Destiny got so mad that someone lied about him because right after the fact that Destiny made fun of the firefighter getting deleted. And then Destiny's like, it's so weird how he would just rewrite history and pretend that like I'm this bad person after that firefighter comment that I made. Like, it's just so weird. I can't understand. Like, it was just a joke, guys. Like, he didn't say it like that. Destiny didn't say it like that, but that's basically what just happened.
And like she saw the comments too, and she was like, it's really gross. It was just weird. Yeah, they were just weird comments. Like we were all just there like hanging out. It's not like we were all like sharing hotel rooms with each other. I think. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll leave that to you guys to figure out. Me personally, that is a shame because I feel like those guys, and I know those guys are very good people, and I would hardly describe them with cuck to their audiences. They've been nothing but good, and they've done a lot.
Yeah,
of
but
good
this is like one of the things that triggers me the most is because going back to the thing I said earlier, because everything has gotten so fucking political, and everybody has these like hardcore political like alignments on everything that it's hard for people to have friends across the aisle or friends from different parts of the political spectrum. And before, I think some of that was the fault of like the wokies, but the wokies were, for all their faults, the wokies were like crazy college kids and like these weirdos fucking online. Like the vast majority of center left Democrats you meet in the real world also think those people are fucking cringe, right? Most people think those people are cringe, but the MAGA stuff is like 95% of fucking Republicans. And it's like, Jesus. And I don't know, it just feels like it's infected so much real world shit.
You think 95% of Republicans are like MAGA infested, like brain rotted individuals?
I don't know if I'd say brain rotted, but like super MAGA. Like again, I'm not being personal, but like you were able to give me perfectly the tariff talking points, and you're not even that plugged into political talk.
Worse, Nary.
Somehow.
Wait, this from a guy that calls all Republican voters retreads.
Yes. I understand. It's yes, that is a that yeah. He's just one. I don't take Destiny's political takes seriously. Like he's very, very. I almost feel I don't even point it out anymore because I know how hypocritical he is. Like he's just so hypocritical. Like if I were to stop the video and say that he's a hypocrite on this every time he does it, then the video would be 10 hours long. 10 hours long, yes.
All the MAGA.
But yeah, you're correct. Yes. Yep. True.
Stuff is doing such a great job making the.
And honestly, if you're gonna point it out, I will always say something about it.
Through the entirety of all of the online
Worse, Nary.
and real life, like
A slimy
MAGA
toad.
movement that,
I got you,
Yeah, it seems like
Winky
it's
face.
captured a
Thank
lot,
you.
like of the minds of a lot of people that are.
What's
just on
crazy is
that
I can't
thing,
even
yeah.
remember what I said. I just kind of just think of things, and then I think this what I just said is like the common sense take. Am I crazy? I don't think I have to hear.
Yeah, it's a common sense take. True. Yo, bro. Yes, common sense is literally Trump's the whole MAGA brain rot or whatever that Destiny's talking about is literally the common sense rule, the common sense take. Yes, true. Base.
Hear those talking points from anybody to understand like what both sides' objectives are. It's just kind of like obvious what like the tariffs are like trying to do.
Yes. Yeah. Literally.
Maybe I did a really good job. Maybe I did a super good job.
I understand. Well, I would say no because what tariffs are known to do is to be detrimental to your economy all the time. Every economist.
Yes, that's exactly what tariffs are for. Yeah, whenever other countries do tariffs, they're trying to destroy their economy. Yes, true. Base Destiny. Thank you for gaslighting us again. Oh, every economist agrees with that. Yeah, that's great. Good one, Destiny. That's why countries want to do it. Yeah, that's obviously the intent. That's obviously what we're talking about right now. Like, my goodness.
The world agrees that tariffs suck. Like the points that you gave me about tariffs are the MAGA talking points for tariffs.
Bro, if they all suck, then why do so many countries do it? If they all suck, why do all these countries do the thing that sucks? That makes no sense to me. Like, what are you saying, Destiny? Actually, here, let me see. Oh, wait, I did a thing with Grok. Oh, wait, no, we did talk about that already, but let me see. How many countries do tariffs? Question mark. All right, you're not going to give me an actual answer. How many countries do tariffs? Come on, this should be quick and easy. Come on now, Grok, you can do this. Come on. Interpreting the tariffs are taxes and imports, exports. All right, list of countries without tariffs. There we go. Yes, that's what we're supposed to be doing. List of countries without tariffs. Maybe searching list of tariffs without tariffs. Help by subtracting from the total. Over 170 countries and customs tariffs imposes tariffs based to... Cool. Look at that. We're looking at Wikipedia, Destiny's favorite organization. Yeah, because it's in .org, so it should be an organization, I think. I'm gonna have 0% tariffs, but they special administration regions. WTO profiles. Several countries and Afghanistan shows 0% tariffs in the list. Some reason finding no country has 0 tariffs on all imports. Even Singapore and Hong Kong have some goods like alcohol and tobacco. The list of Wikipedia shows analyzing tariffs. Oh, I love Grok 4. This is Grok 4, by the way. We've been using Grok 3, and Grok 4 is actually pretty interesting. And it's still thinking. I want a quick answer. I almost want a quick answer. All right, well, while that's doing that.
Nobody likes tariffs from an economic perspective. These are like things that you suffer through because of political...
That's great. That's great. An economic perspective. That's great. Now, let's talk about the average American perspective, the common sense perspective. Common sense perspective that literally he was talking about. Let's talk about that. Yeah, let's talk about something that affects most people, not the economic perspective from economists. Like, there's a reason why they're economists and not lawmakers, or lawmakers basically, or tariff makers, or trying to run to become president. Like, when maybe there has been at least one or two, but like, how many people that are accountants trying to run like policy and stuff like that? They probably would run policy instead of being an accountant, most likely. Like, it's just, this comparison is just so weird. All right. I mean, all we need is the beginning part, so let's go.
Virtually all countries in the world impose tariffs, taxes on imported goods, to some degree, as they're a common tool for generating revenue, protecting domestic industries, or addressing trade imbalances.
Okay, so I was correct. Like, if tariffs are just so bad and so crazy and so, like, it just destroys your economy, why does virtually every single country use them?
Where's Neri? Tectone may have a weird relationship with anime type things, but he comes across better than Destiny.
Yes, true. Yes. Yep. And Destiny just lied again. Or Destiny tried to do a manipulative a gaslighting tactic to make it seem like no economists ever, like, the tariffs are just bad all around. And then you ask the question, oh, then why does virtually every single country do it? Like, what's his answer? Oh, because there's actually good things about tariffs. Okay, then that's literally what Tectone is talking about. Why are we going to talk about the most niche thing possible that no one cares about? Except for the group of people that you described as economists. Like, there's so many other people out in the world besides that. Like, the common sense thing is over encompassing of, like, most people, which includes economists, other people that do other things, mostly people that have low wage income, that are just like the common people, the blue collar workers, a good portion of the white collar workers, and a couple of the rich people as well. But yeah,
reasons, or if you want to achieve some other end, like, we need to tariff this for like national security reasons, but not because it's good for our economy. But
I mean, that's literally what Trump did do. National security. Now he literally just found that he just remembered that, and now he needs to be like, well, but Trump is doing bad.
Also, there are things that I think, like, you might think are quote unquote common sense, but it's just because of the particular media that we watch that some things seem more obvious than others. But then from a different perspective, they don't seem to be as common sense, or people have common sense opinions that go in the other direction, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I would also think that maybe saying
when Destiny says from a different perspective, Destiny means from a negative perspective or a bad faith perspective. And when I say from a different perspective, actually no, I always clarify when I say different perspective. I don't just say it from a different perspective and just leave it at that. I say it from a good from a good faith perspective, or I'll say good faith or bad faith perspective. Like, I'll actually say that. Destiny doesn't say that. He just says he's trying to be manipulative. He's gonna omit information when it's good for his side, and then he'll add in extra information when it's good for his side. So
100% of economists agree that tariffs are bad. It's probably just like not true.
yes, thank you. Oh, let me go all the way back. I didn't even know he said that.
We need to tariff this for like national security reasons, but not because it's good for our economy. But also there are things that I think like you might think are common sense, but it's just because of the particular media that we watch that some things seem more obvious than others. But then from a different perspective, they don't seem to be as common sense, or people have common sense opinions that go in the other direction. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I would also think that maybe saying 100% of economists agree that tariffs are bad is probably just like not true.
Yep.
Okay, it's probably like 98% of economists.
Yeah, you see, like, you know, right? So maybe I'm part of the 2%.
But 90% of Republicans think that the 2020 election was stolen, and the majority of people that were dying from COVID in hospitals were unvaccinated Republicans, and the majority of people not getting their children vaccinated for measles are conservatives. Like, those are numbers that are all.
I just
real
feel
and
like
true.
Wow, that sounds so bad. So all these conservatives are dying, and it seems like they don't care. It's almost like that's not happening. What are you saying, Destiny? Like, you live in such a if what Destiny was saying was so true, wouldn't you think that most conservatives would
Where's
be
Neri?
counter to that?
I think it was old people that were dying of it.
Yeah, that's what was going on. It was mostly just old people. Oh.
True.
62% of 70% of statistics are bullshit and made up on the spot.
I mean, we can look at voting stuff. We can look at polling data. We can look at.
Yeah, it's just there's just a lot of numbers flying around, man. It's making my head hurt.
Okay.
Anyways, you play like any video games?
I used to, but I haven't in the last year and a half. I've been doing politics more seriously. Other than I did a Factorio run through.
That was a long ass time. That Factorio
I mean,
playthrough you did, that shit was a long fucking time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember watching that shit. Yeah, I think that's like pretty much everything.
Be honest, I have no idea how you can finish this game. Like, you can always keep progressing and building. Like, there's just no end goal. There's no end game. I mean, there's an end goal, but you can stretch that end goal to infinite, basically.
Okay. Do you play games besides gacha?
Like,
game
I literally
things?
have
haven't
infinite
touched a
research
gacha
right here. It says 3 to infinite,
Do you
play any
infinity.
games now, or what do you do normally?
I'm a big gym rat now, which is nice. And I got this dog. Do you got a dog?
Fuck no.
You should get a dog.
Fuck no. I just don't want to take care of an animal. I think they're cute, but
You have a cat?
no.
You seem like a cat guy.
I think cats are cute, and I like big and medium dogs.
I feel like that's a lie. I thought Destiny did have a cat.
I think it's very interesting that you don't like pets.
I like them. I just want to take care of one, and so I'm not gonna get a pet. Like, I can't even have time for a real like monogamous relationship.
Where's
where
Neri?
fucking
I play Stellaris far too much myself.
What's Stellaris? What is Stellaris?
Where's Neri? Yeah, he does have a cat.
Yeah, so I don't know why Destiny was lying about that. Oh, is this like a 4... Oh, it's a 4X game. Oh, shoot. Those games are difficult. Anything that says 4X is... That's a massive learning curve for a game. Strategy. Grand strategy. Yeah, yep. Stellaris. I've never played it, but... Sounds interesting.
buy a pet, and I travel a lot, and like I don't have time of yeah, I think they're fine. Like if I wasn't streaming and I was doing other work, maybe I would get like a cat or like a medium dog. Maybe I like them. I think pets are cute. I think they're cool. I like playing with other people's pets.
I'm playing Dark Souls 2 right now.
Ooh, some people don't like that one.
No, the people who don't like it don't understand.
Where's
the game.
Neri?
It's actually quite good.
I have all the DLC cost a fortune.
It is very, very, very good.
To be honest, I've heard of the game, but I never really knew about it.
It's the exact same game as every other Dark Souls.
I'll
where
have
you
to
just
try it
put
out
20
though.
points into adaptability, and then it's the same fucking game.
Okay. That's
Yeah.
a take.
I mean, it's true. Like there is literally no difference. Okay, let me read. Okay, so you have to level 20 for adaptability is what you get to, because then you have 99 agility, which means you have the same amount of iframes as you do in the normal Souls games. And then, as well as, you need to understand that the lock in the Souls 2 game isn't a hard lock; it's a soft lock. And then, other than that, it's the same fucking game. But yeah,
I think the reason why people don't like, without getting into the game shit too much, the reason why people don't like Dark Souls 2 is because I think they feel like the level design and the setups for enemies and bosses was more fair and more interesting for Dark Souls 1 and 3. So in Dark Souls 2, I think you have more scenarios where like you walk into a room and it's just because of camera angles, there's an enemy right to the right that comes down with an axe, and you're like, oh cool, I just got hit or knocked off a platform, like whoop-de-fucking-do. Or it's like, oh, Dark Souls 2, here's a boss, oh my god, here's a harder boss, it's 2 of the last boss. Wow. Like I think that was popping up a lot more.
So
in DS games,
it's
like,
Scholar of the First Sin addresses a lot of the issues with the mob positioning. It's honestly really not that hard.
What is Scholar of the First Sin?
Scholar of the First Sin is the complete edition, where the mob placement was adjusted as well as the DLC was implemented into the game.
Oh. Wait, can we agree on this one thing? Here's one thing that should never exist in any more From Software games, and I don't know why they put this in. I don't know who likes these. I don't know why, but it feels like every Souls game or Souls-like game, Bloodborne, all these things, have a level or an area that's like a poison marsh.
Swamp.
Why? Who likes that?
Nobody.
Who's that for?
Miyazaki.
Does anybody like this?
Miyazaki likes people watching people play it.
Okay. It's just pain.
Yeah, no, it sucks. But I guess one more thing is I am very curious. So you've completely given up, because as a guy who's also given up on trying to make friends in the content creation space, what was the moment for you where you just said I'm good?
I mean, I've had a low expectation of content creators for a long time. So, yeah. Basically, since I started doing politics in 2016, I fought a lot of right-leaning people, but then I also... Have you ever heard of something called Shit Reddit Says?
Yes.
Yeah, so those people witch hunted the fuck out of my career. And it was just trying to fight people on the right and the left was very annoying. And if you don't map cleanly onto a certain political community, there's always a lot of virtue to be found in attacking me. So it seems like every friend I have online, it just has been this probably for like 10 or 15 years. Well, no, probably for the past 10 years. On the political space, it's just somebody waiting to flip eventually. When you have a big moment, there's going to be a group of people who are ready to welcome them with open arms. So maybe in like the gaming space.
All right, so I'm not going to do that to Destiny if he ever like ends up being someone that actually talks to me consistently, but I understand why people do it. Like, Destiny's hated on both sides. So you could easily like betray him and backstab him, and you would have basically zero consequences of doing that towards Destiny, because everyone hates him. No one likes him. And then it bolsters my argument, like, well, if nobody likes you, then I think the issue's with you, not with everyone else.
Where's
'Cause,
Neri?
like,
I do.
yeah. Like, that's my argument against Destiny. Like, maybe you should change because you're like the point of like contention here, not everyone else. Like, if you're by yourself and no one wants to interact with you, then it's not because that those people don't want to. It's not because of them. It's because you're just a hard person to interact with, like, or whatever the argument may be. Like, he says it to himself all the time. You're the only person. Like, he's in his own sphere. He's by himself. He's not with anyone. Like, that's kind of on you.
Space maybe be different. I don't know if I feel that way about the friends I made playing StarCraft 2. Like, it's not like those people all became crazy backstabbers or anything. So maybe it's just like the political world is cringe like that. But everything's becoming political. So
as a guy who doesn't do politics or debates like ever, I will say, man, dude, the moment we started talking about the joke thing, dude, chat fucking went nuts. I don't have your chat pulled up, but that was like, that's just way too much, man. Like, I don't know.
Sure.
Like, I feel like the conversation really was not that deep, and motherfuckers just be getting fucking, like, just losing shit. I don't really think I have the whole want to even have to fucking deal with people getting that angry over politics shit, man. It is wild. I mean, I get it when it's, like, from person to person. Like, if you knew these motherfuckers doing this shit, it's like, okay, I get it. But I guess I don't see it when it's, like, people on the internet. Anyways, it's fucking exhausting. This is why I just play video games and then I just make fun of people.
True.
Yeah, I think you have a very good way of representing
Literally my style right now.
your views, which
Where's
is
Neri?
very odd because
Yeah,
even when
I must be a Tectone viewer.
Yep. Maybe. Maybe.
I don't agree with him, I'm glad that I at least understand your point of view, regardless at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully I try. I'm a political communicator, so hopefully I can communicate them pretty well.
Yeah. Man, that just sounds that just sounds really fucking sad. Like that just sounds fucking miserable, bro. I'm not gonna fucking lie. Like being in politics 24/7 just sounds fucking miserable. Like, do you like what you do?
Yeah, I mean, there's pros and cons. I mean, I like researching topics and having, when I can, having in-depth debates over policy and stuff. But it's kind of also free
He also likes being called a hypocrite because it's very easy to point out sometimes.
content, right? Like every day there's always stuff going on, so you don't have to think like, oh fuck, what am I going to cover today? Do I have to play some boring game today? Like there's always shit going on politically too. So yeah, I think it's fun.
Do you think it's right for a viewer to not want to like trust a certain streamer because they're audience locked by the chat that they
Yes, it is perfectly normal to do that.
or the political party that they often find themselves aligning with? Because I've heard you say a lot of faults with conservatives, but I haven't heard you say any faults with Dems or Lib.
True. Oh, yeah, because there isn't any, according to Destiny's worldview. Democrats bad? What? That doesn't happen. That doesn't exist.
Do you think it's, oh, so like if somebody seems like too partisan or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, like I have faults. I think there are faults with Democrats, but I mean, it just depends on I mean, right now I align way more ideologically with Democrats than I do with Republicans, so the Republican faults are going to come up a lot more. I mean, I would say at the end of the day, people want to argue about things. I mean, like I publish all my notes online. Like you can sometimes come by my stream at like 7 p.m. and I'm like researching the most boring fucking shit in the world with 3,000 viewers. Like, I mean, like I put in the
Where's
work.
Neri?
And I
Are you locked by your chat yet? I'll have to try harder. Winky face.
Maybe. Actually, no, I'm not locked by my chat yet. Nope, not yet. Not yet. It's getting pretty close though. Actually, no, not really. Sorry I haven't been streaming as often, but like this new thing that I'm doing is very exhausting. Let's just say that. Like I want to stream when I get on the weekends, and then I'm just sitting there being like, I just moved something that was super heavy yet the day before, and then on Wednesday I did another really big thing that was very physically demanding, and I just don't want to do anything when I sit down. I just don't.
Where's Neri? Nah worries as long as it's going well.
Yeah, it's actually going really well. Actually, it's getting to the point to where I might start being able to make my own hours again. Not daily, but like hourly. It's like I might be able to, if I want to get a quick day, I think I might be able to do that possibly. Because right now I'm in the stage of kind of being on other people's time. I'm stuck on other people's time, being super vague purposely, but giving enough information to actually like make sense. But yeah.
Debate research, and if somebody wants to argue with you, there's a reason why like people generally avoid having debates with me on these topics. There's a reason why like Hassan is like petrified to ever confront me and is instead just like behind his little paywall, screaming about how I'm retarded on Israel-Palestine. Yeah, I mean, that's all I can say at the end of the day.
I do think that if you,
facts, yeah.
I do think like for example, I do think when you make your entire personality and content creation structure about being political, I do think you have a certain, man, I'm really red. Do you see my head?
Yeah.
That's really fucking red. Holy shit. That's what happens when I'm thinking way too hard. I do think that when you do make your entire gimmick that I do politics, I do think you should be more
Where's
open
Neri?
to talking.
Cleaning up the mean streets of DC is hard work. Winky face.
Oh, we should definitely watch some of that. You know what? We should. There's a video. Oh man, wait. Let me see. Can I find it? Last night on Destiny.
Worse nary. I was job guessing again, winky face.
Oh, yes, yes, true. Nah, I'm still with Elon. I'm still in the Doge crew. Let's just say that. I'm kidding. But hypothetically, I could be. Let's just say that. Bro, where is the video? Oh, you're just wrong. Another lawsuit. That's not what I'm looking for. Like, the thing, when you said the DC thing, he literally had oh. Asman turns on Trump? What? What? Okay. It's probably not on this then. Then, go home. Is it? I didn't see it on his main thing, though. Where is it? Oh. Is it this?
I really like that it's just normal that Trump just deploys the military all.
Oh. He changed the title. This wasn't the title wasn't like this before. Oh, that's what I was going to do. All right, so this was a day ago, right? This was a day ago. All right. Destiny VODs. Boom. All right, I'm just trying to find the video that we were that I watched. I'm trying to. Oh, you actually touched the Britney again. What?
Gonna do the same thing. We're gonna sell out the bar. We'll have tickets available.
That's great. I honestly 8/12. Oh, that was only a few days ago. I don't care about this right now. What I do care about is. Oh, we actually watched this Marquez guy. That's cool. Is this it?
Been up here a lot. I've never seen a crowd like this. I think we need a ballroom, and that's how.
Oh, I think this is it.
Tritter was right. He kind of was right, actually, and I feel like he got bailed out in a house got bailed out in a really stupid way, and then Tritter just like was super chill and dropped everything.
What is this?
I'll ask, but I feel like he's gonna like if this gets posted.
Serious on this other scene in this room, and we're here for a very serious purpose. Something's out of control, but we're going to put it in control very quickly, like we did on the southern border.
True.
I'm announcing a historic action to rescue our nation's capital from crime, bloodshed, bedlam, and squalor, and worse.
When you mentioned the whole the DC thing, I was like, oh yeah, didn't he talk about the whole DC stuff?
This is Liberation Day in DC, and we're going to take our capital back. We're taking it back. Under the authorities vested in me as the President of the United States, I'm officially invoking Section 740 of the District of Columbia Home Rule Act. You know what that is? And placing the DC Metropolitan Police Department under direct federal control, and you'll be meeting the people that will be directly involved with that.
Oh, so this isn't even like announced or is going to happen. This is like officially already done. Nice. What the fuck does he even think he's gonna fucking do? He's just gonna start doing law enforcement with the National Guard and everything's gonna magically get better? Or
yeah,
is
it's
it gonna be
true.
like California where he says everything's fixed before the people even get out there? Or
Very good people, but they're tough, and they know what's happening, and they've done it before. In addition, I'm deploying the National Guard to help reestablish law, order, and public safety in Washington, D.C., and they're going to be allowed to do their job properly. And you people are victims of it too. You know, you're reporters, and I understand a lot of you tend to be on the liberal side, but you don't want to get,
The two men next to Hegseth are Interior Secretary Doug Burgum and Army Secretary Dan Driscoll. Thank you. Okay.
mugged and raped and shot and killed. And you all know people and friends of yours that happened. And so you can be anything you want, but you want to have safety in the streets. You want to be able to leave your apartment or your house where you live and feel safe and go into a store to buy a newspaper or buy something. And you don't have that now. The murder rate in Washington today is higher than that of Bogota, Colombia, Mexico City, some of the places that you hear about as being the worst places on earth. Much higher. This is much higher. The number of car thefts has doubled over the past 5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled.
Well, okay, it seems like it's going down a lot, though. I don't know why they have these graphics. Oh, because it's CNN, sorry.
5 years, and the number of carjackings has more than tripled. Murders in 2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse.
What?
2023 reached the highest rate probably ever. They say 25 years, but they don't know what that means because it just goes back 25 years. Can't be worse. Our capital city has been overtaken by violent gangs and bloodthirsty criminals, roving mobs of wild youth, drugged out maniacs and homeless people. And we're not going to let it happen anymore. We're not going to take it. Just like we did on our southern border. Nobody comes through our southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but...
Yeah, I wonder how that happened. Yeah.
The people that do the...
I don't know if it's right. What's he saying? I don't know if that's right, but I'm going to say it because it sounds good. Jesus Christ, bro. Fucking kill me.
Southern border anymore. 3 months in a row, we had zero. I don't know if that's right, but the people that do the work, it's a very liberal group of people, actually, and they actually said zero for the last 3 months. Nobody thought a thing like that was possible. And
yeah, I didn't even think that was possible.
You know, when you say take a look at numbers, I just saw some charts. These are different cities throughout the world. Red is...
Dude, it's like the Homelander booby woman when he's like, no, not even. I don't even know. Look at how Trump pulls out his Crayola crayon graphs. Look at how Pam nods. Like, good job, honey. Look, watch your face.
Different cities throughout the world. Red is...
there you go. Good job. Nice.
Okay. The red is a place called Washington, D.C.
Fucking kill me.
Look at these. Baghdad.
He sounds like a fucking retard. Why is that our go-to comparison? Is fucking Baghdad? What?
We doubled up on Baghdad.
Doubled up what?
Panama City, Brasilia, San Jose, Costa Rica, Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs.
Okay, wait, I don't want to make fun of it. Is Brasilia the name of a city in...
Costa Rica, Panama City, Brasilia.
Is Brasilia the name of a city in... Okay, because it might be, all right?
Where's Neri?
That's the Brazil's capital.
Is Destiny okay?
Yeah, Destiny's he's trying to make fun of something that he doesn't understand.
Okay, there you go. Okay.
San Jose, Costa Rica.
It's called Brasilia. Why don't we have a capital called like Ameriquia? That'd be sick.
Bogota, Colombia, heavy drugs. Mexico City, I mentioned. Lima, Peru. All double and triple what they are. So do you want to live in places like
all double and triple with what? What is he talking about?
Double and triple.
I can't read this, sir. I can't read this. I don't. Is that DC on the left? I can't read this.
What they are. So do you want to live in places like that? I don't think so.
Live in places like that? Well, it sounds like those places are all better to live in if we're going by. Or does he mean live in DC, like a place like that?
I don't think so. And I think the people in this room, if you wrote correctly, you'd see. Look at the kind of numbers we have. DC. 41 per 100,000. Number one that we can find anywhere in the world. Other cities are pretty bad, but they're not as bad as that.
It's like a Fox News infograph.
Like, Destiny's literally just being uncharitable. Like, obviously he's making sense and he's just pretending that he has no idea what what Trump is talking about when he's literally like capital homicide rates. Capital homicide rates. This is what he's showing. But Destiny's like, I don't even know what these Crayola crayon things like. He's just memeing. His brain is it doesn't exist right now. It doesn't exist. Like he's just being actually the R word, like legitimately, just to make his audience like him or whatever. He has like a whole anti-Trump audience, so he needs to bolster to that.
The White House passing out these information packets ahead of President Trump's press conference. We're expecting to announce more federal law enforcement officers at our next Capitol. Is that Sam Hyde? I'm just kidding. Arrested on a warrant out of Georgia at 16th Street and Marion Barry Avenue Southeast for cruelty to the elderly. Thank you. Okay.
Is that where you want to live? The reporters of the world? Juvenile offenders and crimes against persons, as they say. It's getting worse. Not getting better, it's getting worse. And we had a recent indication.
Yeah.
There was a story about a man who was just left. He quit because he was asked to do phony numbers.
I checked the White House website. Their source is a tweet. Oh, speaking of sources, a tweet. Can we do a little bit of digging into that? What is this? I saw some chart floating around a week or two ago that said 50% of 30-year-old men, like 50 years ago, like 50% of them were married and had a house. Is there a source on that? Does anybody have? Well, remind me of that later after this, okay?
On crime, and we're going to look into that. I think Pam is going to be looking into that. But he was asked by the city, I guess, that we don't want to show the real numbers. Let me do numbers so it looks like it's going down. Not going down. And under Biden, it was a disaster.
Disaster.
And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe.
Why is he allowed to say that? Why is he allowed to say that? Like you wouldn't believe. That's like not even that's not a real thing. Why does he never have to say anything for real? Oh yeah, this chart. Estimated percent of 30-year-olds who are both married and homeowners. From 1950 to 19... We're going to dig into this, okay? I'm very curious what this... We'll go after this.
And nobody did anything about it. We're going to do things about it like you wouldn't believe. It's time for dramatic action.
Yeah, we need to look into this chart because this chart doesn't confirm my biases. So we need to look into this. True.
We're going to do the same thing over here. It's going to be a very safe city very soon. We're not looking to take years because a lot of people die in years. And we've got incredible people in this country, except we have to allow them to do their job. And that we will deliver like nobody's ever delivered before. I actually think it's easy. You know, if you're competent, it's easy. If you're incompetent, it's impossible. But I'm very competent. Last week, my administration surged 500 federal agents into the district, including from the FBI, ATF, DEA, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, the Secret Service, and the Department of Homeland Security. You know, a lot of nations, they don't have anything like that. They got some police, and they're rough police. They don't have DEA, ATF, FBI, Park Police, the U.S. Marshal Service, Secret Service, Department of Homeland Security. They got some police, but they're rough police. And they do their job. They don't have crime. We're not going to have crime either. They made dozens of arrests, and that's what...
I don't know why Destiny's so mad that he's making sense.
It's what starts to happen. Again, cashless bail. Watch what we do with that. Today, we're formally declaring a public safety emergency. This is an emergency. This is a tragic emergency. And it's embarrassing for me to be up here. You know, I'm going to see Putin. I'm going to Russia on Friday.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand the news? Did the land swaps already happen? Is it now Alaska Oblast? What? Okay.
I don't like being up here talking about how unsafe and how dirty and disgusting this once beautiful capital was, with graffiti all over the walls. It's another part of it, by the way, because we're talking about safety, but we're also talking about beautification. We have the most beautiful, potentially capital in the world. We always...
Beautiful, potentially capital. Dude, if this was a Biden speech, he would be cooked. He would be cooked.
Nah.
But people come from...
Since this is a Trump speech, there will be basically no mentions past like maybe 12 hours of him constantly fucking up.
From Iowa, they come from Indiana, they come and then they get mugged. Not going to happen. Keep coming, because by the time you get your trip set, it's going to be safe again, and it's going to be clean very quickly. We're going to replace the medians that are falling down all over the roads. We're going to replace the potholes. We're going to put a nice new coat of asphalt over the top. No, we don't have to rip the road out and spend 7 years building a new road because they cut everything. Because some designer said, well, we need a quarter of an inch more turn for safety reasons. No, we're going to do it right. We're going to get it done quickly. So today we're declaring public safety emergency in the District of Columbia. And Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's fantastic, is taking command of the Metropolitan Police Department as of this moment. And I'll be making the appropriate notifications to Congress and to the mayor, our new DEA administrator, who's one of the top in the country. He better be Terry. If you're not, I'm going to get rid of you so fast. Terry Cole. Terry, thanks. Very good. We just got him. Most highly recommended person. And you'll be designated as the interim federal commissioner of the Metropolitan Police Department. Okay? And you run them tough. They're good. You have a lot of good people. You have people that shouldn't be there. You also have people that shouldn't be there. They got in there because of woke. But you have a lot of great police. And those people are the ones that want to help you.
Pamela, it was more than an hour he started this news conference, and it's been going on and on, answering a bunch of questions.
Yeah, and this is significant because what he announced today is a federal takeover of D.C. police and deploying the National Guard. I mean, this is...
Yeah, CNN, that's exactly what he said. True. Oh, man. I don't care for CNN's take on what's actually going on.
Statistics do show
Only
23. The been cooked. Been stepped by the president, certainly.
Why are we
marriage.
staring at this stupid
Accused
graph?
percent married at 30. Wait, what? Hold on. This is from the Census Bureau.
Where's Neri?
Median age of
Scott
30.
Jennings, I like it, CNN.
There's certain things that I just can't. I can't. I have to bail. I want to watch this. The Pete Hegseth thing. That was actually pretty good.
Called this a public safety emergency, and you said we're going to start seeing the National Guard this week. Tell us more.
This week and in coming weeks, and we're going to work right alongside our law enforcement partners as force multipliers. This is what the American people voted for, Laura. This is what common sense, clarity, strength. I hadn't heard that story from President Trump before, the story he told about his father, that he told him, hey, son, if you look at the front door of a restaurant and it's dirty, then I bet the kitchen, you can count on the fact that the kitchen is too. And I sat there thinking that's exactly right. If our capital city is a mess, if we can't control our capital city, then what does the rest of the country look like? And what signals does the rest of the country take from that? So just like we did in Los Angeles, alongside our federal law, we took a lot of criticism for 4,000 troops, 700 Marines.
They fixed crime in L.A. Clappers. Thank God they fixed the crime in L.A. It only took them like 1 month. Hooray.
What we didn't get, there was no summer of love in 2020. There was, in 2025, there was a summer of law enforcement. And we quelled the protests of the
Wait, what? Weren't the BLM riots happened under Trump, though? No?
attacks on ICE officers. We're going to help get D.C. under control by working with local.
Yeah, it happened underneath Trump. And now Trump saw that and realized he made a mistake by not doing anything. And now he's, instead of not doing anything, he's actually doing something. He did call in the National Guard this time. He didn't do it in this first term, and he learned his...
Based.
Yeah, and he learned from his mistakes, and now he's doing it in this term. Yes, true.
Officials who have been federalized with federal officials.
Are you saying that didn't happen in California? Did he think that that was going to is that the standard now? We assume that every single time there's a little bit of protest or rioting, it's going to become the BLM riots, the largest riots in all of U.S. history?
There's no summer of love in 2020.
Yes, because it happened underneath his term.
In 2025, there was a summer of law enforcement, and we quelled the protests of the attacks on ICE officers.
Oh my
to help
God.
get DC under control by working with local officials who have been federalized, with federal officials who are coming in. The DC Guard's proud to be a part of it. Other states will contribute this week, going into the weeks to come. Whatever's needed, the DoD will provide to make sure this is a safe city for those who live here, for those that work here, and the Americans who want to come visit here and love our capital city.
The question of martial law keeps getting raised by the left. That Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth, they want to impose martial law as authoritarians would. To that you say?
To that I say, look at Los Angeles. They said the exact same thing. Oh look, 4,000 troops, California National Guard. Oh look, the Marines. You can't put in the Marines. What? There were troops available to ensure that we de-escalated the situation and didn't allow other lawbreakers to say, look, it's wide open. We can do whatever we want in these sanctuary cities. I was told, oh, you're going to lock up political opponents. You're going to go after Democrats. Yada yada. It's the same stuff every time. Mischaracterizing our intentions.
Yes.
The intentions of this president is to establish law and order.
Preach. Preach, my man. Preach. I'm joking, but still, it's funny.
Legal and lawful and constitutional means, which he completely has. And you know what? You know why they don't like him? He's got the guts to do it. He's got the guts to say, I'm going to federalize the police that don't work. I'm going to bring in the National Guard.
To be fair, he didn't have the guts in 2019 or 2020, the Summer of Love, which I think it was 2020 that happened. Yeah, he didn't have the guts then, but now he does. He made a mistake. Trump made a mistake, and now he's correcting it.
I'm going to bring in federal marshals. I'm going to bring in the park police.
How long
I'm
will
going to
that
control
be?
them.
How
Who
long
knows? How long? What is the?
Well, it costs money, right?
Sure,
it costs money, and the question is, are you there for a year? Are you there for 6 months? And when the troops pull out, What happens?
I would call this conditions-based. I would say it's a situation where we're here to support law enforcement. And the more we can free them up to do their job, the more effective they can be, the more we can work. I mean, this isn't my realm, but the justice system to make sure people who are arrested are actually locked up. That's why the president's talking about cashless bail in sanctuary cities. If you're illegal here in D.C., that's going to be a problem. So all of these things that apply to law and order are front and center for us. And I don't know, weeks, months, what will it take? That's the president's call. But we're going to be there for him to execute as swiftly as possible.
Will the National Guard be detaining Americans on American soil?
Under Title 32, which is the authorization they'll be using, they have broad latitude, but they're not going to be involved in law enforcement functions. They will be standing right alongside our federal agents like they were in Los Angeles. They're going to be proactive. If you take an action or a shot at them, there will be a consequence.
So if a crime is being committed, in other words, and National Guardsmen...
So they're just gonna fucking stand there? That's what we're paying all this money for them to fucking stand?
Yeah, do you know what deterrence is, Destiny? Oh, no, he probably doesn't know what deterrence is. Oh, okay. All right, Destiny. Yeah, deterrence doesn't work, guys, because then Destiny just doesn't really understand that.
And there?
Sees a crime being committed, then what?
They can come alongside and assist law enforcement.
What if law enforcement isn't on
then they
that
can
corner?
I will have their back to ensure they can take the necessary action to protect citizens of D.C. and to protect themselves. So there's no rogue law enforcement going on from the National Guard, but there's also the application of common sense. We're not going to have National Guards sitting there like this, seeing a crime committed, and not do something about it. You can help somebody, interdict, temporarily detain, like we did in Los Angeles, and hand over to law enforcement. Those are the types of things the National Guard can be trained to do.
Do you guys have buy-in from any local officials in D.C.? I'm not saying you need it, but you can see where it would be helpful. Faith-based leaders, community leaders. Bowser, I think, is trying to walk a line there. She's probably the best mayor D.C. has had, which people think, well, how are you saying that? Because she's actually better than, I think, most mayors for the last 25 years in D.C.
I think she's walking a line of, as we talked about a little bit before the show, she understands the obvious. She understands the citizens of D.C. are sick of this kind of environment. And I think they're waiting for, if given an opportunity to resist the thugs and the gangs and the criminals and the drug dealers, they want the alternative. So I think the vast majority of D.C. folks, they may not want to say it, especially if they're left of center, but under their breath and quietly, they would welcome a peaceful city where their friends and families can come visit and be
And
safe.
the National Guard going to be picking up these tents? So the homeless tents are all over the city. They're a K Street tunnel. There are some dotting along the area here. There were more before. Some of them have been cleared out. What about those?
We're working with the marshals alongside them, alongside Park Police, alongside everybody else. Wherever they need the National Guard to assist, we're happy to
Do you know where the homeless people are going to go?
That's not really my lane. Our job is to stand alongside law enforcement. We'll do that.
Other really interesting news over the weekend was the news about the cartels in Mexico. The Sinaloa crime cartel and many others have wreaked havoc on the United States. You covered it when you were a host on Fox. You see it up close and personal now. Sheinbaum, the president of Mexico, is saying this is not welcome in our country. You know, you kind of see what she has to do perhaps there as well. What is your target, and how deep into Mexico do you intend to go?
Well, we're not going to comment on any of the reporting from the New York Times. Sorry. I wish they had a little bit more commitment and patriotism for the country about what they report on a whole slew of levels.
Yeah, saying you secretly, Trump secretly signed a directive to go into Mexico.
I wish the media had more commitment to patriotism about the country. They're not your fucking PR firm. Jesus Christ.
Actually, no. Weren't you just making the argument like a couple months ago about how like the news agencies are supposed to like make sure that things don't like collapse like in the rhetoric for making the United like news agencies from other countries do the same thing for other countries, like that is kind of like their shtick. They should be like giving their country propaganda. That is kind of like news agencies' jobs. To omit information that should be omitted, and okay, maybe they shouldn't be their jobs, but like it shouldn't be like that. But like they kind of are the PR service for like America. Like an American news agency shouldn't be crapping on America. Like that kind of just makes sense.
That material like that, true or not, should never be released. Ultimately, the president ran on designating these organizations as foreign terrorist organizations. We spent 20 years battling foreign terrorists in other countries. Now we've got them in our own hemisphere, poisoning our people with drugs, with gangs, with violence.
It's never been this bad before.
How y'all doing today? Y'all staying in that trouble?
All right, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. We're done streaming today, boys. We're done. We're done. We're done. Let's see. Did this work? Remember to do what's on screen. Thank you very much. And yeah, we're gonna abruptly end the stream because I want food, and I'm not gonna eat on stream. So thanks for watching. I'll see you later, Wartsnary. Thanks for stopping by. As always, goodbye.
Worsenary. Have a good one, Winky Face.